Marvel World. The scarlet fever, rheumatism, chronic typhoid, hypertension, palpitations, weakness, and heart disease, remarked the Mediterranean-haired man in a white coat, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at the frail figure opposite him. And my father perished due to biochemical weapons, and my mother, a nurse, succumbed to an infectious disease. Sir, please grant me a chance. I yearn to go to the battlefield, implored the slender man. The man in the white coat let out a couple of derisive laughs, extracting a scarcely used 4F rating stamp from the bottom of a box, and coldly dismissed the request. War is akin to a meat grinder. Even drug addicts are deemed fit for the front lines by doctors. Yet this earnest and naive boy named Rogers should not be so easily cast aside as cannon fodder in the theater of war. Rogers could only find a semblance of the battlefield experience by watching war propaganda films in the cinema. The affluent patrons of the cinema were utterly indifferent. They had no desire to become embroiled in such a tedious conflict. His reprimands towards other viewers earned him a severe beating. But fortunately, his good friend Barnes arrived just in time to prevent Rogers from suffering further. Barnes led Rogers to a Marvel exhibition touted as the World of Tomorrow, where the young lady he brought along looked down upon the 1.63-meter-tall, 90-some-kilogram Rogers. Rogers was unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to such treatment. At the most bustling booth, Mr. Howard Stark was showcasing his latest invention, the anti-gravity car. He kissed the beautiful host as if conducting an opening ceremony, no need for any misinterpretation. Howard Stark cranked the power of the anti-gravity vehicle to its maximum, but it seemed that some ominous omen accompanied the ceremony. Suddenly, the entire World of Tomorrow exhibition trembled violently. Stark, visibly embarrassed, quipped, "I mentioned that this technology would need a few more years before it could be realized." Unbeknownst to everyone at the exhibition, a peculiar reaction was occurring at the energy center of the World of Tomorrow, where the special particles emitted by the anti-gravity engine were interacting with an electronic storm. The energy surged, threatening to culminate in an explosion comparable to a small nuclear bomb. At that moment, the reaction center reached an astonishing level of energy density, and a spatial wormhole opened miraculously. A superlatively beautiful woman, nearly unclad, was gradually thrust into this world by another surge of energy. Though Howard Stark feigned nonchalance, witnessing his anti-gravity engine rendered inoperative caused his heart to bleed. Dazed and disoriented, he paid little heed to anything else and hurriedly shut down the anti-gravity car experiment. As the onslaught of special particles ceased, the wormhole began to shrink. The beautiful woman's lips bled as the remnants of her attire were stained crimson. She had donned the sturdiest armor from the Amazonian Paradise Island, yet the formidable energy field of the wormhole had effortlessly torn it into mere fragments of a bikini. Fortunately, the goddess' skin and bones were resilient enough, otherwise she would have been utterly obliterated. The frigid floor gradually roused the exquisite goddess, her voice peculiar as she stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Must you make a fuss? Who played this prank and cast me to the ground? If I end up with neck, shoulder, and leg pains, or rheumatism, no one shall ever copy my homework again." Suddenly, she perceived the surroundings were amiss and shrieked, "Good heavens! When did you throw me into the boiler room? Where on earth am I?" Once the enchanting woman finished speaking, she seemed to realize something was amiss. She lowered her gaze to her own body and froze in shock, letting out a piercing scream. "Who is this? How could this be?" Overwhelmed by the sight before her, she fainted. After a moment, the beautiful woman rubbed her head, cautiously surveying her surroundings, and calmly inquired, "What has transpired? Where am I? I was practicing swordsmanship, but this is not Paradise Island of the Amazons. What are these strange objects? Mother Ant, where are you?" Assuming a defensive stance, the woman, who had never left Paradise Island, acknowledged the potential danger of her new environment. At that moment, another voice echoed in her mind. "What has happened to me? Why can I not feel my body?" The memory of the earlier bewildering vision resurfaced, and the voice faded once more. Yet the beautiful woman sensed that this consciousness had not succumbed to unconsciousness. She rubbed her head and pronounced clearly, "I am Diana Prince, the Princess of Paradise Island." "Who are you? What is this place? Why do you speak within my mind?" Diana had never been a frail woman. The circumstances did not render her dumbfounded or weeping softly. After a pause, the voice in her head remained silent. Diana observed the wormhole, still partially open, gradually shrinking. Though oblivious to its nature, her intuition warned her that this bizarre phenomenon boded ill. Leaving the energy center of the basement, Diana proceeded with caution, meticulously searching for any possible clues. Not far away, Rogers, having witnessed Howard Stark's failed demonstration, approached the enlistment office, hoping to once again feign entry into the military. His unusual behavior caught the attention of Dr. Abraham Erskine. Dr. Erskine recognized Rogers' extraordinary tenacity and virtuous character, making an exception to enlist him. Unbeknownst to him, he had discovered his ideal candidate at a science exposition. Feeling a thrill of excitement, he poured himself a drink and wandered towards a secluded corner of the exhibition, murmuring to himself, "I cannot believe such a person truly exists that I hope I do not ere this time." Half inebriated, Dr. Erskine suddenly felt a hand gripping his neck from behind. Initially thinking it a prank, he was startled by the icy touch, which sent a shiver down his spine, awakening him from his drunken stupor, realizing it was no mere illusion he had long been on Hydra's kill list. And in his heart, he knew this day would inevitably arrive. He wished to leisurely turn around and glance at the individual who had come to escort him on his final journey. However, to his surprise, the grip of this person was exceedingly strong, and he found himself unable to turn despite exerting every ounce of his strength. What astonished him even more was the voice of a woman resonating from behind, demanding, "Do not move recklessly, quickly answer me. Where is this place?" Dr. Erskine had witnessed many grand spectacles. He had endured countless hardships to journey from Germany to America. He was aware that he might have an opportunity to escape, for it was evident that Hydra's agents would not engage in frivolous conversation with him. Yet, the woman displayed a distinct lack of patience. "If you continue to move, I shall take your life. I merely wish to ask questions, and you would do well to confine your responses to those inquiries. Now, tell me, where exactly is this place?" Dr. Erskine replied to a question that was widely known. "This is New York, America." This answer seemed to fail in satisfying the woman, as her grip tightened further, eliciting a pained cry from Dr. Erskine. The woman barked, "Be more precise, what do you mean by New York, America?" Realizing he had encountered yet another inebriate, Dr. Erskine grew impatient. At technology exhibitions, one often came across various eccentrics, including many afflicted with delusions. That he retorted, "We are situated in the solar system of the Milky Way galaxy, on a planet known as Earth, which is divided into numerous nations. You are currently in America, specifically in Brooklyn, New York." The woman's grip seemed to loosen slightly. "The Milky Way? So, I am in the realm of humanity?" Dr. Erskine stood in utter disbelief. What did she mean by being in the realm of humanity? If not among humans, where else could she possibly be? As the woman's grip gradually relaxed, she commanded, "Do not turn around, man. Bring a set of clothing here. I am currently unable to step outside." With a sweet voice and an authoritative tone, Dr. Erskine confirmed that she was not merely intoxicated. As a scientist, he had witnessed countless peculiarities, and now, in an alleyway, a woman who seemed oblivious to New York was requesting a change of clothes. This scenario, while strange, did not seem entirely outlandish. Being the gentleman he was, Dr. Erskine exited the darkness without looking back, only to encounter Agent Carter, who was searching for him. Peggy Carter's beautiful, double-lidded eyes glistened with sweat as she expressed her concern. "Doctor, where have you been? I've been quite worried about you. You must know Hydra's agents are searching for you everywhere." Dr. Erskine scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate the situation, and awkwardly said, "Would you kindly assist me, Agent Carter, in finding a woman's outfit?" Agent Carter broke into a knowing smile. With Dr. Erskine reeking of alcohol and having wandered off to a secluded spot, everything suddenly made sense. "Doctor, such occurrences are entirely normal. No wonder I had trouble locating you. In the future, you might wish to inform me beforehand. Rest assured, I will not gossip about your affairs, Dar." Erskine was aware that the other party had misinterpreted his intentions, yet he pondered how to elucidate the matter. Should he confess that a woman inquired if this was the realm of humanity, and then requested an entire outfit from him? Shaking his head, he realized that such an explanation would only sound like nonsensical deflection. He could only awkwardly add, "It would be best to have a complete set from the inside out." Agent Carter did not linger on the details, adopting an air of discretion as she turned and strode towards the actress' dressing room. Soon, she returned, piecing together a beautiful dress along with several other garments. She had exerted considerable effort to procure some new undergarments. Dr. Erskine anxiously awaited, apprehensive not only of being spotted by acquaintances, but also of the unsettling thought that if a woman required clothing, she might be completely unclad, which could pose a danger. 002. The arrival of the court. Fortunately, Agent Carter did not keep him waiting long, swiftly returning with the garments in hand. As Dr. Erskine opened his mouth to convey his reluctance, suggesting that she deliver the clothes directly. Carter shot him a knowing glance and cheekily darted away, implying that he could continue his flirtation without her interference. Reluctantly, Dr. Erskine took the clothes and returned to the earlier spot, finding the situation increasingly peculiar. He neatly laid the garments on the ground and turned to leave at that moment. The woman's voice resonated once more. Do not depart, just yet remain as you are. Once I am dressed, I shall emerge to ask you a few questions. Great scientists are invariably filled with curiosity, and Dr. Erskine was no exception to this juncture. He was genuinely intrigued to see the owner of that sweet voice, wondering if she possessed a charm to match it. Diana, clutching the dress, returned to the shadows, feeling quite pleased with its design before slowly donning it. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Although she was alone in the alley, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill, every sound of the night evaporating into silence. She attempted to hasten her dressing, but her limbs felt unexpectedly sluggish. The already unfamiliar world grew increasingly bizarre. What was happening? What was the nature of this situation? Before Diana could fully grasp her thoughts, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. Who are you? A voice whispered in her ear. Diana gazed into the darkened sky, where a golden, humanoid being approached, asking questions as it flew. Although it did not seem to move swiftly, in the blink of an eye, it was upon her. Diana scrutinized the peculiar creature, its golden form shimmering, with 3 heads suspended in the void. One face was completely obscured by cloth, while another was partially revealed, the fully visible visage betraying no emotion. Narrowing her eyes, Diana inquired, I am Princess Diana of Paradise Island. Who might you be? The golden being hovered in the air, not far away, its voice resonating with authority. You inquire about my identity? You, an ignorant human from another realm? I am the arbiter of life in this world. This so-called arbiter of life was evidently no feeble adversary, yet Diana stood her ground. Though I am not entirely certain, it appears I have indeed traversed from another world that in my realm. No one dares to claim such a title as arbiter of life. The arbiter's tone remained unperturbed. I am responsible for maintaining the balance of this world, and you do not belong here. Your formidable power poses a threat to this balance as the arbiter of life in this universe. I must now erase your existence and commence judgment upon you. Diana, clearly indignant, retorted, regardless of the world I inhabit, anyone who wishes to erase me must first consider my stance. You were correct in one regard. My power should not be underestimated. With that, Diana unleashed the might of a celestial being, soaring into the air, charging towards the arbiter. You audacious woman, how dare you challenge the authority of the arbiter of life? The arbiter was incensed by Diana's insolence. With a mere gesture, Diana found herself frozen midair, as if time itself had halted. Though she refused to submit, she realized that even with all her strength, she could not budge an inch, and could only shout, if you possess the capability, then send me back to Paradise Island. I suspect you appear powerful, yet lack the ability. That is beyond my dimension. I am powerless, the arbiter replied calmly. Dimension? Why does that term sound so familiar? A voice suddenly echoed in Diana's mind. Diana ceased her cries, momentarily stunned by the unexpected voice. Where am I? Why can't I move? I remember just now I was. No, I mustn't think of that image the moment I do. It'll lose my composure again. Why can't I move? Am suspended in midair, paralyzed? The voice in her mind rambled on. You are within my consciousness. Perhaps your crossing into this world has linked us together. However, you are rather unfortunate. The golden figure before you is the arbiter of life, a deity of this realm. He claims I am from another world and intends to erase me. My apologies for dragging you into this predicament, Diana explained, her heart brimming with compassion as she faced the bizarre circumstances and the looming specter of death. The arbiter furrowed its brow. How? Was there another consciousness within your mind? The high school student, momentarily taken aback, sensed the precariousness of the situation and quickly interjected, I say, great golden figure, could you please hold on for a moment? I am merely a high school student. Perhaps we can engage in a dialogue. I find your decision to erase us rather hasty. We should clarify our matters first. The tribunal of life exhibited an unmistakable reluctance to engage in further dialogue, declaring, I am the all-powerful tribunal of life. The facts are abundantly clear. We shall commence the trial forthwith. Diana's inner voice, evidently unwilling to be subjugated, exclaimed, how arrogant you are. You proclaim yourself all-knowing and all-capable, able to grasp the moon from the heavens and capture creatures from the depths. You assert that you need not heed my words. Yet how is it that you have only just now become aware of my presence? At that moment, the tribunal of life found itself projected within Diana's consciousness, and, incensed by the young man's remarks, retorted, "Cease your prattling, I possess my own discernment." The high school student, with a sarcastic tone, interjected, "Let me tell you, I detest being spoken of in such a manner, as if I were some trifling fool. Do not overestimate your significance if you are truly formidable. Why not return us to where we belong? It seems you lack the ability to do so. Otherwise, you would have known of our arrival, given the commotion we stirred. Your leisurely pace suggests you are not as impressive as you claim. My duty is to maintain the cosmic equilibrium. My judgments will reverberate throughout the universe, and the barriers of dimension lie beyond my responsibilities." The tribunal of life replied slowly. Upon realizing that the tribunal had engaged with his nonsensical inquiries, the high school student pressed on. "May I first inquire, should I address you as you or you all? Given that it seems you possess three distinct consciousnesses, I believe you all is more appropriate. Now, if you're indeed so powerful, why do you choose to inhabit a single body? Could you not manifest two additional forms? Or do you possess some peculiar inclination?" "Silence. Youth, we do not require corporeal forms. For us, mere consciousness suffices, for our power is such that we can alter reality itself. We do not need what you described." The tribunal of life responded, momentarily at a loss for words, as it had never before been posed such a question. Sighed the high school student. "I mean no offense, but if you require no body, why then create one? Would it not suffice to manifest as a beam of light? Foolish youth. Without such a form, we would lack the gravitas that commands respect." The tribunal mused, recognizing that its very existence was defined by such appearance. Yet, unwilling to admit it outright, it sought an excuse. The student, puzzled, queried, "Yet you possess a glowing emblem upon your chest, resembling an unsightly tuft of hair. Do you not find light sufficient for gravitas? And with a fabric atop your heads, why not don masks? That would be far more impressive. You three may seem formidable, yet your sense of aesthetics is decidedly lacking. Perhaps we should postpone the trial and discuss matters of hairstyle instead. Youth, cease your frivolous critiques. If you have any statements to make before the trial, now is the time to voice them." The tribunal of life, unable to endure the banter any longer, hastily redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. The high school student, sensing an opportunity, quickly interjected, "I must say it's not easy for you either. However, having only three heads as the court is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? A jury consists of a dozen individuals representing various societal strata and diverse perspectives. What do you expect to achieve with just three heads? Moreover, you share a single body. What happens when you disagree during meals? Will you starve? Ultimately, a consensus must be reached, rendering it a mere autocracy. Youth, allow me to clarify. The side addressing you embodies justice. The partially concealed side signifies vengeance, and the fully obscured side represents necessity. I am judging from three distinct angles, which is far more equitable than the societal hierarchies you envision," the life tribunal replied, aware of the boy's sharp tongue, and reluctant to allow him to uncover any logical inconsistencies. "To be frank, I still find you untrustworthy. If you possess such prowess, allow me to pose a simple question. Do we count as one body with two lives or one body with one life?" The high school student offered no respite for the life tribunal, hastily voicing his inquiries. The life tribunal was drawn into his rhythm. For this judgment, it is undoubtedly one body with one life. One body with one life. Are you implying that I am not a life? If I am not a life, then whom are you conversing with now? The high school student seized upon the life tribunal's logical flaw. It matters not, let it be one body with two lives. The life tribunal, feeling somewhat cornered, responded in a fit of rage. "Since we are two lives, may I inquire, who exactly are you judging? If you condemn her, can I still survive?" The high school student persisted without pause. The life tribunal appeared to smirk. "This simplifies matters. I could decree that both of you perish or both of you live. You condemn her to death because her power disrupts the cosmic order. Yet, you fail to recognize my existence. What influence do I wield? Why must you sentence me to death? By condemning her, you are effectively sentencing me as well." After much deliberation, the high school student finally articulated his ultimate plea, seeking to preserve both himself and Diana. "I regret to inform you, young one, that your argument is compelling, yet there is no alternative. Your presence poses a significant threat. For the sake of the cosmos, I must express my sorrow and gratitude for your sacrifice." The three heads of the life tribunal nodded in unison, poised to decree the annihilation of both Diana and the high school student at that moment. Diana unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, breaking free from her restraints and charging once more at the life tribunal. Wait, the high school student bellowed. If you fear her power, why not simply strip her of it? Indeed, from the very beginning, this had been the student's line in the sand. He believed this solution could sway the life tribunal. The court should seek truth and justice. Yet your obligations prevent you from being impartial. You resemble more of a guardian, that if you perceive this power as a threat, then take it away. Diana was indeed a benevolent goddess. I harbor no intention to offend power, is merely an externality to me. If you perceive this power as a threat, take it away. The court of life fell into a contemplative silence before slowly replying, Young one, I have endured suffering for countless years. The greater my power, the heavier my responsibilities, and my happiness has long since vanished. Today, to seize this goddess power is an act of clemency beyond the law. I shall erase your memories of me, hoping you may persist in your goodness within this universe. I will also endeavor to seek a path for your return home, allowing you to return to your rightful place. Having spoken, and before Diana and the high school student could respond, the court of life snapped its fingers. The world resumed its course as though nothing had transpired. Diana clenched her fist, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. She gazed thoughtfully at the distant night sky. The rustling sound of clothing emerged, only to cease abruptly. A striking figure materialized before Dr. Erskine. My heavens! The doctor was momentarily rendered speechless, swearing he had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. Particularly, her attire seemed somewhat snug, or perhaps Diana's figure was simply more alluring than those of the actresses he had known, her exquisite form accentuated in a manner most captivating. The doctor no longer pondered whether this woman was malevolent. Even if she were, he would willingly acquiesce. As the saying goes, one might as well die beneath the peony, for even in death, one remains enchanting. Princess Diana was decidedly displeased by Dr. Erskine's unabashed gaze. Are you truly the legendary man? Dr. Erskine found himself at a loss for words. Could this woman have come from a realm untouched by men, or did she harbor some deeper significance? He scratched his nose, an odd thought-provoking and exhilarating rush of hormones, and cheerfully replied, I dare say I am indeed quite the man. Wonder Woman regarded Dr. Erskine as one might a curiosity. Your short hair is rather unappealing. Do all men allow their hair to grow down to their chins? Are they all like you? Or can some of them appear more presentable? Dr. Erskine, who had initially felt elated, was now completely taken aback and had lost his earlier joy. At that moment, the voice in Princess Diana's mind echoed once more, Thank the heavens, you have finally donned some clothing that I cannot fathom. Why I cannot feel excitement whenever I do. I faint. I truly do not comprehend what manner of woman you are. The man before you is, without a doubt, a man. Surely, you have encountered men before? He is a middle-aged gentleman, and what you see on his face is called a beard. He is slightly balding. Pray tell, what transpired while I was unconscious? Clenching her fists, Princess Diana was not fond of someone speaking within her mind. With hands tightly balled, she warily queried, Who exactly are you? Do not be so anxious. I believe we need not guard ourselves against one another. Even without your inquiry, I shall introduce myself. As you can see, I am simply an aging middle-aged man. My name is Abraham Erskine, though you may call me Erskine. My identity is that of a scientist. My close friend, Howard Stark, is presently showcasing some exhibitions at this Tomorrow Technology Expo, and I am fortunate enough to have received an invitation. After indulging in a little libation, I unexpectedly encountered you. Today has indeed been remarkable for me. First encountering that little fellow, and then meeting such a beautiful yet fierce woman, quite a rarity. Meanwhile, within Princess Diana's mind, a voice echoed, I am an exemplary high school student, soon to take my college entrance examinations, currently napping on my dormitory bed. If this is a dream, I wish to awaken swiftly, as I must prepare for my mock exams. If this is some prank, I must say, it is far from amusing. I have already embarrassed myself enough. So please cease this farce. As Princess Diana found herself overwhelmed by the words of the two men, Agent Carter disregarded Dr. Erskine's privacy and rushed over urgently. Dr. Erskine, quickly, come, something is amiss. Howard Stark has collapsed and cannot be roused. Upon hearing of his friend's incapacitation, Dr. Erskine hastily followed Agent Carter towards Stark Industries' anti-gravity exhibit, leaving Princess Diana in a state of confusion. However, her kind-hearted nature compelled her to follow, hoping to offer assistance. Howard Stark lay on the ground, while a kneeling doctor exhaled in relief. "Doctor, you have finally arrived." Mr. Stark exhibited signs of distress following his demonstration of the anti-gravity vehicle. He mentioned that his head felt increasingly heavy. "I measured his vital signs and found no anomalies. I assumed he would feel better after resting for a moment, yet his consciousness gradually faded until he was entirely unresponsive. Remarkably, his vital signs remained stable." "Doctor, I am at a loss." The doctor, wiping his brow, caught sight of Princess Diana standing nearby, and all his worries momentarily vanished as he smiled and extended his hand toward her. Had it not been for Carter's piercing glare, Diana would have been at a loss for how to respond to that moment. The voice of the high school student resounded in Princess Diana's mind. "Please tell me this is not real." Lying on the ground is Howard Stark, the father of Iron Man, Tony Stark. "That I am beginning to recall that this Mediterranean doctor introduced himself as Erskine, and we are at the Tomorrow World Expo. Goodness gracious, where is Captain America? Also, stunning lady, would you kindly repeat your name?" Seizing the chaos, Princess Diana softly replied, "I am Diana, Prince of Amazon Paradise Island. Oh, not trouble yourself, I belong to a different realm, and you peculiar individuals would not recognize me. How could I not know you? I am thoroughly acquainted with you. You are Wonder Woman. I wondered how someone could possess such an exquisite figure, and now it all makes sense." Princess Diana sensed that the voice's owner would undoubtedly leap with excitement, pointing at her nose and exclaiming if they had limbs. "Please refrain from such frivolous remarks. I am not Wonder Woman. If you possess any pertinent information, do share it with me," Diana murmured, covering her mouth with her hand. The high school student pondered for a moment before replying. "To be succinct, in my world, you are merely characters from comic books and films that we had a genius named Stan Lee, who created a series of comics. We all believed he was simply indulging in a hobby or seeking profit. Little did we know that superheroes truly exist in other universes. Oh my, I just beheld Wonder Woman. I am utterly elated. You see, this Dr. Mediterranean is an extraordinary scientist, and lying on the ground is Howard Stark, the father of a future superhero. Both father and son are exceptional scientists." Princess Diana furrowed her brow and inquired, "So you're saying we are merely characters created by the Stan Lee you mentioned?" The high school student quickly clarified, "No, you are not characters created by Stan Lee. You belong to another realm. Thus, you also traversed here through a dimensional wormhole." "All right, I am unfamiliar with the comics and films you reference. To simplify, you are aware of our stories, and you possess knowledge of both my world and this one. Regardless of the veracity of your claims, I demand a straightforward answer. How do we return to our respective realms? Moreover, about this dimensional wormhole you spoke of, I believe I witnessed it. Upon awakening, I saw a swirling vortex in midair gradually diminishing." Diana felt a tinge of frustration. The situation was more convoluted than she had anticipated. The high school student contemplated as he spoke slowly. "All right, allow me to analyze this. From what I understand, there exists a theory known as the conservation of spatial energy, which posits that your body traveled from your universe through a wormhole to this universe. Consequently, there must be a corresponding body that has transitioned to your universe. Meanwhile, my consciousness has arrived from my universe, which means Howard Stark's consciousness has shifted to mine. Goodness, could he possibly inhabit my body? If that were the case, I would be defying fate. What do I have to fear from a mock exam? The thought alone exhilarates me. Why did my consciousness arrive here while it took so much longer?" 004. Dimensional wormhole. Wonder Woman remained unimpressed by his excessive flattery and retorted, "I am uncertain of your age or the meaning of high school student, but judging by your animated demeanor, it seems you might be merely a child. Your willpower is evidently insufficient. You could never traverse a wormhole to reach Mr. Stark's distance and attach yourself to his being. Clearly, Mr. Stark surpasses you in strength, and thus his consciousness gradually traversed that wormhole." Wonder Woman found herself utterly perplexed, having been born on the idyllic Paradise Island of the Amazons, devoid of any understanding of these scientific concepts, in her realm of knowledge. Even the notion of electricity was foreign to her. She could only rely on her imagination to make conjectures. Suddenly, a thought struck Wonder Woman, and she inquired, "Are you suggesting that we arrived through that wormhole? If so, we should simply return through it now." The voice of the high school student conveyed a mix of frustration and resignation, perhaps a hint of reluctance to go back. "I fear it is not that simple. You mentioned that the wormhole grew smaller as you departed, and now it is likely entirely gone. That I suspect the wormhole opened due to Howard Stark's previous anti-gravity experiments, which caused an extraordinary disruption of super energy, leading to the emergence of a Dimensional wormhole at the energy center. As they just stated, the anti-gravity device is completely damaged, and the only person who could repair it has had their consciousness transported to another realm. I believe it is futile to expect we can open a wormhole back immediately. Wonder Woman, being the astute individual she was, recognized the validity in the student's words. The prospect of returning seemed bleak, and she fell silent, somewhat disheartened. The high school student, filled with a spark of enthusiasm, remarked, "You find it difficult to speak I, however, find it quite easy. You've introduced yourself, yet I have not. I come from a rather ordinary world, and my name is wait a moment. Since I have traversed realms, perhaps I should adopt a more formidable name. Should I go with Optimus Prime, Batman, or Superman?" At that moment, Dr. Erskine, who had been laboring tirelessly, returned with an air of helplessness, cursing, "What a dreadful day this has turned out to be. I had thought today would be my lucky day. I stumbled upon the right candidate and encountered such a splendid lady, only to find that this is merely the beginning of a nightmare. That cursed anti-gravity device has completely ruined everything. IT must have siphoned Stark's very essence. While I am not one to believe in the supernatural, I find myself at a loss for words this time." The usually composed Dr. Erskine displayed an unusual temper, then turned to the beautiful Diana, seemingly calming slightly as he asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" In Diana's mind, the somewhat juvenile voice of the high school student urged, "We cannot let this doctor off the hook. Captain America should be joining him for the experiment. Shortly. I say, gorgeous. He appears to be a man who appreciates beauty. Why not attach yourself to him?" Knave as she was, Diana had no inkling of the implications behind attaching oneself. She looked at Dr. Erskine and stated calmly, "I have made my decision. I shall attach myself to you. Doctor." Erskine found the situation both amusing and exasperating, given that his wife and child had perished in the Hydra's relentless pursuit, and having recently arrived in America, he had been residing at the military camp for the Super Soldier program. With ample space in the female barracks, he decided to acquiesce to Wonder Woman's request. In the mind of Diana, a high school student fervently attempted to elucidate the concept of dependency, urging her to explain quickly to prevent the old man from harboring impure thoughts. Unbothered by this, Diana found the student's anxious demeanor quite amusing. Steve Rogers endeavored to acclimate himself to military life, while Wonder Woman also strived to adapt to contemporary existence. I say Ren Jiu. Is this contraption called a telephone? Wonder Woman inquired, picking up a roadside telephone and curiously listening to the sounds emanating from within. Through several days of interaction, she had learned that the high school student's name was Ren Jiu. Ren Jiu, the high school student in Wonder Woman's mind, replied weakly. Passing soldiers slowed their pace, captivated by the sight of this woman whose beauty could conquer the world. Wonder Woman had grown accustomed to the gazes of others. Pretending to make a phone call, she turned to Ren Jiu and said, "Could you not be so glum? Although I cannot return, I am facing this unfamiliar world with positivity. You, who possess such knowledge of it, seem so disheartened, which is hardly the demeanor of a spirited high school student. I have already told you, I don't know much about this world. I only recognize a few names of superheroes that I watched Captain America's movie when I was younger, but I can hardly recall many details. Later, I focused on my studies and had no time for films, the tales of other heroes, or just common gossip. Who would have thought these things would become relevant today? You can don beautiful attire, and everyone greets you with kindness, while I am merely a consciousness, capable of nothing." Ren Jiu's voice conveyed profound despondency. "Hey Diana, what are you doing? Who are you calling?" Agent Carter happened to pass by and curiously inquired, observing Wonder Woman speaking to herself. Having shed her initial awkwardness and anxiety, Wonder Woman replied, "Hey Carter, are you on your way to see Steve Rogers? I have heard he is the most frail soldier among you. If I had the time, I would truly like to meet that young man." Now aware of Steve Rogers' identity, Wonder Woman felt a keen curiosity about the legendary figure Ren Jiu had mentioned. Carter, initially believing Diana to be uninterested in men, noted that many had been trying to play matchmaker for her, almost as numerous as those sent to the front lines. "Diana, you seem quite concerned about Steve Rogers. Did you know him before?" Leaning against the telephone booth, Wonder Woman blinked at Agent Carter and said, "No, we do not know each other, but I have heard tales of this young man. I understand he achieved what no one else could for 17 years and had an astonishing reaction during Philip's grenade test." Agent Carter was not surprised that Diana had knowledge of such matters, given her close relationship with Dr. Erskine. "That fellow is indeed quite extraordinary. We are heading to a secret location tomorrow. Didn't Dr. Erskine mention anything?" Carter fixed her gaze intently on Diana's eyes, as this matter was of significant confidentiality and she needed to ascertain that Dr. Erskine had not divulged any secrets. Diana was truly taken aback if she failed to seize this opportunity. She might very well miss the chance to return to the world of superheroes. That Ren Jiu spoke of, Ren Jiu's mood was evidently not great. Diana, I must remind you that if we do not intervene in their world, the superheroes will ultimately prevail. There's a classic saying, heroes never die. However, should we interfere, we risk altering everything for them. They may very well lose, but we would be unable to return home. The decision rests with you. Agent Carter, observing Diana's unprepared and despondent demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction and left after teasing her a bit. Ren Jiu, do enlighten me, what are we to do now? Is it possible to neither affect them nor sever our connection? The naive Wonder Woman found herself in a quandary. In the evening at the military camp, Dr. Erskine looked at Steve Rogers across from him, holding a bottle of wine, and no one ever considered that the first nation to be invaded and occupied was Germany. Wonder Woman stood by the window, cracking it open just enough for her and Ren Jiu to hear the conversation within. What does extreme mean? Wonder Woman inquired with curiosity. Extreme refers to a radical ideology, characterized by racism and an extreme belief in power the weak should be trampled upon. Ren Jiu reflected on this historic moment, feeling a mix of emotions. Professor Erskine spoke slowly. Schmidt has grown stronger in every aspect, but there are significant side effects. Thus, I must seek a weaker individual. How terrifying that man named Hitler, and Schmidt does not seem like a good person. Unlike Professor Erskine, who is truly a good man. Given that he can serve as a spiritual mentor to Steve Rogers, he must be a good person. He appears quite frail. Why does he not inject himself with that serum? Wonder Woman innocently posited. Ren Jiu, having never considered this while watching the film, began to stammer a response. Perhaps it's because the serum is only effective for those with exceptionally strong willpower, like Steve Rogers. If the criteria for the serum subjects are so stringent, how can it be widely distributed once developed? Wonder Woman transformed into a curious child, unveiling logical inconsistencies with her barrage of questions. I suppose, well, I don't know. Ren Jiu reluctantly conceded, and I shall not undergo the experiment tomorrow. I will drink it now, Dr. Erskine declared, preventing Steve Rogers from taking a sip as he downed the contents himself. Ren Jiu, I sense something amiss. Although Dr. Erskine enjoys his drink, tomorrow is the day of the experiment. Shouldn't he conduct a final check tonight? Is it truly appropriate to indulge in alcohol at this moment? Despite her innocence, Wonder Woman exhibited remarkable wisdom. I find your observations quite astute. Have you noticed how Dr. Erskine appears exceedingly anxious, conversing with Steve Rogers as if he were a wayward child? Ren Jiu also discerned the underlying issue. Dr. Erskine did not return to his lodgings instead. He surreptitiously departed the camp and took a solitary ride to Brooklyn, New York. Wonder Woman followed closely behind, the vehicle traversing the George Washington Bridge, while the driver occasionally cast glances at the solitary maiden in the back seat. In his heart, Ren Jiu hoped that Diana would unleash her inner prowess and deal a decisive blow to the driver. Yet the benevolent Diana seemed utterly unconcerned. Dr. Erskine knocked on the already closed door of a Brooklyn antique shop, and a sprightly elderly woman with white hair opened the door, allowing him entry. Dr. Erskine led the way, followed closely by the woman. Diana, hurry up. This was the first time Ren Jiu had engaged in such an exhilarating escapade, far more thrilling than sneaking out to surf the internet. Wonder Woman, her divine powers stripped away by the life court, now possessed only a physique superior to that of an ordinary human. She dared not speak as she stealthily infiltrated the premises in the quiet of the night. First, she pressed her foot against the door, then slipped in just behind the elderly woman. As Dr. Erskine approached a concealed door in the wall, and the woman turned to return to the front to close the door. Wonder Woman seized the opportunity and darted into the room. Good heavens, this was their secret research base. Ren Jiu's voice echoed incessantly in her mind, making it nearly impossible for her to concentrate. You all should leave, Dr. Erskine said as he entered the laboratory, observing the anxious technicians adjusting their equipment, his expression forlorn. He waved his hand to dismiss them, and the staff, sensing his unease, whispered amongst themselves. Diana concealed herself behind the laboratory instruments, observing furtively. Though Ren Jiu was merely a high school student, he had some understanding of human nature. Dr. Erskine's demeanor was undoubtedly peculiar. Something felt amiss, and he wondered if there was a hidden conspiracy at play. Wonder Woman, however, watched Dr. Erskine tenderly caressing the array of instruments, her innocent mind not inclined to suspect ill motives. After all, she believed him to be a good man, and good men in her eyes, performed benevolent acts. Alas, this world is far more complex than your paradise island. Good people have their own stances, face dilemmas, make compromises, can become corrupted, and can commit errors. Ren Jiu struggled to articulate this lesson to Wonder Woman, realizing that mere words could not convey the intricacies of society. Dr. Erskine, having noticed the laboratory was empty, stealthily approached a concealed area and retrieved several vials of serum, swapping them with the ones on the experimental apparatus. After completing his task, he knelt before the experimental chamber, gently caressing the rows of serum, silent tears streaming down his face as he murmured, "Forgive me, Rogers. The Marvel Universe had diminished your powers significantly, yet thankfully your keen hearing remained intact, allowing you to hear his words. If you had lost all your abilities, our survival in the superhero realm would indeed be perilous." Ren Jiu commented in Diana's mind. "I must confront him to seek clarity," Diana resolutely declared, disregarding Ren Jiu's protests as she prepared to confront Dr. Erskine. "There's no need for that. In such situations, villains often confess themselves," Ren Jiu retorted, mocking her once more. Dr. Erskine, however, remained silent, wiping his tears as he readied to depart. "All right, I was mistaken," Ren Jiu sheepishly admitted, recognizing he had conflated reality with fiction. "What are you doing?" Ren Jiu exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed Diana disregard his advice and charge out. Diana leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Dr. Erskine, demanding, "What on earth is happening?" "Ah, Diana, it's you. You startled me." "There's nothing amiss," Dr. Erskine replied with a smile, his curiosity about the mysterious woman's presence now irrelevant. "What are you trying to conceal? The experiment tomorrow is in jeopardy, isn't it?" Diana pressed on, advancing a step to prevent Dr. Erskine from pondering his response. Dr. Erskine appeared to be contemplating how to explain himself when, in a sudden burst of energy, he shoved Wonder Woman aside and made a dash for the exit, though he did not raise his voice. To both Diana and Ren Jiu's astonishment, Dr. Erskine, despite his seemingly frail appearance, possessed considerable strength, comparable to that of the robust young men in the military. Nevertheless, the extraordinary strength of Wonder Woman far surpassed his own. Dr. Erskine did not manage to flee far before Wonder Woman swiftly incapacitated him from behind. His peculiar reactions seemed to affirm that he was indeed harboring secrets. In an exasperated tone, Wonder Woman demanded, "What have you done? Why are you hiding something?" Dr. Erskine appeared bewildered. "Are you referring to this? You aren't one of the Shield Brotherhood, are you? Who sent you?" Wonder Woman queried, perplexed by his words. With a slight chuckle, Dr. Erskine sat up. "I assumed you were in league with them. It appears this is merely a misunderstanding, though you are undeniably formidable." Feeling deceived by Dr. Erskine, Wonder Woman crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at him. "You'd better clarify everything at once." Dr. Erskine seemed to unlock a floodgate of words, gradually recounting his tale. "It all began when I was in Germany. After the conclusion of the Great War, the German populace languished in suffering and poverty. I sought to alleviate their anguish and began researching how to enhance human strength and spirit for the advancement of mankind. My experiments faced numerous setbacks, and I feared I would never succeed. However, unexpectedly, ideology rapidly took hold in Germany, and some mad scientists emerged from the shadows. Schmidt, recruited by Hitler, established a nefarious organization known as Hydra. He approached me with peculiar experimental samples, specimens imbued with extraordinary strength. My experiments suddenly progressed, bringing me tantalizingly close to success. Schmidt, eager to be the first subject of the serum, could not wait. Yet, the serum technology was still immature, and those samples carried potent negative spiritual energies, resulting in severe side effects for Schmidt. I had been covertly communicating with friends in America, and while Schmidt was in a compromised state, I seized the opportunity to escape under the guise of a conference. An American Special Forces soldier named Nick Fury parachuted in to rescue me. I had hoped that this side of the Atlantic would be a sanctuary, but I soon realized that wherever there are people, malevolence lurks beneath the surface, merely cloaked in a different guise. In a hushed tone, Ren Jiu elucidated to Wonder Woman that the infamous Dr. Schmidt, known as the Red Skull, was indeed a formidable villain. The side effects of the serum had rendered his skin entirely absent, transforming him into a grotesque figure. When I first watched the film as a child, this portrayal instilled within me a profound sense of horror. Dr. Erskine regarded Wonder Woman's innocent countenance and seemed to resolve to express his thoughts. Since returning from Germany, I have become utterly disillusioned with the serum. I harbor doubts that anyone can truly master such a creation. I had hoped that the subject of the serum would never resurface. Yet the Americans desire it as fervently as the Germans do. Wonder Woman interjected, furrowing her brow, "But I have heard that Steve is a good man. If he were to be administered this formula, he ought to engage in endeavors beneficial to humanity." This knowledge had been imparted to her by Ren Jiu. A mere fabrication of insights. Dr. Erskine nodded, acknowledging that Rogers was indeed an exceptionally virtuous individual. Tomorrow, there exists a mere 1% chance of success for Rogers. And then what? The higher-ups prioritize combat effectiveness, showing little concern for potential side effects. They are indifferent to whether Rogers transforms into a Red Skull or a Smurf. More critically, post-experimentation, I am obligated to surrender the entire technology to military personnel. I can assure you that Colonel Phillips is a good man. And I trust the Major General, but what of the Lieutenant General? The General? The 5-star General? What about those in Congress? We may successfully create a super soldier in the likeness of Rogers. Yet I remain uncertain if the entirety of America can produce many more individuals with such unwavering resolve and integrity. Should we fabricate 100 super soldiers? Would we not encounter other adverse effects? How many might transform into the Red Skull, and how many would resemble Rogers? What if the military demands 1,000, 10,000, or even hundreds of thousands for experimentation? Wonder Woman fell silent, recognizing the gravity of every point raised by Dr. Erskine. You are correct. Such power must never fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Miss Diana, do you comprehend the entire principle behind the super soldier serum? Though Dr. Erskine's inquiry appeared slightly condescending, it was a genuine question. Should Diana be unaware, he would gladly provide a thorough explanation. In Dr. Erskine's mind, this woman, once a stranger, had now become his most trusted ally. Fortunately, the knowledge imparted to Diana by Ren Jiu enabled her to articulate the concept scientifically. She echoed Ren Jiu's words. If I am not mistaken, it involves cultivating a portion of the evolved serum externally and then reintroducing it into the target's body, allowing the serum to interact rapidly with the muscles under the influence of life rays. Oh, how remarkable! You grasp the principle and the concept of life rays. Were it not for my knowledge of your character, I might suspect you were a spy sent by some organization. Even I struggle to express this matter with such succinct clarity. Dr. Erskine regarded this woman as not only beautiful and powerful, but also kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and insightful, truly an embodiment of perfection. When Wonder Woman heard the commendation, she felt a twinge of bashfulness, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. The sudden appearance of that adorable little expression made Dr. Erskine wholeheartedly inclined to trust the woman before him. The primary challenge of the experiment lay in the fleeting vitality of the serum, once injected into the human body. If it did not amalgamate with the muscle tissue through a barrage of life rays within a brief period, the serum would be annihilated by the body's immune cells, rapidly losing its potency. Moreover, the body would develop an immunity to the serum, rendering any subsequent injections futile. While examining the experimental apparatus, Dr. Erskine spoke. So, how do you propose to achieve a harmonious solution? To ensure Rogers' success while preventing malevolent individuals from weaponizing your experiment on a grand scale? Wonder Woman inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. To prevent the tragic recurrence of the Red Skull's fate, I have purified the serum brought from Germany, creating a portion that is super concentrated, another that is diluted, and retaining a third portion in its normal state for experimentation. The apparatus previously contained only the super concentrated serum. Should any nefarious parties seek to exploit it, they would undoubtedly be met with lethal side effects. What I have just switched to is the diluted serum. This approach allows Rogers to evolve successfully, minimizes potential side effects, and leaves the military utterly disenchanted. They will perceive the super soldier program as a mere failure, and thus cease to invest attention and resources into it. Stark and I had previously conducted clandestine experiments on ourselves, and as you can see, this old man's body is still in decent condition. Dr. Erskine understood that this decision would stifle his experimental achievements. Yet he chose to make a sacrifice for the greater good. Indeed, this is a prudent solution. But why then do you still feel the need to apologize to Rogers? Diana asked, perplexed. Did you hear that? Dr. Erskine responded, somewhat taken aback before clarifying, Rogers' physical condition is far too poor. Even if the experiment succeeds, I cannot ascertain whether he will meet the standards of an ordinary human. Should he fall short of the expectations for a super soldier, the Department of Defense would undoubtedly be incensed, exposing Rogers as a figure for media spectacle. His image would be magnified and displayed on walls, and his purpose would come to an end, sending him to the battlefield. Yet what I have given him is insufficient to guarantee his survival. He would merely become cannon fodder, perhaps inspiring more Na'vi souls to enlist. Dr. Erskine, you are truly a good man, Diana remarked, realizing her earlier misjudgment of him. Dr. Erskine felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. I wouldn't call myself a good man. I have merely endured many trials, and I hope to avoid making the world any worse. Even if they persist with the super soldier program, it will only fortify soldiers to a degree of about 30. thus preventing anyone from posing a significant threat to the world. I now comprehend that darkness does not reside in a specific region or nation, but within the hearts of many. Individuals like Dr. Schmidt will continue to emerge, and I can only hope that my inventions do not become instruments of their destruction. Reflecting on his regrets regarding Rogers, Dr. Erskine pondered whether one could truly escape the clutches of darkness. He nodded at Diana and bid her farewell. After Dr. Erskine concluded his remarks, he rose and seemed reluctant to remain in that place, slowly exiting the laboratory. Listening to Dr. Erskine's words, Ren Jiu's spirits sank considerably. He had anticipated witnessing the birth of Captain America the following day, only to discover that Dr. Erskine was unwilling to repeat past mistakes. In a hushed tone within Wonder Woman's mind, Ren Jiu mused that the real world was far more intricate than he had imagined. After all, films were merely illusions. Captain America would no longer come to be. Might I glimpse the scene? I longed to behold the panoramic view of the entire experimental base and relive the moment of Captain America's inception in my mind. Wonder Woman, Diana, was also in low spirits. Having arrived in this world just a few days ago, she had already witnessed the darker facets of humanity. Ren Jiu's request was not unreasonable. She ascended to the observation platform on the second floor, seeking a spot to sit and ponder. The silence in the laboratory did not persist for long, as two of Dr. Erskine's assistants, sneaky and furtive, entered the lab. That old coot has finally left, one assistant remarked. Indeed, we were fortunate he arrived early and failed to notice anything amiss. He is blissfully unaware that we had already marked everything. Should he tamper with the machinery, we would detect it instantly, the other replied, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. As expected, the serum had been swapped. The higher-ups had long been aware of his little tricks. Had Howard Stark still been around, we might have encountered greater difficulties. Now that Howard is incapacitated, dealing with this old drunkard shouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, you must remain composed and not lose your footing. Here, take this. These are the last few vials of serum the old man brought back from Germany. It's safest to replace them. Tomorrow, let that little chick have something potent to truly elevate him. The assistant smirked mischievously as he devised a plan for his partner. The two meticulously inspected the laboratory once more, confirming that no other apparatus had been tampered with before feeling assured enough to depart. Wonder Woman, Diana, gradually made her way down, retrieving the ultra-concentrated serum that Dr. Erskine had previously replaced from a hidden compartment in the lab. Staring vacantly at the vials of normal concentration super soldier serum, she fell into deep contemplation. Ren Jiu's voice echoed in her mind, suggesting that these individuals believed themselves clever, not realizing that the mantis stalks the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind. We must swiftly inform Dr. Erskine of this predicament and urge him to make another switch. Otherwise, Rogers is doomed. Alas, it seems that regardless of the circumstances, the birth of Captain America cannot be averted. Although diminished, it nonetheless remains a reality that once existed. No, Ren Jiu, listen to me. I recall you persistently urging me to choose between closely following these superheroes to find a path home or disregarding all matters of this world. Quietly living out my life here. I understand that, for you, the quest for a way back is paramount. Yet for me, this world feels overwhelmingly burdensome. I do not wish to bear the weight of their lives and deaths. I refuse to allow my existence to alter the course of Captain America's story. I shall restore matters to their original course, and then we shall engage in ordinary, attainable endeavors within this world. I must apologize, but it is time to bid farewell to your superhero dreams. Wonder Woman opened the vial containing the super soldier serum, gently bit her finger, disregarding Ren Jiu's protests, and let her blood drip into it, murmuring, Captain America, this is all I can do for you. The following day, Rogers, accompanied by Agent Carter, arrived at the antique shop in Brooklyn. Wonder Woman concealed herself within the crowd, disguised as a medical personnel. Had it not been for Ren Jiu's fervent insistence to witness this extraordinary moment, Diana would have vanished into the sea of faces long ago. Old Mr. Stark was absent, and the operation of the life ray was entrusted to his assistant. A journalist sought an interview, but Stark's assistant stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Meanwhile, Dr. Erskine sighed in exasperation and quietly remarked to Wonder Woman that the life ray would significantly enhance the success rate of the serum. If the Red Skull were to acquire this machine, the side effects would be greatly diminished. To the best of my knowledge, only Mr. Stark could have developed such an advanced device, yet his sudden departure left no sufficient principles or blueprints behind, leaving this singular machine as the swan song of the life ray. At that moment, the Colonel and Senator entered, enthusiastically introducing the visiting guests to Dr. Erskine, while military journalists clamored to capture photographs. Dr. Erskine had no desire to engage with them. In his plans, once this experiment concluded, he intended to retire. However, he recognized that failing to cooperate as a German scientist in America would yield dire consequences. Agent Carter and Wonder Woman were escorted out of the laboratory to the observation platform on the second floor. Dr. Erskine placed Rogers inside the super soldier surgery chamber. Rogers exhibited no signs of anxiety. For him, failure bore no cost, while success was a coveted aspiration. "Hey, young man, are you ready?" Dr. Erskine gazed at the lad on the brink of transformation, filled with heartfelt blessings and a pang of guilt. "I've never felt such a wonderful sensation. Thank you, Doctor," Rogers replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The experiment commenced as Stark's assistant gradually increased the tools of the life ray machine, with the serum steadily infused into Rogers' body. Everything proceeded smoothly. Dr. Erskine believed he had sufficiently diluted the serum's concentration and felt no apprehension regarding the experiment's potential failure. He thought that given Rogers' resilience, even at a life ray power of 100, there would be no issues. However, when the life ray's power reached 70, the agonized Rogers could no longer endure, and the immense pain compelled him to scream. Dr. Erskine was taken aback. How could this happen? How could Rogers be overwhelmed by the diluted serum's energy when it was a pain he could barely endure? Dr. Erskine suddenly had a realization. He turned to his assistant, who appeared utterly unfazed. Erskine understood that something had gone awry. His little ruse had been uncovered. He rushed to the experimental chamber, observing Rogers' anguished expression, and shouted to Stark's assistant, "Stop this at once. He can't endure it any longer." From the observation platform, a prominent figure jested. "Isn't this fellow supposed to be quite formidable? How can he crumble under a mere sunbath?" Those nearby laughed heartily, equating the excruciating agony inflicted by the life ray to a simple sunbathing experience. Diana watched the heartless scene unfold, feeling that these individuals were even less compassionate than the beasts of the Amazon. Agent Carter, disregarding the guard's attempts to obstruct her, dashed into the experimental area. "Stop. This is going to cost someone their life." At that moment, Rogers suddenly felt a warm surge within him, helping to alleviate his suffering. Although the pain was still unbearable, it began to diminish gradually. Rogers shouted, "Don't stop. I can endure it. Increase the power to the maximum." Agent Carter hurried to the side of the chamber, exclaiming, "Doctor, you must stop. You will kill him at this rate." Dr. Erskine was perplexed. Moments ago, Rogers seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet now he appeared somewhat more at ease. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Although incredibly intelligent, Dr. Erskine felt utterly lost in that moment. He did not wish to be responsible for the death of this young man, and continued to inquire, "Rogers, do you still have consciousness? Are you certain you are not speaking nonsense?" Agent Carter gazed at the doctor with an almost pleading expression. "Doctor, please stop. I believe this has gone far enough." Just as the doctor began to waver, Diana, standing beside Carter, gave Erskine a resolute look. Only she understood the true state of Rogers within. The super soldier serum created by Dr. Erskine was essentially a refined blood extract from an unknown organism, while Diana, as a princess of the Amazons, possessed a blood rich in healing factors. When her blood mingled with that of the savage, unknown organism, it created a new formula, abundant, easily absorbed, and highly effective. Upon seeing Diana's assured expression, Dr. Erskine felt a surge of confidence and diminished doubt, commanding his assistants to set the power to maximum. Diana turned to Carter, offering comfort. "If you believe in him, you should trust his choices. He will succeed. With the doctor here, there is no cause for concern." Carter's emotions steadied slightly as Diana whispered to her inner voice, "What are you doing? You know comforting others is not my forte. Why are you silent?" After a few moments of silence, her inner voice remained unresponsive, prompting Diana to nearly thump her own head in frustration. "If you don't clarify things, we may as well speak less in the future." The sole individual capable of communicating with Ren Jiu is Diana. The thought of Diana ignoring him is perhaps his greatest fear. With a deep sigh, Ren Jiu remarked, It suddenly occurred to me that soon an insider within this experimental base will trigger an explosion, taking the opportunity to eliminate Dr. Erskine." Diana furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Such a critical matter. Why did you not mention it sooner? We must rescue the doctor." Instinctively, she shifted a bit closer to Dr. Erskine. Ren Jiu had anticipated this reaction from Diana and replied, "The world operates in such a manner. There are always individuals who perish for various reasons. I believe we should not allow our acquaintance with Dr. Erskine to disrupt the natural order of things. As I previously mentioned, the butterfly effect can be quite severe." Just as Diana was about to respond, the life ray chamber slowly opened. Even those on the second floor observation deck surged downstairs, eager to witness the monumental moment of the experiment's success. The magnificent apparatus capable of emitting life rays had consumed nearly half of Manhattan's electrical power. The life ray, operating at full capacity, was a feat not even Stark had attempted, and the immense energy that could plunge half of Manhattan into darkness was no trifling matter. The device seemed to recognize that the experiment had concluded. Amidst a dazzling display of sparks and cacophonous noise, it appeared unable to withstand such an overwhelming surge of energy. Coming to a complete halt without anyone at the controls, Howard Stark's assistant gazed at the smoking machine, aware that without an exceptional scientist, this would be the final operation of the device. The general approached the life apparatus, fury evident in his voice. Good heavens, what have you all done? Do you have any idea how much this machine cost the Department of Defense? Dr. Erskine secretly hoped for the machine's failure, wishing to terminate this experiment that could obliterate the world. He saw the experimental chamber door fully open and hurried to support Rogers as he emerged. No, at that moment, he was no longer the original Steve Rogers. Soon, the world would know him as Captain America. The muscular Steve dazzled everyone present. Although Ren Jiu had described him, Diana found it hard to believe her eyes as she beheld Captain America's colossal, shell-like pectorals. Agent Carter, feeling a mix of relief that Dr. Erskine had not heeded her advice to halt the experiment, bashfully moved to assist Steve Rogers. As the crowd listened to the couple's blush-inducing whispers, they chuckled in anticipation of celebrating the experiment's success. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the second-floor observation deck, leaving the onlookers bewildered, huddled in the cramped laboratory. Hesitant to move, Diana had foreseen these events, standing guard beside Dr. Erskine, softly asserting, Ren Jiu, I must protect Erskine, not out of familiarity, but because I cannot bear to witness the demise of such a good man. A senator, who had been exchanging pleasantries with the general moments before, suddenly drew a handgun and leapt onto the experimental platform. This was no senator. He was clearly a trained operative. He swiftly seized the remaining half-bottle of the super-soldier serum, his gun scanning the crowd for a target. As an intelligence operative deeply entrenched within the upper echelons of the American government, the cost of exposure was far too great. A mere half-bottle of serum was insufficient, and he needed to extract further interest from the Americans. His primary targets were Dr. Erskine and Steve Rogers. However, both had been expertly concealed in the blind spots of his gun by Diana and Agent Carter, who were no strangers to danger. The Hydra agent, disguised as a prominent senator, gritted his teeth. After all, the crowd was filled with dignitaries, and he fired indiscriminately into the throng. The air was soon filled with anguished cries, indicating that someone had been struck. Furious, Diana could no longer tolerate the continuation of this atrocity and dashed forward. Although Dr. Erskine understood that Diana was no ordinary individual, he instinctively felt compelled to protect her, following closely behind. The trained Hydra spy seized this fleeting moment of vulnerability, grinning malevolently as he aimed at the doctor. Just as he pulled the trigger, Diana, propelled by extraordinary speed, arrived before him. The muzzle flash had scarcely erupted when the Hydra agent was met with searing pain, collapsing beside the staircase. He had no time to marvel at the woman's prowess. Upon seeing Dr. Erskine fall, he seized his final opportunity to flee. Agent Carter, who had burst forth nearly simultaneously with Diana, spotted the doctor on the ground and resolutely pledged to prevent the spy's escape. Drawing her concealed small-caliber pistol, she disregarded her own safety and hastened after him. Steve Rogers rushed to embrace the fallen Dr. Erskine, who represented the closest thing he had to living parents, having reshaped his very existence. A wave of shame washed over Rogers. He had forgotten that he was no longer the frail Steve Rogers of yore. Had he acted sooner, perhaps Dr. Erskine would not have been shot. Even Agent Carter had reacted more swiftly. This was the first time Dr. Erskine had sustained such a grievous injury. Noticing the shame etched upon Rogers' face, he managed a faint smile and shook his head, signaling Rogers to disregard it. He extended his finger toward Rogers' chest, reminding him to never forget his past as a weakling, urging him to remain a good person no matter what lay ahead. As Dr. Erskine felt the warmth of his blood seeping from him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, he had fully realized the transformation plan for Steve Rogers. His sacrifice infused Rogers with the final courage needed to become Captain America. Rogers watched as medical personnel arrived to gently lay the doctor down, then bravely surged forward. Unafraid this time, for he was Captain America. When Wonder Woman Diana witnessed Dr. Erskine's fall, her eyes blazed with fury. Erskine was the finest individual she had ever known, sometimes surpassing even her own ideals. Observing the laboratory, which should have been heavily guarded, she noted the conspicuous absence of sentinels to thwart the Hydra agent. A thought echoed in her mind. Good heavens, Diana. Look at the expressions on the faces of these esteemed figures. There is not a hint of shock among them. Diana observed closely and remarked, "Many individuals appear to be clad in bulletproof vests." Recalling the moment when the explosion transpired, it was evident that the crowd remained remarkably composed. Ren Jiu expressed his frustration, realizing that this was indeed the reason for their persistent abstention from combat. Diana understood that Dr. Erskine's long-standing fears were validated. The upper echelons of America had been infiltrated by Hydra, who had foreknowledge of the impending attack. Whether in Germany or America, Dr. Erskine's success had merely facilitated the delivery of his experimental results in a Hydra's hands. The Hydra agent, armed solely with a handgun, stormed into the antique shop. But the elderly shopkeeper sensed something amiss and drew her submachine gun in an attempt to thwart him. However, the Hydra spy had evidently undergone rigorous military training, swiftly incapacitating the last line of defense with just 2 shots. In the vehicle dispatched by the Senate to retrieve him, 2 previously jovial individuals revealed their sinister intentions upon hearing the gunfire at the entrance. As the Hydra agent burst forth, they unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the guards stationed at the door. Caught off guard, Brooklyn's antique shop had become, in essence, an unprotected little store. Fortunately, Agent Carter followed closely behind, preventing the Hydra agent from fleeing too far. Yet, despite Carter's indomitable spirit, her combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Hydra spy. Had it not been for Captain America's timely intervention, Carter might have met a dire fate. Disguised as a medical professional, Wonder Woman Diana accompanied the military doctor from the laboratory as they hastily lifted Dr. Erskine onto the ambulance. The ambulance arrived with commendable promptness, indicating that those powerful figures, despite their bulletproof attire, were still wary of injury and had preemptively arranged for medical assistance on standby. The camouflaged military ambulance sped along the road, blending into its surroundings. Upon noticing the professionalism of the military doctor accompanying Diana, the nurses and doctors who arrived with the ambulance took their seats in the front, creating additional space for the physician to attend to Dr. Erskine. As the ninja assault began, Diana placed her trust in this military doctor, the very same who had treated Howard Stark. Dr. Erskine had placed his confidence in him as well. Although Diana possessed some knowledge of human anatomy, she had not undergone formal medical training, and the inhabitants of Paradise Island exhibited remarkable self-healing abilities, rendering ordinary ailments trivial in their eyes. Thus, the military doctor became the primary caregiver, while Wonder Woman could only assist to the best of her abilities. After a flurry of activity, the military doctor finally completed his tasks and took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, reflecting, fortuitously, "Your timely intervention during the shooter's assault prevented Erskine from meeting a grim fate. As it stands, the gunshot wound is a through-and-through injury and not particularly severe. It seems this old fellow has indeed maintained his physical fitness for your sake." The seasoned physician, gazing closely at the masked Diana, felt a mix of concern for his old comrade and an unshakable sense of unease. Diana offered an awkward smile, knowing that Erskine's relatively robust physique was a result of the diluted serum he had been injected with, and thankfully, he had previously fortified his body. Otherwise, that bullet, while not fatal, would have certainly taken its toll on his aging limbs. At this moment, the 2 individuals suddenly realized that after a prolonged period of activity, they were unaware of their vehicle's whereabouts. It was then that Diana vaguely discerned that the landscape outside the window was not that of a hospital, but rather the familiar George Washington Bridge. The bridge loomed just above them, prompting Diana to sense that something was amiss. Her mind raced to recall what had transpired. As the vehicle came to a halt, the military doctor, visibly displeased, bellowed, "Why have we stopped? Why have you left us here? What is going on? Why aren't we heading to the hospital?" Esteemed within the medical community, the doctor was indignant at the negligence of his subordinates, reprimanding them without restraint. At that moment, Dr. Erskine, whose condition had improved slightly, regained a flicker of consciousness and, with great effort, managed to open his eyes a fraction, uttering something faintly. Wonder Woman leaned closer, straining to discern his words. In a whisper, Dr. Erskine said, "There is danger." His words jolted Diana into awareness, and she too comprehended the gravity of the situation. Someone must have orchestrated a plan to abduct Dr. Erskine. Diana then noticed the military doctor angrily attempting to force open the ambulance door. "No," she shouted, but it was too late. The doctor had already pried the door open a crack. He turned to Diana with a bewildered expression, oblivious to the unfolding peril. What greeted him was a gleaming dagger, wickedly sharp, that swiftly pierced through the narrow opening, plunging into his chest. The malevolent blade began to glow crimson, as if reveling in a sinister delight. Diana watched in horror as the doctor succumbed to his fate. Her heart seethed with rage, yet she felt powerless to alter the course of events. The dagger was withdrawn, and the doctor's lifeless body toppled forward, forcefully swinging the ambulance door wide open. At the entrance stood a warrior clad in a red bodysuit and a crimson scarf, with only their eyes visible, coldly regarding Diana. In Diana's mind, Ren Jiu exclaimed, "A Japanese ninja?" With little time to elaborate on the concept of a ninja, Ren Jiu warned, "Be careful, this opponent is formidable." Diana nodded, understanding all too well the threat posed by the recent attack. Although she regarded her adversaries with due seriousness, the ninja seemed to dismiss Diana, who was disguised as a medical personnel. Stepping forward, the ninja appeared poised to speak, but suddenly executed a swift draw of their blade, aiming directly for Diana's heart. The speed of the strike was remarkable, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. However, to Diana, whose physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary individual, it posed little threat. She gracefully shifted her body back, evading the arc of the blade, intending to counterattack with decisive force. However, just then, a faint rustle from behind alerted her to impending danger. Lacking practical combat experience, Ren Jiu's heart raced as he shouted, "Diana, someone is behind you." Wonder Woman, leveraging her significantly superior physical prowess, calmly turned her gaze to the side. Patiently awaiting the moment she could perceive her opponent's strike through her peripheral vision before commencing her evasive maneuvers. The ninja, having leapt onto the ambulance, clearly did not anticipate the formidable ingenuity of this female nurse, stepping forward to execute a horizontal slash with his blade, aiming to exploit the confined space within the ambulance to eliminate Diana. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Since the onset of the skirmish, the flustered Ren Jiu had entered a mode of incessant repetition, showcasing his ineptitude as a comrade with a rather detrimental psychological impact. Silence. Diana felt a surge of irritation. Were it not for her commitment to safeguarding Dr. Erskine, she would have been inclined to charge out and unleash her fury indiscriminately. With an assailant approaching from behind and another ninja sweeping across her path, even with her extraordinary physical capabilities, Diana was not arrogant enough to confront the blade unarmed. She swiftly crouched down, narrowly evading the sweeping strike. In response to the thrust from behind, she timed her movements precisely, managing to evade the attack just in the nick of time. Despite her substantial advantage in strength, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed in this hand-to-hand scenario without spatial leverage. As Ren Jiu finally regained his composure, he offered a crucial suggestion. "Diana, charge out. Do not worry about Erskine. They are exerting considerable effort to kidnap him, and they will not harm him." Trusting Ren Jiu implicitly, Diana immediately sprang into action upon hearing his analysis. Already in a crouched position, she adjusted her stance slightly, channeling her energy before propelling herself like a cannonball towards the ninja who had ascended the ambulance. Diana collided with the ninja, sending him crashing out of the ambulance. As she executed a flawless landing, applause erupted from the riverbank. Observing her surroundings, Diana noted the ninja she had felled slowly rising to his feet, while the doors of the ambulance opened to reveal two more ninjas exiting. Initially, two ninjas had intended to ambush Diana from the ambulance. Had she not charged out, she would have faced assaults from three directions. Relieved at her timely exit, Diana turned her attention to the figures by the riverbank. Among the onlookers, one stood apart from the others, accompanied by a red-clad ninja as a bodyguard. He exuded an air of distinction. Dressed in a tailored suit with a meticulously groomed hairstyle, he possessed an artistic flair that belied his menacing presence. Yet, his malevolent gaze resembled that of a high-ranking thug. Remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable woman. Enough with the pleasantries. What are you Japanese ninjas doing here? Diana demanded sharply, tearing off the mask that hung from her ear. From Ren Jiu, she had learned that these Japanese individuals were also extremists, and given their immediate resort to violence, her patience was understandably thin. The suited man, taken aback by Diana's unparalleled beauty, feigned gallantry as he introduced himself. "Allow me to present myself. My name is Nobu Yoshioka, the head of the Hand Association in New York." Diana remained unfazed by his identity and continued, "Our organization is as formidable as Germany's Hydra and Russia's Leviathan. Not a single organization in America can compare to us." Diana retorted with sarcasm, "If you are so impressive, why then resort to abducting a patient?" Yoshioka Shin smiled and replied, "This is an order from our headquarters in Japan. I must take Dr. Erskine, regardless of the consequences." Initially, I had my doubts about whether such a mission warranted my personal involvement. However, witnessing your capabilities, I genuinely believe this task merits my direct engagement. If I can bring you and the doctor back alive, I would consider even the sacrifice of the entire New York branch worthwhile." Diana disdainfully remarked, "You will be disappointed then. None of you will leave here today. Words are futile, now that you have revealed your identity. I presume you want tea, let us go easily." Let us settle this with strength. Yoshioka Shin laughed heartily. I concede. You are indeed formidable. The fight in the ambulance was impressive. Even I would have found it challenging to extricate myself from that situation. But look around you. I cannot believe you can defeat 6 ninjas. The 6 ninjas present, aside from Yoshioka's bodyguard, began to move, guarding against any possible escape routes for Diana. With the need to protect Dr. Erskine, Diana had no intention of fleeing. Before the 5 could fully encircle her, she launched an attack on the one she had previously knocked down. The other 4, sensing danger, quickly surrounded her, yet Wonder Woman, facing 5 adversaries, held her ground. Not only did she evade their assaults with remarkable agility, but she also focused her offensive prowess on a single ninja. That unfortunate individual was struck several times in quick succession. As the encirclement began to show signs of vulnerability, Yoshioka, losing his earlier composure, signaled for his bodyguard ninja to join the fray. As Yoshioka's bodyguard, this ninja was no less formidable. Faced with the onslaught of 6 ninjas, Diana found herself reduced to mere defense, unable to retaliate effectively. Yoshioka was becoming increasingly anxious, yet he dared not utter a word. These ninjas moved with a ghostly grace and were adept at coordinated attacks, occasionally feigning weaknesses to lure Diana into counterattacks. Fortunately, Diana was not merely a powerhouse. Under the tutelage of the Queen and Generals of Paradise Island, she possessed not only extensive combat experience, but also skills that far surpassed those of this world. However, concern gnawed at Diana. While she was confident in her own endurance, capable of fighting all day without faltering, Dr. Erskine still required urgent medical attention. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk that Dr. Erskine would perish from neglect. Meanwhile, Yoshioka's confidence was waning. He realized that if the American military grew suspicious and dispatched reinforcements, even his skilled ninjas would struggle to escape. The calm demeanor he once exhibited had morphed into palpable anxiety. Yoshioka Nobu resolved to pursue victory by any means necessary, even if it meant foregoing the capture of the exquisite beauty before him. He stealthily approached Diana from behind, slowly drawing his ninja blade, intending to strike when the moment was ripe and incapacitate her. Nobu, I have heard tales of your rising fortune since your arrival in New York. Yet today you resort to using so many men to intimidate a mere girl and even launch a sneak attack yourself. It appears the reality of your character is far more shameless than the rumors suggest. A frail old man with silver hair suddenly mocked, pointing his cane at Nobu from a distance. Diana had long perceived Nobu's intentions, feigning ignorance in the hopes of luring him into a trap. She planned to seize the opportunity to counterattack when he drew near, risking minor injuries in the hopes of wounding him enough to escape unscathed. The arrival of the mysterious elder relieved Ren Jiu. It seemed he was not an ally of Nobu's, and judging by his demeanor, he possessed some level of skill, thus alleviating the need for desperate measures. Diana nodded gently. They had deliberated on their risky strategy for quite some time. What brings you here, you old fool? Nobu exclaimed, clearly familiar with the elder, even exhibiting a hint of trepidation. I have no time to bicker with you today. We shall settle our scores another time. The 6 ninjas, upon the elder's arrival, retreated into a defensive formation, encircling Diana to prevent her from escaping easily. The elder did not approach Nobu, but instead walked directly towards Diana. The ninjas, confronted by the immense pressure the elder exuded, began to withdraw incrementally. As the elder stood before Diana, he pointed out 2 of the ninjas, saying, "These 2 are Chunin, possessing greater strength, while the others are merely Jinin, not the main offensive force. Their primary role is to shield you." Diana gasped, "Old man, I was worried for you and considered advising you to leave. It seems your eyes are indeed fine. I must have misjudged you. Your eyes appear small, making them less conspicuous, correct?" Diana was confident in her vision. She had seen clearly that behind the elder's sunglasses were closed eyes, suggesting he was blind. His elevated status seemed to instill fear in Nobu, yet to her surprise, the elder seemed well aware of everything unfolding. Nobu, furious that the elder had exposed the weaknesses of his ninja squad, bellowed orders for his men to attack en masse, no longer hesitating, as he personally joined the fray. "Since you insist on meddling, I shall ensure you understand the consequences today." The elder, nearly losing his balance at Diana's words, stumbled slightly. "Young girl, I had hoped to guide you, but it seems you lack the wisdom I anticipated." Having faced countless battles and survived near-death experiences without shedding a tear, the elder now felt a sense of sorrow, a peculiar feeling of wanting to cry without tears. Diana had initially believed that the elder's willingness to join the fight indicated he possessed some ability to help alleviate her burden. She had not anticipated that her words would provoke the old man to unleash his formidable skills in a fit of rage. He was not merely competent, but exceptionally powerful. Apart from the prowess of Yoshioka Shin, who could contend with the old man in a one-on-one match. Even the two ch were no match for him. Diana realized her mistake and quickly confessed, "Forgive me, elder. You risked your life to assist me, and I should not have remarked that your eyes are simply too small. Perhaps you are merely unwilling to open them. Or perhaps squinting allows you to harness greater combat prowess. This may even be your unique technique. Please do not take me as your disciple. I truly cannot learn from you, as I am not adept at squinting. I believe it is best to focus my energies on fighting, for squinting throughout a battle is rather uncomfortable." The old man, infuriated, directed his ire towards the approaching Yoshioka Shin, exclaiming that the girl's words were intolerably vexing. "Listen here, girl, let me clarify. I am called the Staff Elder, and I am the leader of the Purity Society. We have been resisting the Hand Society across the globe for centuries. Though I am blind, it does not diminish my combat abilities in the slightest. I possess extraordinary sensory perception." Yoshioka Shin, listening from the sidelines, was on the verge of tears from laughter. "Old man, I must return and recount this tale to everyone, to let them know you sought a disciple only to be rejected for not wishing to learn your squinting attack." Of course, Yoshioka did not intend to mock the Staff Elder. He recognized that the two were unfamiliar with one another and sought to sow discord between him and Diana. Simultaneously, he signaled to his subordinate ninjas, who understood the cue and dispatched two lower-ranked ninjas to confront the Staff Elder, while the remaining four continued their assault on Diana alongside Yoshioka. The Staff Elder, feeling slighted by Diana's earlier remarks, was somewhat unsettled but easily managed to fend off the two lower-ranked ninjas, anticipating a moment of amusement at Diana's expense. Observing his scheme unfold successfully, Yoshioka commanded his two ch to join him in a fervent assault on Diana, while the other two lower-ranked ninjas lurked nearby, poised for a surprise attack. Ren Jiu watched as what had seemed a favorable situation devolved into a stalemate due to Diana's naivety and earnestly advised, "I say, you should just admit your mistake. You were indeed in the wrong. The elder is clearly blind, and you suggested he was too lazy to open his eyes, even implying it was some secret technique. You even claimed you had no desire to learn the art of squinting in battle. I say, the old man has shown you mercy by not siding with the Japanese against you." Diana was also feeling the heat of indignation. "But I did not speak falsely. Which blind person can see more clearly than one with sight? How could he immediately discern who was a ninja? Moreover, he strutted in here as if he were some great authority, claiming he intended to take me as his disciple. I certainly do not perceive any remarkable skill from him. The one teaching me martial arts is none other than the Queen of Amazonia, alongside the generals of the Amazon tribe. And that so-called Purity Society? Just the sound of its name suggests it is hardly a prestigious organization." Diana, visibly indignant, found herself compelled to adopt Ren Jiu's theory of respecting both the elderly and the young. A twinge of guilt washed over her as she hesitated, ultimately addressing the old stick master in the manner Ren Jiu had instructed. "Esteemed elder," she proclaimed, "as a newcomer to this realm, I must confess my ignorance in not recognizing you as the legendary old stick master. Your esteemed reputation precedes you. Even a mere fraction of your skill would render an ordinary person invincible in this world. It is a privilege to meet you today, and I sincerely hope you can overlook my earlier impudence. If you could graciously impart a technique or two to help me out of this predicament, I would be honored to become your disciple and strive to uphold the purity of the art." Ren Jiu, concerned that Diana might discern the underlying implications of her words, adopted the flowery language of martial arts novels. As anticipated, Diana was oblivious to the subtleties of her own speech and merely recited it as instructed. Yoshioka Shin's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He had not expected such a stunningly beautiful woman to articulate such shameless words with even greater fluency than himself. The old stick master smirked, internally amused by her sycophantic remarks. The two lower-ranking ninjas before him posed no challenge, with a mere exertion of force. He knocked one of their swords from their grasp and kicked it towards Diana, instructing, "Take the sword, my apprentice. I shall teach you how to carve your way out of this situation. However, I will not assist you without reservation. You must rely on your own abilities to unlock your potential." Diana paid little heed to the old stick master's words, yet the sword was undeniably useful. She sidestepped skillfully, evading the dual assault from the two mid-ranking ninjas, and leaped into the air. Yoshioka Shin had intended to intercept her mid-air, yet was taken aback when Diana, unleashing her full power, swiftly seized the ninja's sword. Meanwhile, the old stick master effortlessly dealt with the two lower-ranking ninjas, one of whom was now disarmed. As if slicing through vegetables, he showed no mercy, and the two red-clad ninjas were struck at their vital points, vanishing in a puff of smoke as if they had never existed. Turning back, the old stick master, despite having lived for centuries, retained a youthful exuberance. He struck a cool pose, cautioning Diana, "Be wary, child." Yoshioka Shin is one of the few elite ninjas in the Hand and Association. Even I would find it challenging to contend with him. The ninja sword he wields is a rare masterpiece, when both sides are evenly matched. The one with superior weaponry stands a far lesser chance of defeat. In a display of his dedication as a mentor, the old stick master elucidated Yoshioka's prowess, his tone tinged with a hint of pride in his role as a teacher. Diana, however, dismissed his words, recalling how she had held her ground against 6 ninjas and Yoshioka Shin barehanded. Now armed, she regarded Yoshioka Shin, poised to unleash a powerful strike filled with fervor. Yoshioka Shin recognized Diana's formidable prowess but was unprepared for the precision of her swordsmanship. From the moment she grasped the sword, she had already calculated her angle of attack. With a single strike of immense force, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, Jai-Ka Shin found himself inadequately prepared as he was struck down towards the ground, unable to evade the blow. The impact was so sudden that he had no opportunity to roll away and dissipate the force. Diana, observing her newly acquired ninja sword shatter into 2 pieces due to the overwhelming power exerted, turned to the staff elder and remarked, "You were indeed correct. His weapon is quite formidable." The elder, striving to maintain his composure, donned a facade of nonchalance despite the situation. He felt utterly captivated by Diana's extraordinary prowess. Reflecting on his own past experiences, he realized that, without a doubt, he could not have achieved such an effect even against a mere bystander, let alone Jai-Ka Shin. The other 4 ninjas, witnessing their leader's defeat, did not falter. Instead, they positioned themselves to shield Diana, providing their master with a moment to recover. Sensing an opportunity, the elder surged forward with his staff, intent on obliterating the formidable combatants of the Hand. "I have long proclaimed that you are no match for us." A voice suddenly echoed from behind the struggling Jai-Ka Shin. Diana, initially poised to swiftly eliminate the threat, was compelled to exercise caution upon hearing the unexpected voice. Emerging from behind Jai-Ka was a young man clad in a red-flowered kimono, appearing to be merely in his 20s. His long hair, parted down the middle, flowed gracefully yet carried an inexplicable sorrow. In Diana's mind, Ren Jiu remarked, "Isn't this fellow a character from the Samurai Spirits game, Oki? No, he seems a tad more flamboyant. Wait, is he blind? What an odd day to encounter so many blind masters. Could there be a superhero ensemble unbeknownst to me, the Fantastic Four of the Blind?" Diana gazed at the kimono-clad figure and murmured, "I sense an aura of malevolence about him." Ren Jiu, observe how peculiar his red mask is. It appears his eyes possess powers unlike those of the ordinary world. Despite being blindfolded, he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if he were privy to all that transpired. "I have already warned you," he stated. "Dr. Erskine is surrounded by formidable individuals, and the potions he has developed can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of those around him. You arrogant youths. Do you truly believe the mission assigned to you by the Japanese headquarters is so simple? If it were, they would not have dispatched me to monitor your actions." At that moment, Jai-Ka Shin had risen, visibly more resilient than the average person. His finely crafted suit bore several tears, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Jai-Ka Shin remained unimpressed by the presence of the observer from the Japanese headquarters. Summoning all his ninjas back to his side, the once boisterous elder gradually approached Diana, now acutely aware of the unfolding circumstances. Jai-Ka Shin, unfamiliar with the observer from Japan, bellowed, "Ignorant youth, while I established a dominion for the Hand in New York, you were still oblivious, perhaps wetting your bed." Ren Jiu lamented in Diana's mind, "It's over." The tone of this situation clearly spells doom. I recall a renowned film featuring a similar scene, where someone proclaimed, "I have served the party and the nation," only to meet a tragic end. The man in the kimono spoke leisurely. "The mission of your New York division is to lure out the opponent. I initially believed the only target would be an old man, whom you might manage alone without my intervention. I only emerged to witness your disheveled appearance. Your foolish audacity is quite amusing. It would be wise for you to retreat and focus on perimeter defense, ensuring they do not escape." Yoshikawa was thoroughly incensed, declaring, "This matter is none of your concern. The pure innocence, which your division has failed to eradicate, will be extinguished today by my hand. But first, you shall descend to hell with regret." Instinctively, Ren Jiu felt an overwhelming dread towards the man in the kimono and suggested, "Let them turn against each other. Diana, we must find an opportunity to leave. Whether they live or die, this world will not change much. Dr. Erskine's life is of utmost importance." Diana nodded, resolute that they must escape at the first chance. Observing the old man not far from her, Diana contemplated urging him to accompany her. The old man stood slightly ahead of Diana, muttering to himself. Yoshikawa has grown too arrogant over the years. He perceives himself as a feudal lord. Were it not for this, he would recognize this person, and he would not be dying with his eyes unclosed. With a roar, Yoshikawa suddenly charged forward. Diana noticed that Yoshikawa was using his shout to distract the man while subtly closing the distance to engage within his attack range. With a swift step forward, he executed the most common draw technique in Japanese swordsmanship, utilizing the speed of the draw for a surprise attack, typically resulting in a lethal blow. Even Diana, whose physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, was momentarily stunned. This version of Yoshikawa was far superior to the one who had fought her earlier. In this state, Yoshikawa could easily dispatch the old man, who had previously fought without exertion. However, it appeared that the masked man was keenly observing everything. His motion to draw his sword seemed agonizingly slow, yet it perfectly intercepted Yoshikawa's attack path, as if he was unprepared and his blade had not yet cleared the sheath. The remaining 4 ninjas swiftly converged, intending to surround the man in the kimono. As he faced Yoshikawa, he drew his long sword to fend off the ninja's assault, all while his gaze remained fixated on Yoshikawa, as if fearing his escape. At the moment Yoshikawa stepped forward, the old man continued. This boy in the kimono is Japan's most formidable genius. Legend has it that he spoke a fortnight after birth, learned to walk at 3 months, could read and write by his first birthday, and at the age of 4, became one of the 5 greatest painters in contemporary Japan. Originally, he was destined to be an enviable genius, poised to achieve remarkable success in either scientific research or the arts. However, tragedy struck when he was merely 6 years old. That year, he composed his first opera and survived 2 suicide attempts. The reasons behind his initial attempt remain a mystery, though it is rumored that he witnessed something during that fateful moment, prompting a second attempt. As the world lamented the fall of such brilliance, he vanished from sight, only to resurface approximately 7 years later, at the age of 13, with reports of him proving the existence of God through incomprehensible mathematical formulas in a library at the Imperial University. His name was Shido Tami, nicknamed Gorgon, hailed as the man closest to divinity in all of Japan. At the moment when the elder spoke words that left both Diana and Ren Jiu in disbelief, the confronting Yoshioka Nobu laughed heartily and taunted, "What's the matter, young man? Are you out of strength? Even without exerting myself, you cannot best me. Prepare to meet your end." The elder sighed, reflecting that while rumors may be exaggerated, they often arise from a kernel of truth. Some things, though astonishing, undeniably exist. Diana, puzzled by the elder's words, observed Yoshioka Nobu's face, which suddenly transformed from mirth to sheer terror. "What is happening? I can't feel my legs. What have you done to me? What is wrong with your eyes?" Yoshioka's shouts diminished, his body gradually stiffening. Although his back was turned to Diana, her keen eyesight discerned that his hands had turned a ghastly gray. His once supple skin had hardened to a stony texture. Gorgon, with his disheveled hair obscuring his visage, left Diana bewildered about the specific events transpiring. Yet she comprehended that Yoshioka's final words indicated it was Gorgon's eyes that had wrought this transformation. The elder gazed at Gorgon from a distance, remarking, "I never imagined that even the illustrious Gorgon, renowned as the man closest to God in Japan, would find his way to America and become a mere lackey of the Hand Association. Many claim you founded the Dawn of White Light as a terrifying cult. I expected it to be superior to the Hand Association, yet you have not escaped the common vices." Gorgon disdainfully pointed the hilt of his sword at the elder. "How could a mere mortal like you comprehend the will of the divine?" He gestured towards Diana, stating, "To my surprise, I encounter someone of comparable strength here, and a woman at that. If you obediently return with me, I shall absolve you of all your sins." The elder, speaking in hushed tones, cautioned, "Be wary. It is said that gazing into his eyes can turn one to stone." With that, the elder charged forth. Gorgon, with a dismissive air, drew his long sword, using his left hand to parry the elder's staff while thrusting with his right towards the elder's lower half. The elder nimbly leaped upward, evading Gorgon's assault, but unexpectedly found himself locked in Gorgon's gaze. Ren Jiu felt a chill run down his spine and urged, "Hurry, Diana. The elder will perish in a single move. If we do not flee, we are doomed." Without waiting for Ren Jiu to finish, Diana rushed forward, her half-length ninja blade proving insufficient to reach Gorgon, who effortlessly sidestepped her attack. Previously, all of Yoshikawa Shin's ninjas surrendered to Gorgon, who now sought an opportune moment to launch an assault alongside the old man. The old man, having narrowly escaped Gorgon's gaze, gently shook his head, cautioning that even a sightless old fool like himself could not afford to linger under that stare. The legend was flawed. It was not merely the 4 eyes meeting that posed a threat, but but rather the peril of being seen up close. Once targeted, even if one managed to disengage, their faculties would not immediately return to normal. Even now, he felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. Aware that the old man could not swiftly regain his peak combat prowess, Diana resolved to unleash a frenzied offensive against Gorgon to protect him. Gorgon, cognizant of Diana's formidable strength, dared not underestimate her. In response to her thrust, he merely parried with the scabbard of his left-hand blade. Ren Jiu, resembling a furiously agitated cat, cried out, "Diana, be cautious. He is preparing to use the same technique that injured the old man earlier, attempting to eliminate you with a direct gaze." At that moment, Diana felt an overwhelming urge to retort, "What are you staring at?" Although she initially wished to evade being constrained by strategies, Ren Jiu's warning instinctively prompted her to prepare as advised. Gorgon chuckled quietly, crossing his arms as he severed Diana's already compromised ninja blade once more. Realizing the dire situation too late, Diana quickly retreated, her weapon reduced to little more than a hilt. "Child, how can you hope to contend with a legendary weapon of god-slaying prowess using merely an ordinary ninja blade? Your recently acquainted teacher seems intent on watching you falter to validate his own greatness. You ought to forgive him. After all, you appear far more formidable than he does." A frail voice echoed from behind Diana and the old man. To their astonishment, it was Gorgon, who erupted into laughter, relishing his monumental triumph. He had never anticipated that the foremost traitor of the Hand Association, long sought after for centuries, would be lured out. "Yoshikawa Shin, I should have allowed your foul mouth to persist a while longer. Now, as I create history for the Hand Association, I am utterly alone." Gorgon clapped his hands heartily against the stone figure of Yoshikawa Shin, doubling over with mirth. This lunatic, in his frenzy, exuded an unsettling energy. The elder, often dubbed the greatest traitor of the Hand Association, ambled toward Diana, addressing the old man. "Look at how feeble you have become over the years. Now, you hesitate before a mere girl, recklessly assaulting an adversary you cannot defeat. This is not the resolute person you once were. The optimal method for executing tasks has long been evident, yet here you are, a source of disappointment." Ren Jiu observed the third blind man present, sensing his prophecy nearing fruition. "Diana, take a look around. Is there a fourth? Is the miraculous quartet now complete? With three appearing. Might they be a lineage of 3 generations?" Diana regarded the approaching elder, exasperated. And who might this blind man be? Reflecting on Ren Jiu's speculation, she glanced at the old man and added, "Is that your father, and this your son?" The old man, who had recently regained his mobility after being petrified by Gorgon, stumbled slightly at Diana's words. Approaching with an air of aloofness, he shamelessly introduced himself. "I am Izo, but you may also refer to me as Master Izo." Noticing Diana's lack of response, he continued, "After hiding for several centuries, encountering a beauty like you inevitably makes one more talkative. In the past, I was associated with an individual named Yashikata Kajifumi, who founded the Hand Association. Our initial aim was to bring order to society and provide protection for the people amidst chaos. However, I never anticipated that the Hand Association would stray further from its original purpose. After Yashikata's passing, I witnessed his descendants veering further down a misguided path. One day, upon acquiring a fragment of true dragon's power, I realized that all hope for change had vanished. I chose to depart from the Hand Association and wandered around Kunlun during my prolonged existence. It was there that I received enlightenment, compelling me to rectify the errors I had committed, leading to the establishment of the Pure Heart Society, which I later entrusted to this blind old fool. Although the Pure Heart Society is located in Kunlun, it has not garnered much true dragon power, and under the leadership of this old man, the society now teeters on the brink of collapse." The old man tapped his cane against the ground, admonishing, "Do not present yourself as a saint. The reason you were ousted from the position of president is your inability to extricate yourself from the vices of alcohol and gambling. Since you ventured near the sacred grounds of Kunlun and recruited us, you ought to comprehend the spiritual essence of Kunlun rather than wallow in self-pity. You nearly led the Pure Heart Society into a deeper abyss, which is why I was chosen to replace you. Furthermore, Pure Heart Society is truly a dreadful name." "Wait," Diana interjected, "I have no interest in your organizational structure. I merely wish to know why all of you seem to have some issues with your vision. Is it intentional? Or is it a form of ritual? You wish to take me as your disciple. Although I have not agreed, you wouldn't intend to blind me, would you?" The old man appeared to genuinely regard Diana as a confidant and elaborated, "Actually, your initial assumption was not incorrect. This is indeed a form of secret technique. To learn the combat skills of the Yashikata clan, one must transcend the limitations of their visual range. much like their blind ancestor Yashikata Kajifumi, and ceased to rely on deceptive sight to attain extraordinary sensory capabilities. Aizo blinded himself. I have been this way since birth. The reason Yashikata Kajifumi lacked strength was due to his cowardice in not blinding himself. No one will blind you. You will not recognize this man as your teacher. For what we are about to undertake will not be to your liking. Master Aizo glanced at Gorgon, his pace quickening. There is no time for nostalgia. Gorgon will not remain patient indefinitely. Young lady, since you have grasped the essence of it, I regret to inform you that Dr. Erskine is far too crucial for the Hand Association. Should the Hand Association merge serum technology with true dragon power, darkness will engulf the world. The old man fell into a profound silence, as though the unfolding events had long been anticipated. Now, the Gorgon has grown exceedingly powerful. Since we find ourselves incapable of defeating the Gorgon, there remains but one recourse to thwart its mission, the elimination of Dr. Erskine. Master Aizo, with an impassive gaze fixed upon the ambulance, believe that our trio possesses the strength to ensure the Gorgon cannot impede us. Diana never anticipated such a turn of events. It was unacceptable. No one shall harm Dr. Erskine. Though you claim to fight for justice, the moment you encounter adversity, you are willing to sacrifice your comrades and the innocent. If this cycle of sacrifice continues, how many lives will you deem expendable? Ultimately, is your victory meant to protect others, or will it result in the slaughter of all? What significance does such a victory hold? Indeed, we have contemplated your concerns. Yet must we allow the Gorgon to annihilate us all, only to abscond with Dr. Erskine? Is that what you desire? Having expressed all that needed to be said, further words are futile. The Gorgon's patience is finite. Master Aizo charged directly towards the ambulance. Naturally, Diana was determined not to let him succeed and promptly followed suit. Forgive me, Elder, she called out, as she hurled the hilt of her ninja blade at Master Aizo like a concealed weapon. Aizo, sensing the swift approach of the hilt, acted with caution. He paused momentarily, using his staff to deflect the projectile aimed at his face. Seizing the opportunity, Diana advanced. Yet the centuries-old Aizo proved to be no simple adversary. With her bare hands, Diana found herself momentarily at a stalemate. As Diana focused intently on Aizo, an unexpected figure, the staff elder, suddenly appeared before her, delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying. One must admit, the elder's agility was remarkable. Neither Diana nor Ren Jiu had sensed his approach. With a swift motion, Diana propelled herself toward the ambulance, only to find Aizo blocking her path with his staff. The most disheartening revelation for Diana was that the staff elder had already infiltrated the ambulance. No, Diana cried out in despair. This was her first encounter with the taste of betrayal in her long life. Just moments ago, they had fought side by side, sharing laughter with their comrades. The very elder, who she had fought to protect and who had promised to take her as a disciple, was now poised to slaughter her friend. The Gorgon anticipated a scene of mutual destruction, but was instead met with the sight of Diana being outmaneuvered by two cunning old men. As the staff elder rushed into the ambulance, the Gorgon bellowed in fury, "You dare employ deceit," and led the ninjas in pursuit of the ambulance. Previously, Diana had launched a full-scale offensive. Now, she fought with reckless abandon. Master Aizo, already struggling to defend himself, found himself utterly overwhelmed. Each of Diana's strikes forced him to retreat further. The staff in Aizo's hands posed far less threat than the ninja blades, and in a mere moment, Diana had pushed him to the side of the ambulance. With little time to spare, Diana delivered a merciless sidekick, sending Master Aizo crashing aside. Seizing this opportunity, she raced toward the ambulance. At that moment, the rear door of the ambulance swung open from within, the life signs monitor emitting a prolonged beep. The old warrior emerged, coldly stating, "As a soldier, you should possess this understanding. Everything has come to an end." Diana nearly screamed alongside the voice of Ren Jiu echoing in her mind. Why? The old warrior fixed his gaze upon the approaching Gorgon, declaring, "For this world, for our duty, this is our fate. You should leave. I ought not to have chosen someone with such keen eyesight as my apprentice. Those overly reliant on vision have their hearts veiled, unable to perceive the true nature of this world. Gorgon is on his way. We have already sacrificed too much today. Depart. For the two of us old men shall suffice for what remains." Ren Jiu fervently shouted in Diana's mind, "Diana, let those who treat lives as mere tools annihilate one another. We shall depart, and return later to collect the remains of these two old men." Although Diana did not wish ill upon the elderly men, she thought little of it, uttering not a word more, and leapt into the driver's seat of the ambulance. During her days in the military camp, she had already mastered every skill, and she could drive anything, even a tank, if she so desired. As Diana drove away in the ambulance, the old warrior and the dust-covered Master Izo stood side by side, facing the freshly positioned Gorgon. Gorgon looked at the two elders with disdain, remarking, "I thought to let you squabble among yourselves for an easy catch. Yet you seem to have grown weary of life after merely a few hundred years. Is that so?" The old warrior noticed 2ch preparing to pursue Diana, and, without waiting for them to cross his path, he engaged them, battling against the four ninjas. Master Izo regarded Gorgon, stating, "Indeed, I have lived long enough to feel somewhat tired of it, but whether I can find my peace depends on your capability." Gorgon, facing Izo, did not dare to underestimate him. This time, he struck first, the renowned Japanese blade wielder aiming straight for Izo's throat. Izo, unwilling to linger in combat, darted past him. In less than a few minutes, the old warrior had dispatched 2 genin and wounded a ch, panting heavily as Master Izo clutched his shoulder wound. Reflecting on the fortune of not being petrified, Gorgon proved to be even stronger than he had anticipated. Observing that the ninja posed no further threat, the old warrior exchanged positions with Master Izo, glancing at Gorgon in the distance. In a whisper inaudible to others, he remarked, "The first genius of Japan is indeed renowned. Yet your performance is somewhat exaggerated. I was momentarily hasty and fell into your trap, allowing you to use my hand to eliminate Dr. Erskine." Gorgon did not deny this, retorting, "Old fool, in terms of cunning, you still fall short. Why would I bring Dr. Erskine back alive for others to enjoy the dual benefits of the true dragon's power and serum, thus giving them a chance to surpass me? I am already invincible. Any serum is superfluous for me." The old warrior nodded. "This time, you successfully eradicated a rival, yet it is unfortunate you will not gain merit. Otherwise, the hand would truly be yours." Gorgon gazed upon the old man and Master Izo, who had subdued the ninja, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Are you still not done?" The old man scoffed. "Aside from your intention to use my hand to eliminate Dr. Erskine, there's another matter. Your petrification ability has surely reached its limit for brief usage, hasn't he it? Do you truly believe victory is assured at this stage?" Gorgon removed her eye mask, addressing the 2 seasoned individuals with fierce words, "You shall see for yourselves." Diana drove aimlessly along the banks of the Hudson River in an ambulance. She never anticipated that the very Dr. Erskine she had devotedly protected would not perish at the hands of the enemy, but rather succumb first to one of her own comrades. This profound sorrow, stemming from the depths of her heart, rendered her distrustful of humanity. Ren Jiu sighed within Diana's mind. "I always thought I had entered a comic world. Everything was within my calculations, save for my physical form. I never expected society would impart such a vivid lesson. From now on, I shall trust no one lightly. Though these 2 old fellows saved you, they are still deserving of their fate. Diana, stop the vehicle. If anyone sees you driving an ambulance, we will be unjustly implicated." Obediently, Diana followed Ren Jiu's command, abruptly halting the vehicle by the riverside. As she exited, she spoke, "Ren Jiu, I wish to return to my original world, to Paradise Island." Unaware of her own age, Diana cried like a child yearning for home. Ren Jiu merely responded with a few noncommittal sounds, at a loss as to how to console her. At this moment, returning seemed impossible, let alone integrating into the world of superheroes. Just as Diana was about to wipe her tears and leave this sorrowful place, her exceptional hearing detected a faint cough emanating from the ambulance. Suddenly, a possibility struck her. Fleeting images raced through her mind. Ignoring the tear stains on her face, she leaped to the back door of the ambulance. Inside, the sound of the life sign monitor continued its rhythmic beeping, while Dr. Erskine was struggling to loosen the straps of the stretcher to sit up. Diana's face radiated with the elation of survival as she approached Dr. Erskine. Concentrating all her mental faculties, she could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Dr. Erskine, far from being deceased, was thriving. 013 is unworthy of you, he remarked, catching a glimpse of Diana. "Diana, is that you? What on earth is happening?" "A blind old man came to the vehicle just now. Who is he? It seemed he cast a spell on me, and suddenly I felt revitalized. Then he touched me a few times, and I fainted, losing all awareness." Understanding dawned upon her. Tears flowed anew as she realized that the old man had not harmed Dr. Erskine, but rather saved him, and in doing so, saved herself as well. Ren Jiu remained silent for a moment in Diana's mind before speaking. This must be a manifestation of the true dragon's power that Master Izo mentioned. The old man bestowed his life force upon Erskine. It is likely that his prolonged existence is sustained by absorbing the vitality of his foes. Upon seeing that Dr. Erskine was unharmed, Diana abruptly leaped from the ambulance, eager to return to the driver's seat, murmuring the word master. Ren Jiu called out, "Diana, calm down. The battle is over. However, Diana disregarded his pleas and continued forward. Ren Jiu understood that she still harbored some resentment towards him. Yet he was far more composed than she in that moment. The fight has concluded. What about Dr. Erskine? Are you willing to place him in danger once more? As Diana opened the driver's door, Ren Jiu was compelled to shout, if you go back now, their sacrifice will be in vain. Finally, unable to contain her emotions, Diana struck the car door with such force that it flew to the ground. She noticed Dr. Erskine had exited the vehicle, looking at her with a hint of guilt. In a fit of rage, Diana picked up the door and hurled it into the Hudson River, then jumped into the ambulance, wreaking havoc. Both Dr. Erskine and Ren Jiu chose to remain silent. After a brief moment, the noise from the ambulance gradually subsided, perhaps because Diana had exhausted her destructive impulses. She shifted the ambulance into drive, sending the vehicle hurtling into the rushing waters of the Hudson. The spray from the impact splashed against Diana's face as she murmured to herself, this is the first time I feel so powerless. If I still possessed my weapons as I did on Paradise Island, I would uproot this vile organization from its very foundation. Such evil should not exist in this world. Noticing the goddess's fury, Ren Jiu cautiously reminded her, Diana, do not let their sacrifices be in vain. If we linger any longer, that being known as Gorgon may pursue us. His powers are exceedingly strange. Mere strength will not suffice to defeat him. Diana paid no heed to Ren Jiu. As the princess of Paradise Island, I swear by the honor of the Amazons that one day, I shall personally bring an end to the hands of evil. Then, in a softer tone, she confided, Ren Jiu, I have made a grave error in placing too much trust in you. Although you possess knowledge of this world, you lack an understanding of true superheroes. You cannot grasp what they are capable of or the burdens they carry. I have faith that those two old men can endure. They surely have other means, just as they have for centuries. At this moment, Dr. Erskine, having regained much of his strength, slowly began to comprehend the unfolding events. His survival and ability to stand were undoubtedly the result of sacrifices made by others. Dr. Erskine whispered, I suspect that the organization known as the Hand may, like Hydra, seek to harness some form of power to impose their extreme ideologies upon the world. They too covet the strength of the super soldier serum. Hydra desires it. And the American elite are equally unwilling to let me go. Why, oh why, does no one wish to employ the serum for righteous endeavors? Diana, I am grateful for all you have done for me. I fear that my very existence poses a threat to this world. Farewell. With that, Dr. Erskine attempted to leap into the sea, but Diana, who was not far off, firmly grasped his shoulder before he could jump. In a fit of rage, Diana struck him, her fist slicing through the air and leaving several crimson marks on Dr. Erskine's face. After all the sacrifices made, is this all you can offer? How many risked their lives to bring you from Germany to America? Countless gave their lives to protect you from Hydra's assassination attempts. Just moments ago, 2 elderly men risked their own safety to shield your escape, even transferring their vitality to you in the face of formidable foes. And now you dare to claim that the burden of living is too heavy? If they knew you were choosing death, why would they not cherish their lives? Dr. Erskine fell silent for a moment, allowing Diana's emotions to settle somewhat. It is not that I am unwilling to bear this burden. You see, the world is not easily changed by mere determination. Those with extraordinary abilities possess powers that far surpass those of ordinary individuals, often by multiples. Diana, this is the harsh reality. If I were to return and fight against fate, the most probable outcome would be the exploitation of all my research by others. I do not wish for the world to descend into chaos because of my actions. Ren, aware of his unpopularity, gently urged Diana in her mind. Do not be so obstinate. Dr. Erskine speaks the truth. The best course of action now is to prevent the doctor from returning. Diana fell silent and walked towards the residential area, with Dr. Erskine following behind, wordlessly acquiescing to her decisions. As they moved, Diana discreetly pilfered some clothing for the two of them, allowing them to sit comfortably in a restaurant and finally tend to their growling stomachs. After a prolonged silence, Diana spoke, I will send you to a northern nation, where the people are said to avoid entanglements and conflict. I hope you can live out your days safely there. I may have been harsh earlier. Your contribution to this world, in the form of Captain America, is more than sufficient. He may save the world countless times. Fulfilling your mission. I have already devised an excuse for your disappearance. You must go. Dr. Erskine nodded silently and, suddenly cautious, removed his shoes, glancing around to ensure no one was watching as he attempted to forcefully detach the heels. Afraid he might draw attention, Diana gently took the shoes and pried open the heels. From within the hollow of one heel, Dr. Erskine retrieved an ornate key. He wiped the key with a napkin and handed it to Diana, saying, This is the key to the vault at J.P. Morgan in New York. It was left behind by Howard Stark. Although my acquaintance with Stark has been brief, he confided that in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he would only feel secure by entrusting many of his possessions to me. One must always leave a path for oneself, do they not? I never anticipated that he would truly foresee such a turn of events. Dr. Erskine reminisced about his dear friend, a melancholic expression crossing his face. He mentioned that he had stored some items of perceived value in his safe, and I hope you will make good use of them to care for Mr. Stark's child and wife. I believe you will do a better job than I could. Ren Jiu called out to Diana in her mind, Diana, this little rascal is entrusting us with his legacy. Why do I always feel he has suicidal tendencies? We truly are unfortunate not to have become superheroes. And those connected to us seem to be quite ill-fated. Howard was indeed our first victim. We should help look after his mischievous child. The thought of educating Tony Stark, who would become Iron Man, dispelled the shadows lingering in Ren Jiu's heart. Dr. Erskine continued, expressing his belief in my integrity. He remarked that I possessed a super serum capable of altering the world, but had chosen not to engage in malevolence. With such power, I could acquire anything else in this world. Yet, he did not comprehend that what I lacked was courage. Suddenly, Dr. Erskine fixed his gaze upon Diana, mustering all his bravery to voice what had long remained unspoken. In truth, there exists someone in this world who captivates me more than any super serum or invention. I know that missing her would bring me regret for a lifetime. Even if I could merely stand by her side and observe, I would find contentment. Alas, I am unworthy of her, not due to any physical shortcomings, but because her soul far surpasses my own in beauty. After escorting Dr. Erskine to Canada, Diana found herself at a loss in this world. It bewildered her. The eyes of those around her seemed filled solely with desire. Even the unrest brought about by war did little to diminish the cravings within people. Rather, such desires became somewhat hysterical under the immense shadow of conflict. Fortunately, Ren Jiu remained in Diana's mind, conversing with her and introducing her to this novel world she had never encountered, alleviating her loneliness. Agent Carter might be the only friend Diana has left in this world. She did not neglect Diana in the wake of Dr. Erskine's departure. However, Agent Carter's situation was far from favorable. She faced exclusion at the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Merely acquainted with Captain America, she was relegated to the sidelines. Entrusted with no significant tasks, treated as nothing more than a senior clerk. People conveniently forget that she was the first to rush out during the laboratory attack that day. And she was destined to remain in the shadows in this male-dominated world. In contrast, Steve Rogers soared to prominence. After the success of the Super Soldier program, Captain America emerged as a hero not only in America, but across the globe. He became a living advertisement, tirelessly promoting others and striving to establish himself as a figure of significance. Few remember the sacrifices made by Dr. Erskine, whose death remains shrouded in ambiguity. To obscure Hydra's infiltration within the upper echelons of the United States, both the Department of Defense and the Senate have chosen to turn a blind eye to the matter. An ambulance was retrieved from the river, bearing the unmistakable marks of a struggle. The higher-ups hastily concluded the case. Dr. Erskine, gravely injured, was swept into the Hudson River, leaving no trace behind. At the moment Captain America achieved success in his trials, the president was aboard a luxurious cruise ship, ostensibly on vacation, yet clandestinely meeting with his trusted aides. Vincent, the president's most trusted advisor, casually remarked while swirling his wine glass that Captain America's plan had succeeded, lamenting only the loss of the doctor. The president nodded. While the outcome was far from ideal, it was certainly preferable to allowing the fruits of his research to fall into the hands of others. If anyone possessed 1,000 Captain Americas, who would need an atomic bomb? As it stood, there was but one, serving as a cinematic figure to showcase American prowess, perhaps igniting greater fervor among the populace for the war effort. Vincent sighed, noting that public sentiment was not aligning with their expectations. Many citizens believed that with Captain America, victory was imminent, leading to throngs flocking to cinemas, while recruitment offices remained nearly deserted. Do not be disheartened, Vincent, the president replied. I anticipated this situation long ago. The self-interest of the populace is not a new phenomenon. Such inertia has been embedded in human nature, continually replaying throughout history's significant events. A young aide, summoning his courage, asked, Mr. President, if victory is assured, what of our extensive involvement? Some citizens are correct. The Germans cannot even traverse the English Channel. How could they possibly reach us? These words struck a nerve with the president. Do you realize how far ahead they are? Hydra is conducting various experimental projects across Europe. Rumor has it they are utilizing deep-sea explosives for a series of scientific experiments in the Bermuda Triangle, and we remain oblivious to their objectives. Should any of their experiments prove successful, they would wield their technology against us as effortlessly as one might use a machine gun against primitive tribes. Vincent shot a glare at the young man, gesturing for everyone to withdraw. The president continued, "Let me reiterate, even if the Germans are defeated, their scientists and experimental data must be within our grasp. The European continent harbors numerous mysterious forces, including Hydra's Nietzsche project, of which we know little. We have only managed to acquire Dr. Erskine, whose capabilities have left us all astounded. If the Germans falter and their technology is seized by others, we risk losing a century of superiority." Vincent added, "Mr. President, there is further troubling news regarding our superhero contingency plan. Dr. Houghton's Thunderbolt experiment was showcased at the World Expo, but it now appears to be a complete failure." The president furrowed his brow. "I have heard that we have invested significantly in this project, and it seems that Howard Stark was also involved. With his expertise, how could it possibly fail?" "Sir," replied the aide, "Howard Stark inexplicably fell into a coma during the Tomorrow World Expo and has yet to regain consciousness. The blazing fire unexpectedly ignited at the exhibition. And without Stark's assistance, Dr. Horton has yet to devise a solution." Vincent elaborated, "Even news of failure can serve a purpose. We must disseminate this information to ensure that those Germans understand this path is futile. I have heard they are performing better than we are, perhaps by dousing their enthusiasm. They may abandon their plans. Let us find some individuals to stir up a commotion." The renowned journalist, Fairchild, had witnessed Dr. Phineas Horton's failure at the Tomorrow World Expo, where he had boasted that his technological prowess would surpass Einstein's. Much like many others, he believed that Americans would not be outdone by the Germans or the Jews. Now, Fairchild stood amidst the demonstrators, recording the crowd's vitriol. "Horton, toss that incendiary doll into the pool." "What are you saying? That fellow isn't merely a doll. It seems he is referred to as an artificial human. I wonder why that doctor does not use his research funding to find a wife and create a genuine little person. Could he not set down the screwdriver and pick up a nightgown instead?" "That is precisely because if he were to suggest such a thing, taxpayers would not grant him funds. Lock up that charlatan. Return the doll to the museum. Unless the Bible rewrites God's name as yours, we have no use for your crafted little man." The cacophony outside the laboratory did not disturb the high-ranking officials within, observing the familiar faces in the crowd. One official remarked without turning, "The upper echelons have made their decision. We cannot afford civil unrest. At this critical juncture, we must not allow them to feel uneasy. Thus, you must encase this. You wouldn't refer to it as a person, would you? It must be sealed in cement and buried underground." Dr. Horton, akin to young Bilal hearing of his debt repayment with his beloved shearer, exclaimed, "Why? Though I have not succeeded, I have merely sparked a flame. I have harmed no one, and I believe I am merely a step away from success." The official commanded his guards to keep a watchful eye on the doctor and, while donning his hat, stated, "I have declared it is over. Everything is concluded. As for the cement encasement, you have no one to blame but yourself. Did you not consider incorporating a switch in your design? What a foolish oversight, lacking even a simple switch. And can you not remove its battery? That seems unlikely as well. How unfortunate. I believe burying it may indeed be the most prudent decision." The demonstrators, the official, and even the soldiers at the entrance wore identical expressions, gazing upon this so-called genius who had concocted a fiery humanoid. Never had anyone regarded the blazing fire as kin. Dr. Horton cradled the colossal container housing the being known as Firestorm, tears streaming down his face. "My child, I am so sorry. They do not understand you, but there is little I can do at this moment. Please, be patient. An opportunity will arise. Remember, your name is Jim Hammond, and you are the magnificent synthetic being." Firestorm. The soldiers observed Dr. Horton, perceiving his demeanor as one of madness, and swiftly entered the room to restrain him. Shortly thereafter, they encased Firestorm within a steel container and sealed it in concrete. Whether it was enemy spies or enraged citizens, all could witness the outcome. The synthetic being had met with utter failure. As Captain America commenced his nationwide tours, the public's attention was entirely captivated by him. They gathered around televisions to watch his commercials and variety shows, flocking to cinemas to view the films starring Captain America. Yet, they underestimated Dr. Horton and the profound love he harbored for his child. On a tranquil night, Firestorm received a command that propelled him forth from his concrete prison, ending his solitary confinement. Though he had been oblivious to the world, buried underground, he had the opportunity to hear the voice of his creator. Dr. Horton had discreetly placed headphones within the steel container. While Firestorm lay buried, the doctor would occasionally read to him or play broadcasts. For the first time, Firestorm was granted a glimpse into the world, gradually acquiring knowledge and wisdom. Upon breaking free, he found himself unable to control his powers. Akin to his inability to restrain flames, he ascended into the air without understanding how. The onlookers gaped at the figure engulfed in fire, and someone finally recalled his identity. Erupting in screams. Though he struggled to articulate words, he attempted to shout, "Stay back. Keep your distance." Yet this did not deter the police from advancing toward him. The ground beneath him began to melt from his heat. Fear enveloped him. He was unsure if the police would pull the trigger, and he dreaded his own abilities. I said, "Do not come closer." Firestorm's roar did little to clarify his speech. Instead, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He soared into the sky. Clarity of speech became irrelevant as he discovered a means to escape it all. Even superheroes must provide for themselves. They too require employment. Diana found herself with nothing, lacking even identification. Fortunately, she recognized that no one wished to revisit the subject of Dr. Erskine. Thus, she managed to secure a position in the medical department, albeit as the sole relative of Dr. Erskine. Agent Carter, having been sidelined, felt a bit bored and decided to visit her. "Hey," I said, "Diana. You look rather well today." Diana, upon recognizing her voice, felt a surge of delight and teased, "Which esteemed figure are you playing matchmaker for today? If you truly wish to marry, I possess an entire notebook filled with names for your selection." Agent Carter forced a smile and replied, "Honestly, please refrain from discussing this vexing matter. To those men, it seems we women are destined to remain mere ornaments." However, Diana held a differing opinion. "You are currently a prominent figure in the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Countless individuals aspire to approach Captain America, all thanks to you." Agent Carter scoffed lightly. "They merely see me as a conduit for relaying your status to men under 80, and as a babysitter for Captain America, collecting autographs for the children. They are mistaken. I am no caretaker, and Captain America is not merely some youthful heartthrob." Diana began to playfully tease her close friend. "No one perceives your relationship with him as that of a babysitter and a young master. Everyone is eager to know when you will conclude your informal liaison." Agent Carter's face flushed instantly. To her, Steve Rogers was a dear friend, yet Captain America embodied the essence of a dream lover. Yet, in that man's heart, there now resided only the pride of overnight fame as a national hero. This situation left Carter in a state of confusion. Did Captain America still intend to share that promised dance with her? Or did he merely regard her as a friend from the past? Their prolonged separation had fostered a sense of estrangement. Had he possibly found someone special? Frustrated by her own melancholy, Carter retorted defiantly, "Regarding Dr. Erskine's disappearance, the agency hasn't been too hard on you, has it? Colonel Phillips has had a falling out with the higher-ups and is demanding answers. If it weren't for your lovely visage, Colonel Phillips would have locked you in an interrogation room long ago." Diana was reluctant for Agent Carter to probe further, not wishing to deceive her dear friend. With utmost seriousness, Wonder Woman stated, "Let us speak of something substantial. I truly have a favor to ask of you." Carter, skeptical, did not perceive any serious matter at hand. Assuming Diana was still jesting, "You can't possibly be requesting Captain America's autograph. Such matters need not trouble me. Our stunning beauty could easily procure it herself. Not even the captain could resist." Diana, unusually earnest, replied, "I speak with sincerity, Carter. I have truly had enough of this wretched place. I am engaged in nothing but enduring tedious company. I need you to assist me in being dispatched to the front lines. I have contemplated this thoroughly." Agent Carter shook her head and sighed. "That simply cannot happen." Diana felt utterly disheartened, unable to believe that even you would consider me fit only to be an ornament. Clearly, Diana had misconstrued Agent Carter's words. Carter placed a reassuring hand on Diana's shoulder. "Please, if you are an ornament, then the two of us would make a perfect pair. How I long to be assigned to the front lines. Yet how can such matters be in the hands of women like us?" Diana, evidently possessing a contingency plan, hesitated momentarily before stating, "Since you cannot take charge of this situation, could you assist me with something within your power? Would you take me to meet Captain America?" Agent Carter seemed to grasp Diana's intentions, and the two exchanged knowing nods. Another fundraising gala commenced, with Diana positioned at the back of the audience. Yet she remained able to see everything clearly. 2 rows of actresses donned thigh-high skirts, their legs executing high kicks, while the audience erupted in a cacophony of whistles. Regrettably, the actresses' hats resembled McDonald's hamburger boxes perched atop their heads, and the overall red and blue ensemble seemed to Ren Jiu reminiscent of a barbershop sign. Having grown accustomed to Diana's flawless elegance, the sight of these trivial performers held no allure for Ren Jiu, who mused, "How could the illustrious Captain America have fallen to such a state?" Captain America took the stage, his lines delivered with practiced ease, frequently engaging with the audience. He moved gracefully with the lights, at times raising a motorcycle high, at others playfully confronting a comedian sporting a small mustache. Perhaps due to his prior obscurity, even knowing this was a fade, he willingly immersed himself in this tender realm. How many would choose to escape such a gentle haven? Diana had long since lost interest and pushed through the crowd to exit. Ren Jiu had observed this scene in films. Yet witnessing Captain America's radiant smile on stage in reality evoked a mix of emotions within him. Could our plans truly succeed? Would Captain America be willing to leave this idyllic existence for the battlefield? Watching his cherished hero in such a light was akin to witnessing Joe and Kai playing basketball together. It stirred discomfort. Diana could not fathom Ren Jiu's sentiments. Howard had lost consciousness, yet Dr. Erskine remained alive. This world had long ceased to resemble the familiar comic realm. Ren Jiu awakened. The fundraising gala concluded, but Captain America's itinerary was far from over. Attending a banquet after a domestic performance paralleled the customs of show business. Rogers arrived at the estate of a local magnate, the sole star of the evening, even outshining local film celebrities eager to capture a moment with him. Local dignitaries, accompanied by their families, were elated at the prospect of photos with Captain America. The ladies, unable to contain their excitement, indulged in a few extra drinks, hoping for a perfect occurrence. Children unearthed treasured comic books and action figures from beneath their beds, nearly sparking skirmishes in their eagerness to pose with Captain America. Captain America's smile was nothing short of idyllic, akin to a flawless painting. Rogers basked in an overwhelming sense of happiness, entirely unaware of whether people were photographing the armor or the man within it. At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in beside him. "Hey, I say, young man, is your shield truly as formidable as they say?" The master of sound did not hesitate. Without waiting for Rogers to respond, he struck Captain America's shield. The crisp metallic sound failed to resonate, as if the shield absorbed all the energy. "Wow, that's truly remarkable. It appears you are indeed Captain America," the girl remarked nonchalantly. "I always thought the nationwide touring Captain America was merely an actor. After all, your performance was exceptionally convincing. I never imagined you were the actual great hero. I've heard you can dive faster than Hydra submarines and can knock a spy's front teeth into their stomach in a single blow." Rogers found himself momentarily taken aback by the first person daring enough to strike his shield. The one conversing with him was a girl of about 18, with slightly wavy red hair and a face that was both exquisite and alluring, exuding the vitality of youth with her curvaceous figure. Before him stood a girl who resembled a mischievous sprite possessing a devilish figure. Her gaze toward Captain America held no trace of admiration or fervor. To her, Captain America seemed merely an ornament, while his shield was the true ace in the victory. Having encountered many young ladies from prominent families, this unique girl not only piqued his curiosity, but also stirred an inexplicable flutter within him. The enchanting presence of this girl left him momentarily speechless as he gazed at her in a daze. The girl, equally intrigued, touched his shield, occasionally exchanging glances with him, as if fate had destined their meeting. "Steve." At that moment, a familiar woman's voice resounded loudly in his ear. Captain America abruptly awakened from his dreamlike reverie and turned to see none other than his old acquaintance, Agent Carter. Beside Carter stood Diana, the former partner of Dr. Erskine. At least, that was what Captain America had heard many say. This was his first instance standing alongside Diana, having never received attention from girls before. Captain America found himself momentarily blissful, pondering whether he had stumbled upon some sort of romantic fortune in the presence of these three distinct goddesses. "Steve," Carter said, observing Roger's slightly flushed face. She shook her head and spoke coldly. "I need to speak with you." Diana had clearly noticed Captain America's earlier demeanor, which resembled that of an introverted fan meeting his idol. Yet, in his mind, Rogers murmured, "What is happening? Why can't I recall?" Captain America stammered, Is there something you need? I apologize for being busy these past few days. Feel free to speak directly, Carter." Carter gestured towards Wonder Woman behind her. "You should remember Diana, right? She is a friend of Dr. Erskine. I trust you haven't forgotten about Dr. Erskine?" Carter teased. "How could I forget him? The doctor was my benefactor." Rogers thought of the doctor, his expression filled with guilt and regret. "Miss Diana, I certainly remember you. If there is anything you require my assistance with, please speak candidly. Although my abilities are limited, I shall do my utmost to assist you. I understand you are quite busy, so I'll be brief." Diana glanced at the young girl beside Captain America and expressed her desire to aid more individuals. However, she felt that remaining in New York would render her powerless. She hoped he could leverage his connections to secure her a position on the European front. Captain America, perplexed by this woman's intentions, contemplated the perilous conditions on the battlefield, where daily reports of casualties were no trivial matter. Each statistic represented a life irrevocably lost. After further reflection, Rogers surmised that this woman was likely weary of the machinations of the powerful and felt compelled to act. With the recent demise of Dr. Erskine still fresh, it was indeed a delicate situation. Out of respect for his benefactor, Rogers reluctantly agreed. Very well, I shall endeavor to think of a solution. If those in authority acquiesce, I can arrange a position for you there. I am confident that many will require medical assistance, and you shall undoubtedly become their goddess and angel. Agent Carter, observing Captain America's apparent susceptibility to this woman's charms, added, if you could assist me as well, I would like to join the front lines. Colonel Phillips has already taken most of the strategic scientific reserve personnel with him, and Hydra's influence continues to expand. Moreover, I am loath to remain in this wretched place. Just look around. It hardly resembles a wartime environment. It feels more like perpetual Christmas. I have truly had enough. I would rather perish on the battlefield than survive in such a stifling atmosphere. Captain America, no longer the frail man he once was, now stood as a heroic figure surrounded by an aura of glory. He had to navigate relationships with high-ranking officials and social elites while being acutely aware of his societal impact. A scandal or unfavorable commentary could lead to ramifications far graver than a mere hospital visit. The three strikingly different women surrounding Captain America sparked curiosity among onlookers, eager for a glimpse of juicy gossip to share with their friends. Carter's voice, somewhat raised, led to speculation among the crowd, prompting hushed discussions. Sensing the unusual glances from those nearby and the frown on a senator's face, Captain America gently pulled Agent Carter's arm and whispered, "Shoo, keep your voice down. You're likely to displease many." He apologized to those around him, gesturing towards Carter and then to her drink, indicating that she had indulged too much. After a few turns, he finally ushered the three of them to a more secluded spot. He addressed the red-haired girl first. "I apologize for dragging you into this without even knowing your name." Captain America was keen to prevent any misunderstandings that might portray him as cowardly, intending to clarify matters before allowing her to leave. Carter pouted in irritation and mischievously retorted, "I have nothing more to say to you. To speak candidly, were you to see your current state, I believe Dr. Erskine would undoubtedly regret his earlier decision. Had they known you would turn out this way, they might as well have sought a film actor." Captain America's gaze dimmed, with no one around. He removed his helmet, finally able to bare his soul. "Carter, I never imagined you would misconstrue me so. From the day the experiment succeeded, I longed to be on the battlefield. My dear friend Bucky has long been out there, confronting Hydra, and I yearned to fight alongside him. Yet, my requests were met with disapproval. They instructed me to remain in the laboratory or assist with the war logistics, where funds were scarce and the soldiers lacked even the most basic of supplies. I was at a loss, but the thought of being a subject of study in the laboratory fills me with dread. Thus, I had to feign happiness before others. You see, with the identity of Captain America comes immense responsibility. I can no longer act impulsively. I must weigh all relationships and consequences to make decisions that are most advantageous for this nation and the war effort. Everything is not as you perceive. Do you see the shield in my hand? It is crafted from the rarest vibranium in the world. From the moment I laid eyes upon it, I fell in love. I envisioned it as my lifelong companion. However, if I do not partake in these activities, they would never bestow this shield upon me. It is akin to a circus training a monkey to ride a unicycle. Rewards must be provided." Carter gazed into the eyes of this solitary man, pure and melancholic. And it seemed as though everything had reverted to the past, when this man, shorter than her, fervently desired to join the fray and boldly asked her for a dance. Diana appeared unimpressed by Captain America's heartfelt declarations. As Carter mentioned, her first dear friend, Dr. Erskine, risked his life not for him to take the stage. Diana, noticing Carter's slight blush, remarked, "Carter, have you truly been swayed? You are such a naive woman. Pray, there are no sweet words here. To me, the essence is merely compromise and endurance. This is not the demeanor of a warrior, let alone a captain." At that moment, Ren Jiu's voice echoed in Diana's mind, urging, "Diana, what are you doing? Enough already. Captain America is undoubtedly a good man, the embodiment of justice. How could you harbor such doubts? Even if he experiences a moment of confusion, he will ultimately find his way. Diana, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Do not allow Carter's misunderstanding to deepen." Diana, witnessing Carter's pained affection for her former lover, internally cursed Ren Jiu 1,000 times for not speaking sooner. Now, she had no choice but to force a smile, seeking to reverse her earlier statements. Diana approached, tapping Captain America's shield with exaggerated flair, exclaiming, "Goodness! This indeed appears to be a unique shield. I believe everything is worth it to possess such a life-saving weapon. With it, even amidst the onslaught of enemy gunfire. As comrades fall, The captain remained standing. Ren Jiu roared, "Diana, are you deliberately being provocative? By saying such things, you risk portraying Captain America as a figure of despair." As the Princess of Paradise Island, Diana had little patience for deceit, flattery, or empty praise. "No, what I mean is, while your comrades cower in the trenches, you charge out alone. Do you have a shield? Are you merely wasting their ammunition?" Ren Jiu was led into a predicament by Diana, unable to articulate what should be done apart from blaming her. At that moment, Carter finally summoned the courage to speak. "I have always believed that the brave boy I once knew still resides within you. One day, when we are free from distractions, we shall dance to the music of victory." Despite Diana's chaotic remarks, Captain America recognized her good intentions and cast a grateful glance in her direction. At that juncture, Carter noticed a red-haired girl observing her, giggling behind her hand. She quickly turned Diana away, adopting a facade of indifference. "Regardless, in a few days, there will be an opportunity to visit the European front. I believe this is our chance. No matter the reasons you provide, we have witnessed your transformation. And I hope you can ultimately prove to me that I have not misjudged you." Diana was hastily led away by Agent Carter, glancing back at the red-haired girl. Sensing something amiss, Captain America addressed the girl beside him. "I apologize for you witnessing this scene. Sometimes, even the closest of friends can engage in quarrels. We are merely striving for the greater good. I trust you understand, but let this remain our little secret, shall we?" The red-haired girl nodded, smiling, seemingly delighted to share a secret with Captain America. "You're such a well-mannered young lady. I have always wished to be an older brother. I envy those who have sisters, even though I could not protect my own in the past. By the way, do you need something from me? An autograph or a photo? As a good friend, I can gift you a complete set of signed uniforms." Captain America anticipated a considerable effort, but was pleasantly surprised by the quirky nature of the girl. Suddenly, the red-haired girl flashed a subtle smile and unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Captain America's neck. He assumed she sought an affectionate embrace, feeling somewhat flustered as he stammered, "This is not appropriate. I haven't." To his astonishment, the girl's demeanor shifted, her gentle hands becoming rigid as she delivered a swift, precise strike to the back of Captain America's head. Steve Rogers had no time to react before he collapsed, unconscious. The red-haired girl retrieved a pouch strapped to her leg, extracting various tools while murmuring, "Listening to your discussion of bravery and responsibility is truly excruciating. Look at your muscles. What distinguishes you from a brutish bull? I fear that on the battlefield, you'll either soil your trousers or charge forward only to be struck down." Her strikes were accurate and swift, ensuring the process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Captain America remained oblivious, neither awakening nor sensing any pain. The red-haired maiden extracted numerous blood samples and other bodily tissues from Captain America, seemingly feeling a tinge of remorse. She gently kissed his face, rose to her feet, and waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, American hero. Perhaps one day we shall meet again on the battlefield. With your skills, I hope you stick to performing on stage with motorcycles." Agent Carter appeared disheartened, while Diana clumsily offered her comfort. Suddenly, Ren Jiu exclaimed, "Oh my, I just remembered. This is the 18-year-old Black Widow, my youthful and sparkling little widow." Diana, startled by Ren Jiu's inexplicable outburst, reproached him quietly, "Ren Jiu, what are you shouting about? How can someone be a widow at 18? And how does she become your little widow? What nonsense are you spouting?" If Ren Jiu had possessed a physical form at that moment, he would have slapped his thigh and leaped 3 feet into the air. "Diana, I finally recalled. She is actually an agent from the Soviet Union named Natasha Romanoff. I referred to her as Black Widow because that was the nickname bestowed upon her later when she joined the Avengers. How foolish of me to not recognize the goddess in person and let her flirt with Captain America. But I cannot be entirely blamed. How could my Natasha be 18 now? Was she in her 60s or 70s when she joined the Avengers? Regardless, seeing her youthful allure, with only the fragrance of innocence, I feel incredibly fortunate. It is quite understandable that I did not remember right away. Moreover, I never imagined she was a Soviet, now in New York City." Upon noticing that Ren Jiu had finally ceased his exclamations, Diana coldly inquired, "How can you keep switching between goddesses? Just how many do you have?" Ren Jiu, seeing Diana adopt a more feminine demeanor, playfully replied, "None at all. Regardless of how many goddesses there are, they are merely playful titles. You, however, are a true goddess, and your beauty is unparalleled." Ren Jiu continued with a grin, "In terms of beauty, Natasha is certainly no match for you. But as we are newcomers, despite her being only 18 now, she will eventually become a member of the Avengers. I believe it is essential for us to discover what abilities she possesses." Although Ren Jiu spoke thus, his consciousness, was entirely occupied with the enchanting visage of Natasha. He recalled the captivating glimmer in her eyes, causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos. Enough, he declared. Let us return quickly. While seeing her in person is manageable, the more I fantasize, the more disordered my thoughts become. Diana, you are truly remarkable, exuding a divine strength. Ren Jiu suppressed all the countless unmentionable images that flooded his mind, fervently hoping Diana would agree to return, even if only to listen closely to Black Widow speak or to scan her physique with his discerning gaze. Diana, upon hearing Ren Jiu's compliments, felt somewhat appeased until a sudden thought struck her, prompting curiosity as she inquired, "You mentioned that this Black Widow is a spy from the Soviet Union. Yet she is currently in America. Although the two nations are allies, can a spy so brazenly make her presence known? I recall that daily in the barracks. We are warned to remain vigilant against enemies from all fronts." Ren Jiu, enlightened by her words, murmured, "So the Black Widow's appearance here is no mere coincidence. She arrived just as the super soldier program succeeded. This is troubling, Diana. Captain America may be in danger. The Black Widow must have ulterior motives for approaching him." Diana recognized the gravity of the situation but still questioned, "Aren't we good friends with the Soviet Union? Aren't we all united against Hydra?" Ren Jiu scoffed. "In the face of policy and self-interest, who dares claim to be a perpetual friend? Surely the success of the super soldier program has piqued Soviet interest. War cannot persist indefinitely. This kind of advanced technology is enticing to all." Noticing Carter beside her, looking lost in thought, Diana feigned a sudden realization. "Do you remember? That girl just now seemed to have red hair." Though Diana's words were vague, Carter discerned a different implication. "You make a valid point. The red-haired girl does appear quite distinctive, not to mention her striking beauty and enviable figure, youthful and vibrant." Diana sought to inspire her friend in another way. "You are familiar with the elite of America and the Strategic Scientific Reserve, yet I have never heard of anyone with red hair. Today's gathering is quite private, attended by high-ranking individuals, making the appearance of this red-haired girl rather suspicious." Carter scratched her head, assuming her friend had guessed her secret thoughts. "Diana, thank you. But I cannot suspect her of being a spy simply because she spoke to Captain America. That would be rather petty, and frankly, reminiscent of the Gestapo's tactics." Diana sighed. "I believe I may have left my jewelry over there." Carter, delighted, patted Diana's shoulder. "See? That reason sounds much better. In the realm of vying for a man, the challenge lies in being neither overtly aggressive nor distant, a dilemma even for the most capable of agents." Carter was determined not to let Captain America be swept away by that young girl, urging Diana to hurry back. Unlike the Agent Carter, Diana sensed impending trouble and, as they passed through the hall, she scrutinized her surroundings, noting the absence of Captain America. Not only was he missing from the crowd, but several individuals appeared to be searching for him as well. "This is dire, Diana. We cannot afford to search endlessly." Ren Jiu frowned, harboring another concern. What if Captain America were to develop an overly intimate relationship with the Black Widow? Would he then leave America? The entire realm of heroes would be thrown into chaos. Diana understood the need for proactive measures. Otherwise, they would always be one step behind. "Carter, let us split up. You search for Rogers, while I will investigate the back for any developments. Should that red-haired girl be preoccupied with leaving, I would undoubtedly intervene." Carter, misunderstanding Diana's intentions, believed she was orchestrating a union between him and Captain America, and once again cast a grateful glance toward her. Without Carter by her side, Diana felt liberated. Upon her initial arrival at the estate, she had instinctively surveyed the layout and pathways of the building. Now, faced with urgency, she made a beeline for the estate's concealed rear entrance, surmising it to be the most probable escape route for Black Widow. As the estate was vast, Diana ventured deeper into secluded areas, gradually finding herself devoid of guests and attendants. No longer feeling solitary, she sprinted with determination. Indeed, at the rear entrance of the estate, she spotted several figures engaged in mysterious activities. Ren Jiu cautioned in Diana's mind, "Diana, something seems amiss. Those individuals do not appear to have benevolent intentions. Perhaps we should wait and observe." However, emboldened by her experience, Diana was not like Ren Jiu, who had yet to encounter the world. Despite realizing Natasha Romanoff was not among them, she approached the group. Leading them was a man in a sharply tailored suit, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle. Aside from his rather tall stature, his face bore an intriguing resemblance to a famous French actor, reminiscent of one in a classic film that Ren Jiu's parents adored. Upon noticing Diana's presence in such a secluded spot, the man, though taken aback, remained unruffled and calmly addressed her. "Beautiful lady, it seems you are lost. Do you require my assistance?" Both Diana and Ren Jiu were uncertain of the man's intentions and could not ascertain if he was an accomplice of Black Widow. Faced with his cordial demeanor, they were wary of a potential misunderstanding. Diana responded to his inquiry, "Indeed, I have heard that Captain America is at the rear of this estate. I sought his autograph, and perhaps a photograph with him. However, I have searched for quite some time without any success. Might I inquire if you have seen him, sir?" "Oh, is that so?" The man replied, shaking his head. "I am truly sorry, I have not seen him either. You might want to check in front or perhaps in one of the rooms upstairs in the estate, where the great hero may be recounting his heroic tales to some young lady." Diana, unwilling to take his word at face value, pressed on, "Sir, I appreciate your insight. May I know your name? I would like my friend to express his gratitude." The man smiled, "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Yevchenko, a doctor from the Soviet Union, currently engaged in academic exchange in America. Since we are now acquainted, there is no need for your friend to thank me. You may do so yourself." "Oh, you are from the Soviet Union. Splendid," Diana replied. "Dr. Yevchenko, should you require any assistance in New York, do not hesitate to ask. I see you have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Diana comprehended the implication. This Dr. Yevchenko was undoubtedly tied to Black Widow in some manner. "I suggested that you thank me yourself. Why not join us in the car and accompany me to my place? Since you have such an affinity for Sioux country, I shall take you there." Dr. Yevchenko discarded his disguise and revealed the gun in his hand. Diana was taken aback. This time, no evidence was required. The other party was indeed a spy from Sioux country. "I am uncertain where I went awry that prompted such a warm invitation from you. But since you are here in America, perhaps you could accompany me to the Strategic Science Bureau for an explanation." Before the words left my lips, several women beside Dr. Yevchenko had already rushed toward Diana. I failed to mention that although I am a general practitioner, my expertise lies in psychology. You revealed at least 10 subtle gestures that betrayed you just now. What intrigues me more is where I made a misstep. Dr. Yevchenko holstered his pistol, aiming for a swift resolution without alarming others. "We have further plans ahead." The warriors of Dr. Yevchenko, judging by their physiques, appeared to be women. These young female fighters exhibited combat skills that rivaled those of elite ninjas, though their strength was considerably inferior. The moment Diana engaged with them, she effortlessly sent one flying. The veil covering the individual fell away, revealing merely a child of no more than a few years. Contrary to Dr. Yevchenko's expectations of swiftly capturing Diana, she, in her evening gown, gracefully handled the young warriors with ease. "Useless fools," Dr. Yevchenko muttered under his breath, "step aside." Just as Diana thought he had resigned himself to surrender, he mechanically urged her, while absently fiddling with the ring in his hand, "Come with me. Many dear friends await your arrival. There, you will find laughter, delightful cuisine, fine wine, and heroic men of great stature awaiting you." Suddenly, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Diana's eyes, only to be replaced by a jolt of realization. "How did you manage this? You can control me?" More astonished than Diana was Dr. Yevchenko himself. The realization that he had not successfully hypnotized her left him incredulous. He ruminated on what vulnerabilities Diana might possess. Acknowledging her extraordinary abilities and his time constraints, he decided to take a gamble and said, "Come with me. You will save countless lives, become a revered hero, and bring peace and tranquility to this world. Come with me." For reasons unknown, this time, Diana seemed entirely entranced, murmuring about world peace. Dr. Yevchenko dismissively remarked, "Another fool lost in dreams of heroism." As his words echoed, Ren Jiu and Diana entered a realm of tranquility. Gazing at the verdant fields and frolicking children, Ren Jiu was left astonished. In that moment, Diana appeared somewhat dazed. Clad in a coarse linen dress with her hair loosely tied back, holding a basket filled with fresh fruit and fragrant sausages, Diana remained oblivious to the surrounding 90. As the children rushed towards her upon her arrival, joyfully, she settled on the grass to regale them with stories. In the distance, a group of farmers returned from their toil, greeting Diana with cheerful waves. Among them were Captain America, Dr. Erskine, and several familiar faces, led by Colonel Philip, Master Izo. And the stick-old man Dr. Yevchenko observed the radiant happiness on Diana's face and expressed his contentment, remarking how splendid it was to be free from worries, war, and harm within the realm of dreams. He then commanded his subordinates to hasten their movements, stating, "We shall depart once Natasha and Dottie return." Just then, a tall young woman clad in a server's attire approached. Dr. Yevchenko beamed at the incoming girl. "Dottie, I knew you would successfully complete your mission. How did it go? Were there any complications?" As Dottie disrobed, she replied, "No troubles at all, but this server uniform is terribly unflattering, and the cheese in their kitchen is absolutely delectable." Dr. Yevchenko watched, captivated, as the blonde, blue-eyed Dottie stood before him clad only in her undergarments, slowly savoring a hot dog, her demeanor exuding audacity. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Despite being a master of hypnosis, these agents from the Red House were perilous temptresses, capable of ensnaring men to their demise. Such a fatal attraction was beyond the reach of ordinary folk, and only the most qualified would dare to pursue it. Though Dr. Ivchenko had fortified his mental defenses, the exhilaration of their recent success had incited a flutter of excitement within him. Even more disarming was Diana's ethereal and pure beauty, stirring thoughts in him that had long been dormant. If Dottie was akin to a goddess in the eyes of the common man, before Diana, they were but mere mortals. As Dottie adjusted her undergarments, Diana suddenly stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and tousling her hair, appearing as if recovering from a hangover. Dr. Ivchenko felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His hypnosis had failed for the second time. This cannot be. Quickly seize her. I must return and investigate what transpired. He bellowed. The female warriors who had previously besieged Diana surged forward, but she, bewildered, exclaimed, "What do you want? I'm not quite awake yet. Could you please wait until I regain my senses?" The warriors were taken aback. The formidable warrior woman now resembled a delicate, dainty girl. They were mistaken. Wonder Woman was not herself at that moment, but rather the invincible high schooler 90. Effortlessly, 90 broke free from Dr. Ivchenko's hypnosis. Had she not wished to extricate Diana from the dream, she would have awakened long ago. The words of Dr. Yevchenko held no significance for Ren Jiu, a young man who had never experienced the ravages of war. To him, peace was a natural state of existence, and he had never truly grasped the brutality of conflict. Notions of slaughter and hatred seemed to exist only in cartoons and films. Thus, Ren Jiu never contemplated the merits of a peaceful era. Instead, he fancied that had he been born amidst the chaos of war, he would have achieved greatness. Am I now Wonder Woman? This is exhilarating. He clumsily dodged the onslaught of female warriors, finding the experience more delightful than a dream. He felt like the happiest high school student alive. When Diana suddenly spoke in Chinese, the surrounding warriors were left bewildered. Even the erudite Dr. Yevchenko was at a loss as to what was occurring. Ren Jiu, lacking any martial prowess, relied solely on Wonder Woman's extraordinary physical abilities, retreating with awkward steps while attempting to fight back. He stood up, mimicking the evasive maneuvers he often used while playing basketball, exclaiming, "Hi, I'm a novice. I enjoy singing, dancing, and being weak. You little chicks, Akuin is here. Come and meet your demise." "Oh, I'm a genius. That last line rhymes perfectly." The doctor, who had a rudimentary understanding of Chinese, could no longer endure Ren Jiu's antics. What kind of creature was this? One moment declaring herself Wonder Woman, the next a high school student, then transforming into a novice. Akuin, and proclaiming a fondness for weakness. Having treated numerous mental health patients and witnessed the madness of individuals who had killed their comrades or taken their own lives on the battlefield, he had never encountered someone whose movements were both poised and chaotic, mad yet composed. If she were ill, he could not fathom the nature of her affliction. If she were not, he would not believe it even under duress. He suspected she possessed at least 6 distinct personalities and felt compelled to report her to the organization. Wary of a figure named Weakness, Dottie, observing from the side, was left in stunned silence. The once holy goddess now swayed her head, shook her shoulders, occasionally beckoning to the female warriors while muttering incomprehensible phrases. The most unfortunate were the female warriors battling against Ren Jiu's version of Wonder Woman. Her frequent head movements severely disrupted their coordination. They were no match for her raw power, so they devised a plan to ambush her in a group attack. Yet, before they could close the distance, Ren Jiu would swing her head around and shout, "Hi," leaving the warriors in a state of confusion. Even more alarming was the way Ren Jiu's movements misled them. In the Soviet Union, female warriors often concealed weapons beneath their skirts to evade searches. Each time Ren Jiu made a motion beneath her waist, they were on high alert, fearing she might produce a weapon. Dr. Yevchenko attempted to analyze Ren Jiu, but was nearly driven to madness. He finally snapped, ordering loudly, "This person's mind is beyond repair. I cannot bear to live any longer. Eliminate her quickly." Dottie recognized the terrifying power of Wonder Woman and realized that engaging her directly would likely result in broken bones and torn ligaments. She refrained from joining the fray and instead readied her weapon, prepared to shoot Wonder Woman at a moment's notice. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the direction of the estate. It was none other than the fiery-haired Natasha. "No, Doctor, you promised me that as long as I completed the task, we would not take lives." The Black Widow held considerable sway in Dr. Ivchenko's mind. He replied, "I have stated that if the mission proceeds smoothly, I will endeavor to avoid casualties. However, the situation has spiraled out of control, and if this continues, the entire operation will fail. The Black Widow disregarded his words and threatened, I have obtained the critical item for the mission. If you do not adhere to our agreement, I will ensure the mission's utter failure. I am quite curious to see how you will report back to the people at the Red House. Despite the simmering anger within him, Dr. Yevchenko's expression remained impassive. You must trust me and the organization. Dottie, holster your weapon. We shall give her 3 minutes. If there are still no results, I believe she will hand over the item to me. Several female warriors, far less powerful than Wonder Woman, retreated, their bodies marred with bruises from their reckless brawling, relying solely on Wonder Woman's resilience. The Black Widow, acutely aware of the fleeting 3 minutes, lifted her skirt and charged forward. I thought you were with that glass-hearted old lady. How did you end up here? Please don't tell me she came as well, for then I would be utterly helpless. Arriving late, Natasha had not witnessed Wonder Woman's prowess and assumed she was there to rescue her. Possessing combat skills capable of overcoming Soviet special forces, the Black Widow feigned a fight with Wonder Woman while saying, Why are you silent? I'm trying to devise an escape plan for you. Would you cooperate? Dottie observed Natasha with a dispassionate gaze, having discerned that neither was exerting their full strength, and feigned concern by exclaiming, Be careful. Unexpectedly, the Black Widow noticed a faint flush on Wonder Woman's face, reminiscent of a bashful young boy's gaze. The Black Widow was taken aback. Are you ill, or do you suffer from cardiovascular issues? Ren Jiu, a less powerful spiritual entity, had manipulated Wonder Woman's body for too long and was beginning to fatigue. Now, witnessing the Black Widow's beautiful, breezy sundress as they engaged in combat, Ren Jiu, had it not been for her deliberate control, would have fainted long ago. Speak up. The Black Widow, aware of the dwindling time, felt a surge of frustration. You can take me hostage, and when they retreat, I will break free, and we will each return to our respective places. If you wish to avoid trouble in the future, do not broadcast our affairs. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly track you down and silence you. Perhaps sensing that the 3 minutes were nearly up, Ren Jiu forced herself to speak. Natasha, I am truly delighted to see you today. I am your #1 fan. A star over there claimed he would drink your bathwater. While I may not indulge in such, I will undoubtedly protect you. As Ren Jiu's words hung in the air, the stealthy Dottie shouted, Natasha, how could he know your name? We must never reveal our identities. Dr. Yevchenko, there is definitely something amiss. Natasha has betrayed us. Dottie's actions astonished the other female warriors. Previously, Dottie and Natasha had shared an inseparable bond, consistently ranking among the top 2 in their training camp. In both public and private spheres, they were the closest of companions, inciting envy among the other girls in the camp. Yet, time and again, Dottie proclaimed through her actions and words that Natasha was the princess, while she, being slightly older, assumed the role of the queen, unwilling to allow anyone to approach her princess easily. In that moment, Natasha realized that Dottie intended to isolate her completely, only to strike at her during the most lethal moment. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Dottie, disregarding Dr. Yevchenko's orders, brandished a lipstick gun she had clutched tightly in her palm, firing at the two. Although it was merely a specially crafted lipstick gun, the bullet's power remained formidable. The initial velocity of the lipstick bullet, while not matching that of a standard handgun, still exceeded 100 meters per second. With less than 10 meters separating the Black Widow from Dottie, there was no time to evade, not even the blink of an eye. While Wonder Woman possessed only a few times the strength of an ordinary human, it was sufficient for Ren Jiu to anticipate the danger. As soon as Dottie unveiled Natasha as betrayal, Ren Jiu recognized the peril and, disregarding the risk of exposing her own abilities, swiftly seized the Black Widow's wrist. Before the sound of the gunfire reached Ren Jiu's ears, she had already tackled the Black Widow to the ground. Ren Jiu discerned that Dottie's shot was not aimed at her, but rather was an excuse to eliminate the Black Widow. Knowing the Black Widow was on the side of good, she urged, Listen to me. You are all under Dr. Yevchenko's hypnotic control. Now is the perfect opportunity to break free. Dottie, taken aback that her shot had missed, was further incensed to see Wonder Woman rescue Natasha. She barked an order. What are you all waiting for? Can't you see that Natasha has completely betrayed us? Seize these two at once. At that moment, Ren Jiu realized her position was somewhat undignified, yet she felt reassured that Wonder Woman was a woman, summoning her courage and suppressing her elation. Ren Jiu feigned seriousness and inquired, Let me guess, have you orchestrated all this to obtain a blood sample from Steve Rogers? You haven't harmed him, have you? Natasha gazed closely at the breathtaking visage before her, feeling an irresistible urge to touch it. You and your friend need not worry. I have not harmed him. The reason for my late arrival was that I left only after ensuring his wound was not serious. You must understand, sometimes the tools provided by these people harbor hidden mechanisms. Ren Jiu now confirmed that Captain America had easily fallen victim to his scheme. She had not anticipated that during her first battle alongside him, he would inadvertently become a liability. Black Widow lightly patted the small pouch at the base of her thigh, indicating that everything was contained within. Ren Jiu instinctively reached out, nearly losing his composure, should his hand truly make contact. The sensation would be no less electrifying than gazing upon Wonder Woman's form. Still grappling with the earlier jest, he exclaimed, "You look stunning today. I cannot recall when my 18th birthday is, but I am grateful for the 18-year-old you, who has accompanied me through my youth. Sister, although I cannot discern that you are merely 18, to receive admiration from a goddess such as yourself for my appearance is indeed a delightful surprise. Where is the serum? I have already mentioned it. If there is nothing further, might I ask you to rise from my person?" Natasha teased, playfully winking and speaking in a languid tone. Ren Jiu felt somewhat disoriented, as if witnessing a couple awakening on a serene morning, his consciousness wavering once more. Dottie threatened the other female warriors, while the others observed Dr. Ivchenko, who remained silent, encircling Wonder Woman and Natasha. Suddenly, Dr. Ivchenko stepped forward and struck Dottie across the face. "Dottie, what are you doing? Foolish woman, I have stated that they will have 3 minutes, and I shall grant them that time. I am the commanding officer of this operation. My decisions require no interference from you." Previously, both Ren Jiu and Black Widow held a fairly favorable view of Dr. Ivchenko, who had consistently presented himself as a gentleman. Though he was Ren Jiu's adversary, he did not act in a despicable manner. Upon hearing his words now, they found themselves reassessing their opinion of him. What they failed to notice was Dr. Ivchenko's triumphant smile as he began to twist his ring, murmuring, "Natasha, it is evident that this young lady seems quite taken with you. Some things in this world are indeed wondrous, regardless of your shared gender. Sometimes love at first sight is simply that uncomplicated. Love is a unique treasure in this world. Possessing it is akin to reveling in the blissful sea of happiness. Why overthink it?" Dr. Ivchenko's words left the gathered crowd astounded. However, this unexpected suggestion proved remarkably effective. Dottie, initially anticipating another failure from Dr. Ivchenko, was surprised to see both Wonder Woman and Black Widow fully embracing their roles. Due to Dr. Ivchenko's hypnosis, the previous effects had dissipated. Diana's spirit had awakened, yet it remained forcefully suppressed within Ren Jiu's mind, preventing her from reclaiming control of her body. Though Ren Jiu had been lightly hypnotized, his affection for Black Widow compelled him to steal a few more glances at her. Diana bellowed, "Ren Jiu, are you out of your mind? What are you attempting? How long have you known this girl?" Natasha was merely an 18-year-old, her combat skills not elevating her mental prowess significantly. Rather, it was Dr. Ivchenko who had touched upon her innermost desires. Natasha clutched Wonder Woman's neck, her breath becoming rapid. "You promised you would protect me. Would you lead me away from that terrifying place? Would you take me far from all troubles and sorrows, my dear?" Ren Jiu, enduring Diana's mental assault and the doctor's hypnosis, managed to utter those words through gritted teeth. "I am delighted to meet you, who is also 18. I will forever safeguard you." Without hesitation, Ren Jiu and Black Widow shared a kiss. Dr. Ivchenko observed with glee, convinced that the two were already within his grasp. "Natasha, the organization trusts you and has assigned you the most crucial task. Now, I need you to fulfill your mission and deliver what you have obtained to me. Then you may soar together, no longer bound to the organization, living a simple life with the one you cherish right here." Gently, Natasha retrieved a blood sample from Captain America from beneath her skirt and handed it to the approaching warrior. Dr. Ivchenko continued to entice, "We are not here for conflict. We seek friendship and peace. Our nations are allies, united against the evil Axis powers. We require these samples solely for scientific research to combat the formidable Hydra together." "Excellent. You have performed admirably," Dr. Ivchenko declared as he examined the blood sample, confirming its integrity. "As I said, you can remain here." Suddenly, Dr. Ivchenko stomped his foot. Ren Jiu's exhilaration from kissing Black Widow had destabilized his consciousness, and he was on the verge of being driven back into a corner by Diana's mental attack. However, the doctor's sudden action allowed Ren Jiu to break free from the entanglement of Diana's influence and hypnosis. "This is bad," Ren Jiu shouted. 3 poison needles, though not as swift as bullets, were upon him in an instant. Desperately, he embraced Natasha, but even the warmth and softness of Natasha offered little comfort. 2 poison needles struck Wonder Woman, her resilient skin merely grazed by them, preventing deeper penetration. Ren Jiu, witnessing Natasha's misfortune, cried out, "I just vowed to protect her. How dare you harm her?" Feeling a dizziness envelop his head, his heart was solely consumed with worry for Natasha. "Quickly, hand over the antidote and the blood sample from Captain America, or I shall show no mercy. No matter what you say, I will no longer listen. You are no match for me. Dr. Ivchenko chuckled. Young man, do not be so arrogant. I acknowledge your remarkable prowess. My interest in you has surpassed that of Captain America. However, alas, your abilities exceed my control, and thus, I must destroy you. Give the poison a moment. Soon. You shall calm down. Dr. Ivchenko commanded the two female warriors, stay back and ensure she falls and does not rise again. Two female warriors, discarded by Dr. Ivchenko, dared not defy his orders. They assumed combat stances, preparing for the impending assault by Wonder Woman. Dottie observed Natasha and Ren Jiu share a passionate kiss. And as she witnessed Natasha struck by a poisoned arrow, one could only ponder whether a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Was she admiring Natasha's demise or reminiscing about their cherished moments together? Dr. Ivchenko, noticing Dottie's momentary distraction, inquired whether she had accomplished all that he had tasked her with. Dottie nodded affirmatively, assuring him that soon he would witness the results. Satisfied, Dr. Ivchenko inclined his right arm towards Dottie. Dottie returned to her usual demeanor, sauntering over in her lingerie with an alluring grace, linking her arm with Dr. Ivchenko's. He patted her hand and proclaimed her the true queen of the Red Room. Dottie placed his arm against her chest and whispered softly in his ear, from now on, you shall be the king of the Red Room. Ren Jiu's consciousness began to fade. He watched helplessly as Dr. Ivchenko departed with Dottie. This time, Diana refrained from further mental assaults to regain control of the body and anxiously remarked, Ren Jiu, why do I sense that you are in distress? What is truly happening to you? If you wish to linger a moment longer with Natasha, I shall not impede you. However, for your own sake, I implore you to pause or seek Agent Carter. Ren Jiu seemed oblivious to Diana's words, shouting in fury towards the direction of Dr. Ivchenko, why must you harm her? I demand the antidote. Wonder Woman's condition was abysmal. She struggled to maintain her footing, let alone engage in battle. The two female warriors left behind by Dr. Ivchenko instinctively retreated at the sight of such a deteriorated Wonder Woman, their hearts tinged with empathy. Like Black Widow, they had been trained to become emotionless instruments of death. Yet not all were as callous as Dottie. Although they lacked a profound understanding of love, they silently extended their best wishes for Natasha and Ren Jiu. In the distance, the manor echoed with the faint cries of distress. The two female warriors realized time was of the essence. None wished to be mere cannon fodder. They rushed to confront Ren Jiu, feigning a struggle while discreetly informing him, Natasha, and you have been afflicted by a neurotoxin, one for which no antidote has been developed. You must act swiftly. Perhaps the scientists in your country can devise a solution. Delay any longer, and your fate will be sealed. Another warrior added, if you truly manage to save her, please convey to Natasha that we have always desired to be her friends, though opportunity eluded us. We hope she survives to grant us another chance. Ren Jiu's condition deteriorated rapidly, barely managing to stand. The warrior lamented, it is too late. The neurotoxin has completely consumed this woman. Though she was extraordinarily powerful, the two neurotoxins coursing through her veins inflicted damage that strength alone could not rectify, and she was on the verge of losing consciousness entirely. We must hasten, for Dr. Ivchenko has unleashed a dreadful biochemical weapon in the manor's kitchen. And our time is fleeting. We can only pray that they endure this ordeal. The two female warriors reached a consensus, reluctantly deciding to retain a particular syringe, stating, this is an enhancement serum provided by the organization. Dr. Ivchenko once mentioned that in moments of peril, we could inject it, and we hope it proves beneficial to you. Ren Jiu understood that they possessed no antidote and let out a mournful cry to the heavens. The two female warriors, realizing their inability to assist, murmured an apology before swiftly pursuing the direction of the doctor. Diana's voice echoed in Ren Jiu's mind. Ren Jiu, cease your foolishness. Stop at once. Even if my body is sufficiently strong, the neurotoxins will still have a profound effect on me, posing a fatal threat to you. We must seek the help of Agent Carter. Perhaps the Strategic Scientific Reserve possesses a solution. Ignoring her pleas, Ren Jiu turned and knelt, cradling Natasha in his arms. I am sorry for dragging you into this abyss so soon after meeting you. I vowed to protect you, yet I cannot even safeguard myself. As Ren Jiu gazed upon Natasha's increasingly pallid visage, tears streamed down his face. Within the Avengers, you were perpetually the overlooked one. Everyone else had families and lives of their own, while you remained solitary. Iron Man lost his parents. Captain America endured childhood humiliation. The Hulk was relentlessly hunted. And Thor lost his homeland. They had all suffered significant losses, yet you were left with nothing. Natasha, my affection for you does not stem from your beauty among all characters, but rather from your quiet contributions and your silent suffering. You never shed a tear. I had hoped to bring you a modicum of happiness, to see your smile filled with more beauty. I am sorry, Natasha, for failing you. At that moment, Diana could no longer contain her own tears within Ren Jiu's consciousness. Ren Jiu, do not speak such things. Everything will be all right. Allow me to take over. I will swiftly find Carter, and you should rest for a while. Ren Jiu reminisced about the moments shared with Diana, enduring the excruciating pain as a smile broke through. Diana, I apologize. I have been somewhat headstrong this time. I hope you do not hold it against me. The power of the neurotoxins is too formidable. If I were to return it to you now, you too might fall victim. Let this accursed thing vanish with me. Please take care of Natasha, and may you find your way back home, to where the Force wielders dwell amidst turmoil, to a peaceful paradise. As his words faded, Wonder Woman let out a final anguished cry before succumbing to unconsciousness, her proud head bowing low, and even Natasha, whom she held tightly, began to slip from her grasp. Desperately, Diana called out to Ren Jiu, unwilling to relinquish control of her body. With Ren Jiu unresponsive, the heartbroken Diana regained control, clutching Natasha tightly once more. Ren Jiu. Diana continued to desperately search for the whereabouts of Ren Jiu in her mind. Ren Jiu, have you forgotten that I possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary individuals? I can endure this. There is no need for you to make any sacrifices. What are you doing? Where are you? Please, come out. Without you, how can I find my way home? What will become of Natasha? Despite Diana's fervent calls, there was no response. At that moment, Captain America and Agent Carter were inspecting the estate for any emergencies, and the back door was a critical area they needed to examine. Captain America, with physical capabilities several times greater than that of an average person, spotted Diana from a distance. Carter, over there. It appears to be Diana. Carter, noticing Diana tightly embracing Natasha, felt a surge of concern despite her confusion, and asked, what on earth has happened? Diana, still in a daze, only recognized Captain America and Agent Carter as they approached. With a sense of relief akin to seeing a savior, she exclaimed, Carter, please, think of a way to save her. She has been struck by a nerve toxin, and your strategic scientific reserve must have a solution. Carter, who had rushed over hoping to administer first aid, shook her head after hearing Diana's plea. To be honest, we have indeed conducted research in this area. However, the capabilities of Hydra in utilizing biochemical weapons are formidable. The potency of the nerve toxin is overwhelming. With our current technology, we lack an effective remedy. Observing Diana's disheartened expression, Carter suddenly recalled something. Wait, Dr. Erskine has just arrived in America. During his visit to the laboratory, he proposed a form of cryotherapy that could gradually treat patients through freezing technology. This might be of use. Revived with hope, Diana exclaimed joyfully, that's wonderful. Let us quickly take her to the Strategic Scientific Reserve's cryochamber. I recall you mentioning that there is a branch here. Carter regretfully shook her head. I'm sorry, Diana. My rank is too low. The cryochamber is classified equipment. My clearance only allows me to know certain information, and I lack the authority to use these devices freely. Moreover, it is unlikely the branch leadership would permit a stranger access. Diana suddenly let out a cold laugh. Tell me where your branch is located. I will see who dares to impede my efforts to save her. Leave her to me, Captain America interjected, lifting the unconscious Natasha. Time is of the essence. Saving her is paramount. Regardless of her nature, this situation arose because of me, and I will deliver her to the cryochamber. I believe they will grant me this favor. Agent Carter informed Captain America of the branch's location, but then recalled another pressing issue. Steve, what about the people in the estate? Everyone in the kitchen seems to be in a frenzy, attacking others as if possessed. Regardless of whether they are men or women, they are behaving frantically, seeking to dismember anyone in their path. Captain America wore a grave expression, relieved that those ensnared by madness possessed diminished intellect. He had just evacuated the occupants of the manor, sealing all entrances. I anticipate the police will arrive shortly to handle the situation. We have no other choice. I shall attend to the girl while you manage the aftermath. Carter, with your presence, I am utterly at ease. Carter, though anxious, recognized the chaos. The panicking dignitaries had turned the parking lot into utter disarray, rendering escape impossible for the time being. How will you reach her? Captain America chuckled heartily, feigning nonchalance. Fear not, for I am quite adept at motorcycle performances. With that, he swiftly carried Black Widow toward the parking lot. Agent Carter gazed at him with starry eyes. Feeling the return of that courageous little figure, momentarily dazed, she recalled that Captain America expected her to handle the aftermath, hastily leaving Diana to rush to the front of the manor. Diana, having steadied her mind, acknowledged that although Ren Jiu was no longer present, there remained much to accomplish for this world and for her own principles. Diana wished to conceal Natasha's identity as a spy, quickly tidying the remnants of the recent battle. She then approached the spot where Dottie had stood, donning the black, form-fitting combat suit that Dottie had intended to change into, and wrapping Dottie's serving apron around herself. After securing a hood to shield her face and hair, Diana now sought to unleash her fury upon those frenzied individuals. If Ren Jiu were still conscious, he would undoubtedly be filled with curiosity, pondering whether the deranged were zombies or ghouls. Alas, Ren Jiu had vanished from Diana's thoughts. Reflecting briefly, Diana realized this must have been Dottie's mission. Surely, Dottie had tampered with something in the kitchen while clad in her serving attire. Wonder Woman required no extensive preparation. She merely hoped that the powerful, frenzied individuals Carter spoke of could withstand her wrath. With a forceful kick, Wonder Woman burst through the locked back door of the kitchen, disregarding the circumstances within. Behind the manor's kitchen lay a storage area for vegetables and miscellaneous items, facilitating the unloading of supplies. As she charged into the room, two indistinct objects hurtled toward her. Frowning, Wonder Woman deftly dodged one overhead and retaliated, sending the other crashing back to the ground with a swift kick. Cough, cough. In the corner of the room, a novice intern, new to the kitchen, crouched on the floor, clutching his head in pain, attempting to assault Wonder Woman with an onion. He watched in horror as it shattered into countless pieces upon her kick, transforming into an instant weapon of mass destruction. Please don't kill me, the young man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Through swollen eyes, he beheld the figure before him, clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with a white apron, and her head swathed in black fabric, leaving only her eyes visible. At that moment, this bizarrely dressed individual appeared more terrifying than the deranged. I know nothing. I beg you, spare me. Diana deliberately lowered her voice, urging him to speak. What on earth had transpired? The young lad appeared to tremble, utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond to Wonder Woman. Observing his quivering and stammering demeanor, Diana, incensed, feigned an intention to kick another onion across the room, demanding to know how those individuals had descended into madness. The shattered onion released a pungent aroma that filled the room, causing the young assistant to cough incessantly, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Diana opened the door that connected to the kitchen slightly, allowing fresh air to circulate. The assistant's face grew increasingly tense as he desperately gestured to Wonder Woman to refrain from proceeding. Before the frowning heroine could comprehend his intent, a frail girl burst into the room, clad in a similar serving outfit, and immediately dashed toward the assistant. Detecting the overpowering scent of onion emanating from him, she resolved to endure the offensive odor in order to confront him. Hey, don't act like I'm invisible. Can you understand me when I speak? If you don't mind, let's have a brief conversation, young lady. Ignored by the young server, Diana felt a twinge of annoyance. Only then did the server realize that Wonder Woman was not of the same ilk, and after confirming this several times, she lunged at her. Carter, having little experience in the world, often exaggerated her words. It seemed we had differing interpretations of immense strength. Diana effortlessly countered the young server's assault, and after a few exchanges, boredom began to set in. Once again evading her attack, she swung her elbow, striking the server on the back of the head. Don't kill her. The assistant, reassured that Wonder Woman posed no real threat, boldly proclaimed, aren't you eager to know what transpired? Allow me to enlighten you. The individuals who have gone mad are all kitchen staff. Today is a significant occasion, attracting numerous outsiders. After the main course rush, everyone had finally relaxed, engaging in conversation and getting to know one another. I, feeling exhausted and not particularly skilled in socializing, stealthily slipped away to this storage room for a brief rest. The assistant shivered as he continued. I had barely dozed off when I heard someone shouting from within. It turned out that all the kitchen doors had been locked. Fearing they might suspect me, I peered through the glass window of the door. Initially, they assumed it was merely a prank, laughing and joking amongst themselves. No one wished to appear foolish, fearing ridicule in the future. Then, suddenly, a red gas began to waft from the corners of the room, leading everyone to cough and grow increasingly agitated. I witnessed the head chef suddenly turn on those nearby, and chaos erupted as everyone seemed intent on tearing each other apart. At that moment, a butler from the estate burst through the kitchen door, and a torrent of people surged out, tearing the butler to shreds. The assistant concluded his tale. Nearly in tears, Wonder Woman felt a pang of sympathy for him. This horrifying scene would haunt him for a lifetime, waking him in terror countless nights. Very well. You have articulated the situation clearly. You may leave now. I shall handle the aftermath. The young assistant, feeling a sense of relief, stumbled outside. As he passed the young attendant, he hesitated and turned back, saying, They are indeed bad people. I know my words may seem harsh, but I truly hope you can spare their lives. Before he could finish his plea, the attendant suddenly grasped his foot, and the young assistant let out a desperate cry for help. In a flash, Wonder Woman leaped forward, delivering a swift chop that rendered the attendant unconscious once more. She turned to the assistant, urging him, "You must leave at once. It will soon become perilous. Remember to lock the door behind you." Though she did not voice it, the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. The assistant's compassion had crossed her mind. Otherwise, it would have been far easier to eliminate the attendant than to incapacitate her twice. Without waiting for the approaching footsteps from the kitchen to draw nearer, Diana sprang forward. Standing resolutely at the storeroom's entrance, neither retreating nor advancing, two deranged individuals approached, fervently chanting, "Why aren't you dead yet? Hurry up and die. What are you waiting for? Allow me to expedite your demise." Wonder Woman had witnessed their previous bout of violence, which had already left them bloodied. Therefore, she dared only to exert slightly more force than a typical person in her combat against them, employing her extraordinary fighting skills to engage without causing them harm. At that moment, the previously unconscious attendant rose once more. Wonder Woman quietly contemplated, "Ren Jiu, the assistant should have locked the door by now. What should I do to subdue them without inflicting injury? Their repeated resurgence is quite bothersome." She recalled that Ren Jiu was no longer present, sighed, and deftly deflected the assaults of the two attackers, charging ahead. Swiftly, she seized a rolling pin from the kitchen countertop, gauging its weight with satisfaction. It was just right. Armed with this effective weapon, these deranged individuals posed no threat to her, their abilities barely matching those of a skilled lower-tier ninja. Observing the frail female assailant, Diana accurately struck her carotid artery with the rolling pin's end, inducing unconsciousness. Had it been a robust male assailant, she would have dealt with him by striking his nape directly. As Wonder Woman subdued her adversaries, she concurrently searched the kitchen for the gas canister described by the attendant. The deranged individuals, who had initially gathered at the entrance, began to converge towards the sound of the commotion. Not one to remain idle, Wonder Woman surged forward, striving to alleviate the pressure on the survivors within the building. Seeing the deranged individuals gradually dispersing from the entrance, the military police organized by Carter finally summoned their courage, urged on by her insistence, and burst through the front door. Terrified and on edge, they were poised to fire at any shadow that crossed their path. Wonder Woman hurled the onions she had prepared with great force, causing chaos among the military and police forces. Coughing ensued as the commander shouted, "We are under attack. It is a biochemical weapon. My airways are suffering from severe burning. Everyone prepare to evacuate immediately." "You see clearly now," Wonder Woman exclaimed, having incapacitated a madman. She pointed towards the direction where the military had intended to fire, declaring, "If I had not intervened, your weapons would have already been aimed at an ordinary person. Those you deem mad, the chefs and waiters, have merely succumbed to a gaseous toxin. Once its effects wane, they should recover. I have observed that many are gradually regaining consciousness. If you wish to assist, please holster your firearms and subdue these individuals with your batons and handcuffs instead." A gasp erupted from the ranks of the military and police. "Look, there are so many madmen lying on the ground." They directed their lights to the floor, revealing dozens of individuals in a tranquil state, with Wonder Woman standing amongst them, accompanied by several ordinary people she had rescued. "She resembles the Grim Reaper, save for the scythe," one officer remarked, quickly gaining consensus among the others. The military commander's previous cowardice starkly contrasted with Wonder Woman's valiant presence, leading him to mock, "The truth of the matter remains unclear. I see this person merely as a waiter, nothing extraordinary. I would like to take her in for questioning." "A Grim Reaper waiter? How splendid. Have we gained yet another superhero in our great America?" The officers, unwilling to confront the madman, regarded the disguised Wonder Woman as their hero. The commander bellowed, "The situation is still ambiguous. Perhaps this individual caused the tragedy and then orchestrated a rescue. Wake up. Arrest this unknown person at once." Agent Carter observed the black-clad version of Wonder Woman. Although she did not recognize her, she understood that it was this woman who resolved the crisis and safeguarded the lives of the madmen. "Quickly, assist Diana. She is not an unknown entity. I have heard of her." The commander sneered, stating, "Though the strategic scientific reserve is impressive, they have no authority to command us. Your previous orders were merely a courtesy. Now, do not attempt to gloss over this. Tell us who she is." With no alternative, Carter quickly devised a response. "She is the reinforcements summoned by Captain America, known as Deadpool." Mission 022, Fireman Wonder Woman extricated herself from the troublesome military entanglement and proceeded to the storeroom, extracting all the gas canisters she had collected. With all her might, she shattered the canisters with a rolling pin, ensuring that the higher-ups in the United States could not exploit this perilous gas for research. Having suspected the nature of this gas, which incited madness and self-harm, her hypothesis was further substantiated by the remnants now dissipating into the air. As Wonder Woman made her way towards the back door of the manor, she muttered to herself, "Ren Jiu, it feels rather peculiar without you by my side. You were always the one to guide me in achieving perfection. I trust that this time, you will be pleased. You still owe me a thank you." If Natasha awakens one day, no one shall perceive her as a spy and executioner through these clues. With Captain America vouching for her, there should be no issue. Diana changed back into her elegant dress, mimicking the demeanor of those warrior women, securing Dottie's combat attire around her thigh. As for the apron that had transformed her into Deadpool, she had long since discarded it without a trace. Dottie, having left her garments at the manor, wore only her undergarments, donning a cloak merely to avert drawing attention. She drove with great joy, feeling utterly satisfied with the results of the day. Dr. Yevchenko occupied the passenger seat, his fingers resting on Dottie's slender thigh, playfully toying with her. Dottie's thigh muscles were remarkably resilient, and as Dr. Yevchenko contemplated their subsequent plans, his fingers danced across her leg, composing a silent symphony. The night sped by, and they drew closer to the airport. Growing weary of the elastic game, Dr. Yevchenko devised a more intriguing approach, gliding his fingertips swiftly over Dottie's fair and luminous skin. The training within the Red House was of the highest standard. Despite its intensity, it never harmed a single inch of the girl's skin, for their inherent beauty was their most formidable weapon. Dr. Yevchenko traced numerous patterns on Dottie's leg with his fingernails, eliciting a blend of pain and exhilaration upon her face. Just then, the subtle beeping of Dr. Yevchenko's watch broke the moment, and after listening for a moment, he signaled Dottie to pull over at a nearby phone booth. Dr. Yevchenko inserted a coin into the phone and returned the call based on the Morse code received earlier. How is everything progressing? At that moment, beside a telephone in the manor, a military officer whispered, "The red gas had limited efficacy. We are currently managing the aftermath." "Oh, have they resolved everything?" Dr. Yevchenko inquired. Astonished, "Pray tell, how did they control this virus?" The officer replied cautiously, "It's unclear how, but a fellow known as Deadpool emerged and incapacitated all the infected individuals. They are gradually regaining consciousness, and the assessment is clear. The serum virus, which had us at a loss, poses no threat in the eyes of the Americans." Dr. Yevchenko remained unconvinced. "This is merely a diluted version of the virus. We vaporized it for experimentation on the populace." "And what of Natasha?" "I've heard that Captain America brought a woman into the Strategic Scientific Reserves branch. I believe that must be Natasha. Time is of the essence. We cannot continue this conversation." With that, the military officer swiftly hung up the phone. Dr. Yevchenko stepped out of the booth, casting a glance toward a vehicle behind him. Dr. Yevchenko drew his pistol and approached. "You tell me, you witnessed Natasha and that woman fall to the ground with your own eyes. Yet I have heard that Natasha was rescued." The two female fighters left behind by Dr. Yevchenko trembled as they spoke. "We truly saw them collapse. Beyond that, we know nothing." Dr. Yevchenko observed a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, holstered his weapon, placed his hand on the car door, and, while turning his ring, inquired, "How long has it been since you last returned home? If we successfully complete this mission, I shall speak to my superiors about your families. Perhaps even arrange for them to visit you." A long-lost smile graced the faces of the two female fighters. "Thank you, Dr. Yevchenko. We are willing to devote ourselves entirely to the success of this mission." With a kind expression, Dr. Yevchenko asked, "Now, tell me, did Natasha and that woman truly fall? What else did you witness?" The two fighters nodded. "We saw them fall. We heard terrifying screams from the manor, which prompted our retreat. Before we left, we ensured Natasha received the stamina-enhancing potion given to us by the organization." Dr. Yevchenko appeared somewhat surprised, yet thoroughly pleased. "Unexpected. But you have made the entire plan more flawless." As he turned to leave, he added, "However, only one of you will be able to see your family. This vehicle shall serve as your arena. Let me see who yearns to return home more." No sooner had Dr. Yevchenko spoken than the two dazed female fighters had already commenced a desperate struggle. These two friends of many years were blissfully unaware that they were willing to go to any lengths to eliminate one another. Dr. Yevchenko returned to the car and glanced at Dottie. "If our doctor can perfect the secondary transmissibility of the toxin, the potency of the red toxin will increase significantly. It is indeed unfortunate. I had hoped to create a bit of trouble for the Americans." Dottie, visibly anxious, looked at Dr. Yevchenko. "What about Natasha? Do we have any news of her?" Just as Dr. Yevchenko was about to respond, his watch emitted a series of urgent beeps. His demeanor shifted drastically. "This is bad. We cannot afford to delay even a moment. We must evacuate immediately. Dottie, more concerned about Natasha, pressed on. Is Natasha dead? Even the queen of the Red Room, who would never be destroyed, watched in disbelief as Dr. Yevchenko struck himself in the face. Wonder Woman suddenly felt a profound loneliness as Ren Jiu had vanished without a trace. When an ordinary person disappears, a body remains, allowing for the construction of a tombstone. Yet, Ren Jiu left nothing behind. Diana felt lost, unsure of whom to confide in or whom to seek help from, unable to find even a second person who knew Ren Jiu. A single drop of water, although evaporated, transforms into clouds before returning to the earth. But what had Ren Jiu become? Agent Carter approached the seated Diana, expressing her surprise at finding her still there. She had just been in contact with Captain America, who had transported the red-haired girl to the cryogenic chamber. Without the 2 doses of the body-enhancing serum that Diana had administered, the girl would not have made it that far. Although her vital signs were currently stable, Carter hoped for her swift recovery. She pondered whether the girl had been implicated in the recent events. Unbeknownst to Carter, the red-haired girl was, in fact, a spy, and one of the most formidable ones at that. Diana smiled and nodded, affirming that some spies believed the girl to be Captain America's lover. Unable to target him directly, they had attempted to abduct her, but their escape was thwarted when Carter spotted them. Carter felt a twinge of jealousy over Natasha being mistaken for Captain America's girlfriend. Yet her primary concern was for Natasha's safety. Reflecting on Natasha's precarious situation, even with the cryogenic chamber, she lamented, "Poor child." At that moment, several heavily armed individuals hastily sought out Agent Carter. A young soldier saluted and quickly informed her, "Agent Carter, there's trouble. The New York headquarters requests your immediate return." Carter was taken aback, wondering what significant issue could possibly require her attention. "What is happening? Why the urgency?" she inquired. The soldier glanced at Diana, momentarily captivated by her extraordinary beauty, and instinctively thought her harmless. He whispered, "A fire wielder has been causing a stir in New York, but there has been no real danger, and the headquarters is at a loss." However, he noted that the fire wielder's whereabouts had since become unknown, causing public concern. Carter sighed in exasperation. "What can I do? A fire wielder? What am I supposed to do about that?" The soldier, evidently well informed, explained that the fire wielder had been missing for some time. Under pressure from the public, the president had given the director a mere 24 hours to resolve the situation. The director, having learned of Carter's close association with Howard Stark, had urged her to return promptly. Carter was incredulous. "Howard Stark is currently unconscious in the intensive care unit. Regardless of our relationship, I doubt he can assist." The soldier hastily clarified, "No, it's Dr. Horton, who developed the fire wielder, who shares a strong rapport with Mr. Stark. There are rumors that the fire wielder is Stark's creation, but he chose not to claim it, leaving it to his close friend, Dr. Horton." Carter then looked towards the direction of Captain America. "If that is the case, why not let Captain America handle it? They are both extraordinary individuals and may have a common understanding." It seemed absurd to expect her to control a fire wielder. The soldier shook his head, revealing his limited knowledge of such confidential matters. Diana, using her analytical skills, explained to Carter, "I believe the first reason is that Captain America has tasks to complete here. They will attribute the credit for this incident to him and will not easily release him. Secondly, as a national hero, what would happen if he were to fail? The meticulously constructed image of a superhero has crumbled in an instant, casting a shadow over conscription and even the specter of war. Furthermore, the nature of the enigmatic fireman remains uncertain. The higher-ups are reluctant to compare him to Captain America." Carter sighed, encapsulating her thoughts succinctly. "These men have once again proven unreliable, necessitating the intervention of women to restore order." Agent Carter has been significantly distressed by the poison and espionage that have tormented her, and now, with the emergence of this ambiguous fireman, she travels in silence, burdened by worry. Diana, feeling the absence of her companion Ren Jiu, perceives this unfamiliar world as a frigid expanse. Initially intent on unleashing her pent-up ire upon the afflicted madman, she found herself hesitating as her adversaries crumbled easily before her. Both women, preoccupied with their own concerns, returned to New York. However, before they could even enter the city, their vehicle was halted by a sudden commotion near the port area. The crowd surged away from the docks, and the drivers of the cars ahead, initially shouting in frustration, quickly abandoned their vehicles in a frantic bid for safety upon grasping the gravity of the situation. The 2 women, driven by a strong sense of duty, exchanged glances and exited their vehicle. At that moment, several police officers, who had been rushing towards the docks to maintain order, abruptly turned and fled. With swift reflexes, Diana seized a fleeing officer and inquired about the cause of the panic. The officer, initially inclined to shake off her grip, was taken aback by Diana's striking beauty and hastily advised her, "Run. No matter how beautiful you are, survival is paramount. Don't concern yourself with anything else." Agent Carter interjected sternly, "Enough of this chatter. We are with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Tell us what has transpired." With Diana's firm grasp still on him, the officer divulged. A strange individual emerged from the sea. At first, no one paid him any mind. He babbled nonsensically, and people dismissed him as a lunatic. However, when he perceived their derision, he felt insulted and retaliated. His strength is formidable. A blow from him could easily break bones. We called for backup, intending to reason with him and subdue him, but he demanded to see the president instead. We all thought him mad, yet he hurled a police car into the crowd. We managed to rescue the injured, but no one dared confront this lunatic after that. Upon finishing his account, Diana released him. Agent Carter, observing the chaos of the crowd, intended to investigate the docks, but personnel from the Strategic Scientific Reserve rushed from their vehicle to block her path. "Agent, I apologize for the urgency, but the president has granted the director only 24 hours, and we may be left with only a few hours. We cannot afford to linger here." Carter was suddenly filled with anger. Here stood a madman so powerful that even the police could not control him. And yet you all disregard the lives of the innocent for the sake of an order? If this immensely strong lunatic continues to harm others, the vehicles parked here will become his weapons. How many lives will be lost? I shall never neglect the safety of the populace in pursuit of a mere trace of an artificial human. The two accompanying personnel remained resolute in blocking Carter's path. "You are right. That man capable of throwing cars is indeed dangerous. But do you believe your intervention would be effective? Please, be realistic and focus on what you can actually do." Carter perceived the profound disdain in their demeanor, igniting her fury. At that moment, Diana gently grasped her arm. "Carter, listen to me. A missing fireman may not pose a threat to others. Yet if this continues, the U.S. government will take action against him without hesitation. Perhaps you are the only one who can help him now. The reason the fireman has gone missing must stem from feelings of discrimination and injustice. If he learns that Captain America's closest friend wishes to speak with him, it might greatly improve his spirits. You may be able to assist in rescuing him and alleviating the misunderstandings he holds towards humanity." Agent Carter regarded Diana, recognizing the truth in her words. Yet she pondered how to proceed. Diana smiled. "I studied some strategies for dealing with superheroes under Dr. Erskine. I may not possess your bravery, but I believe I have a knack for persuasion." Carter firmly grasped Diana's hand. "Be careful, for you truly possess a remarkable talent." As Diana watched Agent Carter and the two attendants rush towards another direction, she felt reassured to head towards the dock. "I am Namor, the submariner, hailing from the underwater realm of Atlantis. You pitiful humans scuttle about like insects," Namor declared, observing the panic-stricken crowd as though he were a child pouring water into an anthill. He advanced, eager to lift another vehicle for his game of building blocks. Pondering whether the commotion was insufficient to warrant your attention, Namor roared in frustration, "Enough! Though Wonder Woman cannot fly, her presence is akin to that of a Queen's arrival. Are you not yet satiated with your chaos? I care not whence you come, but it seems there is a distinct lack of reverence for life in your domain." Ren Jiu had often shared tales with Diana about the superheroes of this world, yet he had never mentioned this particular superhuman. Diana pondered deeply, yearning to discern whether this self-proclaimed king of the sea was a hero or a villain. Unbeknownst to Diana, Ren Jiu genuinely had no knowledge of this monarch emerging from the ocean, who had yet to grace the widely recognized Marvel films. But he could certainly be considered Marvel's first superhero. Namor gazed with interest at the approaching Wonder Woman, questioning, "Respect for life?" The onlookers prior to this moment displayed a stark lack of basic respect towards me, akin to spectators observing animals in a zoo. They pointed and laughed, presuming I could not comprehend their language, and they mocked me with casual derision. I remained silent, listening intently, hoping someone would intervene and inform them of their unkindness. Yet matters only worsened until I could bear it no longer. "I am Namor, the king of Atlantis. Should you wish to critique or educate me, I implore you to first disclose your name." Wonder Woman, reflecting on her mundane role within the medical division, felt her commanding aura diminish significantly. A touch of awkwardness crept into her demeanor as she scratched her head and said, "I am a member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. While previous individuals may have been somewhat discourteous, I extend my apologies on their behalf. Please share your concerns with me, and I shall endeavor to relay them appropriately." Namor observed the flustered expression on Wonder Woman's face, but chose not to expose her discomfort. "I have previously stated that my demands are rather simple. I seek an audience with your president." Wonder Woman found herself momentarily taken aback by his peculiar request. given his apparent mastery of their language. It was clear he possessed some understanding of the nation, and thus he should recognize that the president is exceedingly occupied and cannot be easily summoned. Namor regarded her with disdain, wearing an expression that conveyed he had anticipated her reaction and found it utterly pointless. Diana, having promised Agent Carter that she would manage the situation, steeled herself and replied, "Even if the president were to come, it would not be an immediate affair. Perhaps you could articulate your requests to me, allowing the president time to contemplate your proposals en route." Namor scarcely spared Wonder Woman a glance. Had it not been for her striking beauty, he likely would not have engaged with her at all. The Strategic Scientific Reserve? What a pitiful organization. What role do you even fulfill? Do you believe your status grants you the right to negotiate terms with the King of Atlantis? Even your nation's president, a mere figurehead who changes every few years, does not possess the standing to converse on equal footing with me. What significance do you think you hold? Agent Carter, unwilling to waste a moment longer, dashed out of the chaotic area, commandeering a police vehicle, and sped towards Dr. Horton's residence. The doctor's assistant opened the door, welcoming them inside. The doctor stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed toward where the Human Torch had been buried. Carter, observing the doctor's despondent demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. She yearned to offer words of comfort, but was preoccupied with concerns for the docs. Thus, she spoke plainly, "Doctor, I have learned that the Human Torch requires assistance." The doctor, without turning, replied, "Human Torch? That moniker is utterly trite, yet it is certainly preferable to other derogatory names. And who might you be? Why would I require your help?" Carter glanced at her watch, anxiety for Diana's safety gnawing at her. She abandoned the carefully prepared statements from the previous night and declared, "I am Agent Carter of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, a close friend of Captain America, and a liaison for Dr. Erskine and Dr. Stark." Dr. Horton reflected on the tragic demise of Dr. Erskine and the unconscious state of Stark, turning to gaze at the unfortunate woman before him. Since Colonel Phillips ventured to Europe, the Strategic Scientific Reserve had disintegrated into chaos, akin to a scattered puzzle. Were it not for the illustrious name of Captain America, one might speculate that disbandment was imminent. Erskine was a coveted talent, Stark an unparalleled genius, while I am merely a scientist, grotesquely reminiscent of Frankenstein. The Human Torch pales in comparison to Captain America. My abilities are often deemed aberrant by society. Conversely, Captain America is celebrated as a paragon of humanity, a symbol of the great nation, a valiant warrior against injustice. You are powerless to assist, and I require no salvation from you." Upon hearing Dr. Horton's words, Carter experienced a sudden epiphany. Interrupting the doctor, she proclaimed, "Doctor, what I mean is that I can assist the Human Torch, no, the Human Fireball. I believe his current predicament is dire, and I have just conceived a mutually beneficial solution." No one comprehended the turmoil within the Human Fireball. Not even Dr. Horton could fathom his plight. Having broken free from his concrete confines, he yearned for solitude, far removed from the city and its throngs. In a deserted barn on the outskirts of New York City, he had chosen this refuge, pondering why he hadn't fled to the depths of a forest but instead selected a vantage point from which the city could be observed. In the abandoned barn, Jim Hammond, no longer the uncontrollable inferno he once was, sat languidly atop a pile of hay, idly toying with flickering flames. Apart from the fiery display required for takeoff, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary individual, akin to a disheartened, homeless student. How fascinating fire is, he mused to himself. A tinge of melancholy enveloping him. Had I learned to control it sooner, perhaps I would not have been deemed a monster. As an artificial being, he had no need for physical activity or sustenance. He could remain there indefinitely, yet life grew monotonous and solitary. Here, flames were his only companions. He possessed nothing else. The Human Fireball did not require sleep, thus dreams eluded him. In the darkness, solitude weighed heavily upon him. Countless times, he would curl into himself, whispering, "I am merely a machine, akin to this dilapidated lawnmower or thresher. No, I am even less than they. From the moment of my creation, I served no purpose." In recent days, he had pondered a new dilemma. Perhaps I am not a machine. Otherwise, why would they label me a monster? Am I truly a monster? Or merely a machine? Or as Dr. Horton asserts, am I human? Just as the Human Fireball grappled with this philosophical quandary, the barn door swung open, and a group of New York thugs entered, dragging with them a battered man. The man, in anguish, implored, "Boss, you must believe me. I am not the traitor. I swear I have betrayed no one." His oath did not elicit an ounce of sympathy or understanding. The leader struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth. Do you think we've gone through all this trouble just to hear your pleas for mercy? Be sensible. We brought you here not to listen to your incessant whimpering. I deem you guilty, and thus you are guilty. I wish for your demise, and you have no justification to continue living. The thugs nearby indulged in their scornful taunts. You should count yourself fortunate that there are no guard dogs or pigs on this farm. Otherwise, disposing of your body would be even easier. He had not returned home the previous night, and his wife had called me inquiring about his whereabouts. I told her I would visit her later, chuckling. One of the henchmen nudged the boss and gleefully remarked. The boss, with a lecherous glare, replied, "Do as you please, but let me remind you, he has a daughter. If you dare to act recklessly, don't say I didn't warn you. The next one to perish could very well be you." Amidst the raucous commotion, the formidable figure known as Thunderfire emerged from the second floor of the barn, causing the wooden planks to creak under his weight. Enough. Stop your squabbling. In a moment, you shall all meet your demise. Thunderfire roared. The assembled ruffians drew their firearms, shouting, "Who is it? Who's there?" Thunderfire had envisioned that he might encounter someone in the barn, perhaps a child to play with, or an elderly couple who would understand his tragic plight and resolve it with their American spirit. Alas, none of that came to pass. The individuals he encountered were remorseless thugs, and even the victim might have been a miscreant. With a swift motion, Thunderfire extended his fingers, unleashing bursts of flame that rendered the gunmen's weapons red-hot. Chaos ensued among the assailants. Some suffered burns, while others were paralyzed by the bizarre spectacle, all desperately attempting to flee. Thunderfire gestured, sending a flame to the barn's entrance, causing the crowd to retreat in terror. You act with reckless abandon, showing utter disregard for the sanctity of life. If you can be called human, then why must I be the monster? I can feel loneliness. I can feel compassion. At this moment, I am engulfed in rage and sorrow. You embody nothing but beastliness. I am more deserving of the title human than you, while you ought to be reduced to ashes. Just then, Thunderfire heard a faint beeping from the pile of grain where he had been lying. He broke free from his fury and hastily approached, placing a small communicator to his ear. In downtown New York City, Dr. Houghton had just activated the device and spoke anxiously. "Child, where are you? Oh God, can you hear me? I hope the communicator invented by Mr. Howard functions properly." Agent Carter stood beside him, gesturing for the doctor to remain calm. "Doctor, do not fret. I believe Thunderfire is safe. He can control fire and fly. As long as he is within range of the signal, there will surely be a response." Dr. Horton seems to have aged several years in just a few days, his voice trembling as he expressed his remorse, questioning whether he had caused him too much harm and if he would still wish to return after hearing everything we said. Thunderbolt, recognizing that familiar voice, endeavored to maintain his composure before gently replying, "Doctor, it is I, Thunderbolt." The confrontation at the New York docks persisted. Wonder Woman, Diana, restrained her fury, reiterating, "As I have already mentioned, feel free to state your demands, and I shall convey them for you." Namor, observing the somewhat irate Wonder Woman, appeared amused and stepped closer, suddenly fixating on her face with a hint of doubt, confessing, "To be frank, your beauty does indeed captivate me, and I detect an inexplicable, familiar scent emanating from you." Wonder Woman regarded Namor's arrogant visage, suppressing the urge to strike him, and replied, "I must say, there is also a certain familiar scent about you, though it conjures rather unpleasant memories." Instead of erupting in anger at Wonder Woman's slightly offensive remarks, the irritable Namor spoke earnestly, "You humans ought to live modestly upon the land. The ocean is not yours to encroach upon. You have been dumping refuse into the sea and recklessly hunting its creatures for far too long. I never anticipated that you would extend your warfare into my domain." Wonder Woman felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. She recognized that many human actions were indeed misguided. "I understand that humanity has offended the ocean greatly. Yet this planet has not decreed that humans can only inhabit the land. I believe that if you could temper your temper and engage in meaningful dialogue, we might coexist peacefully." Namor's gaze darkened with fury. "You wish for me to control my temper? I dare say, had I not been so temperate, we would not be conversing here at all. My oceanic beasts would have already surged forth." Witnessing Namor's rising anger, Wonder Woman refused to back down. "Since you are aware of our existence, you must also recognize that until recently, we were oblivious to yours. And you, upon your arrival, demanded an audience with the president. Those individuals do not know you or the circumstances, yet you resorted to hurling police cars into the crowd. I do not find their reaction unjustified, as it is you who initiated this violence." Namor, having long harbored a reservoir of rage, was ignited further by Wonder Woman's bold confrontation. "I ventured from my kingdom to the territory controlled by Hydra in an effort to mitigate the harm you inflict upon the ocean, intending to engage in constructive dialogue. Yet, I was met with the news that Hydra personnel were wantonly slaughtering my people in Bermuda, casting deep-sea bombs into the water, and transporting the corpses of Atlanteans away. Wonder Woman, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "Oh my, I am truly sorry. I had no inkling that matters had escalated to this extent." Diana contemplated the possibility that if someone were to perpetrate a massacre on Amazon Paradise Island, her fury might surpass even that of Namor. "I can empathize with your feelings. I truly pity you. However, I must assert that your current approach does not constitute a foundation for constructive dialogue." Namor erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, you understand my feelings? You, a mere human, a mere errand boy for your strategic bureau. How could you possibly comprehend the anguish of losing so many of my people?" Wonder Woman, now aware that Namor was not inherently malevolent, chose to overlook his disrespect and earnestly implored, "I hope you will hear me out. Hydra is our mutual adversary. We ought to unite against them. Let us both remain calm. Accompany me to the Strategic Science Corps headquarters, where we shall report to the president." Namor, visibly enraged, retorted, "You expect me to wait for your president? My people are being slaughtered, and you do not count among the perpetrators?" Wonder Woman sensed the intensity of Namor's fury, but felt some confusion. "Having lived beneath the waves for so long, you may be misinformed. We are situated far across the ocean. Hydra bears no connection to us." Namor waved his hand dismissively. "You still think you can deceive me? Were you not eager to hear my conditions? I shall present the first. Deliver to me Dr. Erskine, the architect of this calamity." Wonder Woman was taken aback, exclaiming, "But Dr. Erskine is already deceased. What relevance does he hold in this matter?" Upon hearing that his foremost enemy had perished, Namor became frantic. "He is dead? You must be lying. You humans excel at deceit. You brought him back from Germany, and he died so easily? If he is indeed dead, then where is his body?" Wonder Woman, feeling a tinge of guilt, recognized that the circumstances surrounding Dr. Erskine's death were tenuous, and if an investigation were to ensue, potential flaws could emerge. Diana, unaccustomed to deceit, responded nervously, "He truly is dead, but his body remains missing. Regardless, he is undeniably deceased." Namor fixed his cold gaze upon Diana. "You expect me to believe that he dissected my kin, concocted vials of serum, and then conveniently died in a corner without a trace? Do you think I can accept such a tale?" Wonder Woman was astonished by Namor's revelations. Although many of her suspicions were now answered, she sought further clarification. "Are you implying that the serum created by Dr. Erskine was derived from the bodies and blood of your people?" Namor regarded her with a derisive smirk. "What did you expect? Do you think he conjured a miraculous substance from thin air to enhance human physiology? The so-called super soldier program was merely an endeavor to graft ordinary humans onto our sacred Atlantean lineage, transforming them into hybrid monstrosities. Your so-called great scientist is nothing more than a butcher with bloodstained hands." In a fleeting moment, Wonder Woman found herself besieged by his thoughts. However, reflecting on the past of Dr. Erskine, she shook her head and declared, "The doctor must be unaware of the underlying reasons. This massacre is undoubtedly the work of Hydra. He is merely responsible for the research. Do you comprehend the number of my kin that perished? If it was solely for the sake of research, why then must so many lives be extinguished? The remnants of Atlantis are nearly on the brink of annihilation. I care not whether he commanded the killings. As the principal investigator of this project, he must bear the brunt of the responsibility." Namor, consumed by rage, revealed the veins on his forehead and seemed poised to strike. Wonder Woman, having grasped the essence of the situation, firmly inquired, "I have already informed you that Dr. Erskine is dead. What further vengeance do you seek?" "I have long maintained that he would not perish so easily," he retorted. "He must have heard of my impending arrival, or, perhaps, he is hiding out of guilt. Instead, I could eliminate his family one by one, and then his colleagues, friends, superiors, and subordinates, to see if he will reveal himself." Namor envisioned this delightful scenario, licking his lips in anticipation. Even if he did not emerge, he mused, my wrath would surely find solace. Wonder Woman, unperturbed, pointed at her own head and scoffed. "Do you not perceive that you are the madman here? A madman? I am merely a king seeking retribution," Namor replied, his gaze fixated on her. "Enough of your prattle. Since you are privy to so much, you must be intertwined with that unfortunate doctor. I present you with two choices. Either come to my kingdom of Atlantis and become my queen, or witness the emergence of Dr. Erskine after your demise." Wonder Woman, having reached her limit, secretly hoped that Aquaman Namor would make the first move. Observing her defiance, Namor clicked his tongue. "It appears the women of your land possess quite the temper. I am eager to see your brave demeanor when you are on the verge of suffocation." Just as Namor was about to make his move against Diana, a fiery blaze suddenly streaked across the horizon, and the roar of Shazam reverberated through the skies. "Halt! You bare-chested monstrosity!" As he reached out to grasp Wonder Woman's neck, Namor's gaze was filled with fury directed at Shazam. Hearing Shazam's voice through the communicator, Carter anxiously exclaimed, "Shazam, do you see them? Is my friend all right?" Dr. Hodges, equally tense, urged, "Shazam, Jim, my child, this is your finest opportunity. Do not squander it. Be mindful during the ensuing battle. Avoid harming others, and do not sustain injuries yourself. Just buy some time, and soon the military will arrive to handle this madman." Proud and self-assured, Shazam held no regard for Namor's might, believing firmly that his formidable powers rendered him unmatched. The individual who styles himself as the King of the Sea merely seizes the opportunity to redeem his reputation. He intends to utilize this moment as a stepping stone to ascend as a revered superhero. Namor, observing the swiftly descending firestorm, felt a chill in his gaze. As he had not anticipated the existence of another superhero in America aside from Captain America. "Prepare to perish," Firestorm announced, diving toward Namor. Had it not been for Wonder Woman's extraordinary physique, which far surpasses that of an ordinary human, she would have soon suffered extensive burns. Firestorm, eager to prove himself, was evidently unconcerned about such incidental harm. Namor, sensing a worthy adversary willing to challenge him, felt a surge of excitement. Having boasted so much, let me now witness your capabilities. Without waiting for Firestorm to complete his descent, Namor charged forward. With a resounding crash, the two collided forcefully. The impact unleashed a shockwave akin to that of a massive explosion, causing nearby vehicles on the dock to rattle violently. Wonder Woman, Diana, delicately held her skirt in place, her attention fixated on the clash between the two combatants. Despite Firestorm's weight exceeding 300 pounds and his aerial assault, he was no match in strength for Namor. With a swift motion, Namor sent Firestorm hurtling away, a result that astonished even Wonder Woman. Namor, observing Diana's astonishment, thought to himself, "Do not forget. I am the King of Atlantis. You believe such a degree of strength can overwhelm me? That is sheer folly." Once a journalist at the World Expo who had reported the emergence of Firestorm and subsequently his escape, Furs Helton had attained considerable renown due to the superhero saga. His unique and profound perspective on superheroes had garnered him a substantial following. Upon hearing of Namor's appearance at the seaside dock, he rushed over without delay, only hindered by the congested roads. At that moment, Furshell was adjusting his camera while transmitting the unfolding events back to the newsroom via radio, relaying the news to the citizens of New York. Carter, upon hearing Furshell's account of the battle, furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated the so-called King of the Sea to possess such formidable strength. Originally, he had hoped Firestorm could stall Namor, alleviating public misunderstanding about the hero. But the current circumstances suggested that Firestorm was in grave peril. Suddenly, an assistant burst into the room, exclaiming, "Doctor, come quickly to see the live broadcast. Firestorm has appeared." Confronting the creature from the dock, he beckoned others to bring the television into the doctor's chamber, and everyone gathered as if witnessing a live boxing match. Shortly thereafter, another assistant rushed in, brimming with excitement. "Doctor, the president's office has just informed us that the president will personally call, so please be prepared. In half a minute, your phone will ring." Before he could finish speaking, the telephone on the desk began to ring, suggesting the president's patience was wearing thin. Dr. Houghton wiped the sweat from his brow and gave Agent Carter a thumbs up, grateful for her assistance in formulating such a brilliant idea. He hastily answered the phone. "Good day, Mr. President." The monotonous voice on the other end of the phone recited a script, expressing gratitude for all you have done to uphold the integrity of the United States of America. I have heard that the government has funded the Firestorm project, which experienced some minor setbacks, but has now finally returned to its intended course. It is delightful to witness that the United States will soon be protected by two superheroes. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your contributions. As the president's call ended, Dr. Horton could scarcely discern whether it was indeed the president himself who had called. All of Dr. Horton's assistants erupted in celebration, with some eager to rush home to share the monumental news with their mothers. Suddenly, the television screen shifted from distant, blurry battle scenes to the Oval Office in the White House. The president appeared on screen, smiled as he hung up the phone, and addressed the camera, stating that not long ago, a crisis had befallen America. An unidentified individual with superhuman abilities had suddenly materialized at the New York docks. We cannot ascertain whether he is a new weapon of Hydra, but we can confirm that he is decidedly hostile. Not only did he assault police officers, but he also hurled police cars into the innocent bystanders gathered nearby. No one knew what his next move would be. Some citizens might question why we did not immediately dispatch troops and utilize our aircraft and tanks to thwart him, for we do not wish to allow such a destructive force to wreak havoc in the urban landscape. Since this enigmatic individual possesses superhuman abilities, The valiant Americans will retaliate with their own superhumans. Fortunately, we were prepared. The government has funded Dr. Horton to create the artificial being known as Firestorm, who is now engaged in combat with this adversary. The public's losses will be minimized, whether through warfare or one-on-one confrontations. Americans shall never be vanquished. Thank you all. And thank you, great America. Once the jubilant assistants were dismissed, Carter let out a deep sigh, acknowledging that this time they had made the right bet. I had always asserted that this was the optimal opportunity to rehabilitate Firestorm's image, and the speed at which they sought credit would undoubtedly outpace the time required to dispatch personnel to resolve the issue, as claiming credit necessitates no meetings. Dr. Horton anxiously interjected, but Firestorm has not communicated with us in quite some time. He may not be a match for that Aquaman, and he could be harmed. How can we assist him? The phone rang again, and Dr. Horton's excited voice was heard. The President's Chief of Staff, Vincent, calmly stated, Dr. Horton, you cannot possibly believe that the President's speech was intended to commend you. Dr. Horton stammered, I am grateful for your call. Chief of Staff Vincent, lacking the patience to allow him to finish, urged, time is of the essence. You must listen to me. The President's live broadcast is a cover-up for the fact that your Firestorm is being severely beaten. You must devise a solution immediately, or we will have no choice but to obliterate them with bombs. Agent Carter shook her head from the side, signaling the doctor to negotiate with the Chief of Staff. They could not stand idly by and watch Firestorm lose, for that would compromise the President's standing. Dr. Horton suddenly grasped Carter's intent and hurriedly exclaimed, No. I believe you require Firestorm to win the battle. The President just declared that Firestorm is the pride of the American people. The President's Chief of Staff burst into hearty laughter, saying, Oh, come now, Horton, save your breath. I need not listen to your stammering to know what you wish to convey. Surely, you do not believe we are merely passively watching your little flame wielder triumph. To be frank, we are indifferent. Even in defeat, it would merely result in another superhero memorial. We are currently yearning for something to ignite the public's desire to engage in battle. If the demise of your flame wielder stirs public outrage, I would rush from Washington to personally ensure his end. So spare yourself. Horton, I'm looking out for your best interests. Go devise a solution. Before Dr. Horton could respond, the phone was hastily hung up amidst the laughter of those present. Dr. Horton sat dazed at his desk, while Agent Carter beside him was equally at a loss. Wonder Woman observed Firestorm and Namor clashing in the sky, her blood boiling with the urge to join the fray. Namor cackled as he pursued Firestorm, taunting, I say, lad, were you not just brimming with bravado? Why now do you cower? Having exchanged several blows with Namor, Firestorm realized he was outmatched. Namor's skin was impervious, and despite his own synthetic robustness, the sheer force behind Namor's strikes inflicted significant harm. Firestorm's intricate internal structure was suffering. With each blow, his consciousness began to blur. Fortunately, Firestorm's speed was slightly superior to Namor's, and the latter grew increasingly frantic, shouting in frustration. On the ground, Wonder Woman, Diana, watched as Firestorm faltered, her mind racing to devise a strategy against Namor. The title of the King of Atlantis was clearly not a mere boast. She had initially thought it was hyperbole. Now, it was evident that his combat prowess rivaled that of several from her Amazonian homeland. Yet, even gods possess vulnerabilities. Quickly, Diana, ponder what his weakness could be. As Firestorm evaded Namor's relentless pursuit, he remained vigilant, fearing Namor's potential to wreak havoc elsewhere. Thus, he could not stray far, only maneuvering near the docks, occasionally hurling fireballs to momentarily impede Namor. Should I catch you? Namor scowled at the approaching fireball, effortlessly dodging it. He continued, I shall confine you within the palace of Atlantis, suspended above my bed, and see how long it takes for you to extinguish. Suddenly, Wonder Woman's keen eyesight revealed Namor's secret. She shouted, Firestorm, he fears the intense heat of flames, which will hasten his dehydration. Each time the fire approaches, he closes all his pores and seals that foul mouth of his. Strike him with your flames at once. Namor gazed at Wonder Woman upon the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, Loquacious woman, you should have faced my wrath just now. Once I vanquish this fire-wielding fool, you shall witness my true prowess. Countless methods to torment Diana danced through Namor's mind as the fiery adversary unleashed a ring of fireballs, encircling the two of them, taunting. I have heard humans indulge in a delightful delicacy known as roasted fish. Famous journalist Fairchild Shelton had already encountered these superhumans thrice, and in his pursuit of capturing first-hand photographs, he positioned himself closer than anyone else. Meanwhile, reporters from the American national television, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, were gripped by fear that the clash might endanger them, forcing them to capture only blurred images from a distance. Yet, these indistinct television visuals ignited a sense of novelty and curiosity among countless viewers, for films of that era were often crude and lacked such authenticity. Spectators before their televisions speculated on the outcome, anxiously rooting for the fiery combatant. No longer did anyone refer to him as Fireman or the Monster. All had conveniently forgotten previous impressions and embraced him as their own, calling him simply Firestorm. In the betting circles of New York's underworld, Firestorm's odds of victory were deemed low, as many believed the earlier hazy footage indicated his disadvantage. Shelton was the first to discern the unfolding events, incredulously noting how Firestorm had encircled Namor within a ring of flames, leaving the latter seemingly powerless. Good heavens! Firestorm has turned the tide, he exclaimed. He has ensnared that self-proclaimed king of the seas within his fiery grasp. I can see the man from the ocean gritting his teeth, likely uttering threats toward Firestorm. Meanwhile, Dr. Horton and Agent Carter, anxiously monitoring the battle from their radios, were electrified by the news of Firestorm's resurgence, rising to their feet in exhilaration. On the dock, Wonder Woman too felt a surge of joy. Despite Namor's formidable strength, his arrogance and selfishness destined him to be an unwelcome figure. She called out, "Hey, might you reconsider my earlier proposition? Perhaps we can sit down and converse now?" As Firestorm observed the tides of battle shift effortlessly, he couldn't suppress a chuckle directed at Namor. How much moisture remains in your body? If you cannot endure much longer, it would be wise to surrender. I have no desire to toss you into the sea and blow air into your mouth. Namor's face betrayed little panic. All present, including Wonder Woman, perceived his demeanor as a mere fade. Suddenly, Namor closed all his pores and surged toward Firestorm with remarkable speed, even surpassing Firestorm's earlier velocity. Firestorm was caught off guard by Namor's unexpected counterattack, sent reeling backward. Aware that Firestorm had grasped his weakness, Namor recognized that the situation had not entirely shifted in his favor and dared not entangle himself further with Firestorm, retreating slightly back to the surface of the ocean. The waves are occasionally caressed by the wind, licking at his feet, reminiscent of a mother yearning to reclaim her mischievous child. Previously, when the tide of fortune shifted, many audacious souls began to inch closer to the dock. Wonder Woman sensed that the peril was far from over and continually urged caution, yet her words bore little fruit. Once deemed a monster, the Thunderbolt had now metamorphosed into a hero in the eyes of the people. They chanted his name, and even a mere glance from him would ignite waves of fervent applause. Thunderbolt, intoxicated by his newfound acclaim, reveled in the ease of his triumph. Namor, now devoid of resistance, appeared as a pitiful creature, languishing on the surface of the sea, poised to flee at any moment. The adulation from the crowd buoyed Thunderbolt's spirits. He pointed a condescending finger at Namor, taunting him about his earlier arrogance. Did you traverse the vast Pacific merely to endure this humiliation? Your subjects ought to witness how, under such a king, a nation is bound to head toward ruin. I presume you still cling to your tyrannical rule. Now do you see? The heroes born of democratic nations possess unparalleled strength and resilience. If it weren't for your disdain for this and that, flitting between Hydra and our America to incite trouble, your people would not suffer. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Remain in your Atlantis. Diana disapproved of Thunderbolt's boastful rhetoric, yet he deliberately raised his voice to garner cheers from the onlookers, inciting further tumult. The crowd's intermittent screams elevated Thunderbolt to a pedestal of adoration. Satisfied, he nodded repeatedly at the throngs. Namor, seemingly devoid of anger, regarded Thunderbolt silently. Have you finished your tirade? The turtle who once recoiled has suddenly found his bravado. Do you dare to descend and face me in a true clash of our powers upon the ocean's surface? Why should I relinquish my advantage? I am Thunderbolt, not a mere strongman. To suggest I abandon flames in favor of brute strength is perplexing. Though a synthetic being, I embody the quintessential braggadocio of American creation. You, a vanquished foe, should cease your prattling. Either sit down for a dialogue, perhaps our government might extend humanitarian aid, or return to your Atlantis and rest under your covers. Namor, known for his fiery temperament, seethed anew. I never sought this confrontation. You have forced my hand. Suddenly, he plunged beneath the waves, and moments later, the surface began to tremble irregularly. From the depths, tentacles and the immense heads of monstrous sea creatures began to emerge. The crowd at the dock gasped in horror. The beast is coming. Someone shrieked in terror, and realization dawned upon all that a dreadful calamity was about to unfold, prompting the throngs to retreat like a receding tide. Even the superhero known as Shazam, who they relied upon, stood in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Namor's summoning of the sea beast army. With a scornful expression, Namor addressed Shazam. declaring, "I initially approached with goodwill, yet that does not imply I possess no leverage. This is the price for your unrestrained insults. Your president remains silent while you two attempt to dismiss me. This scene serves merely as a minor warning. Soon, the beasts of the five oceans will converge, sweeping across the entirety of America. Neither the East nor the West Coast shall be spared." The fleeing crowd, upon hearing Namor's words, began to shout fervently, "Shazam! This is your own predicament. You ought to resolve it in a duel. The great Aquaman Namor. The people of America are peaceful souls who revere God. Shazam does not represent humanity. He is a synthetic being." Listening to the pleas of the people and observing Shazam's troubled countenance, Namor scoffed. Shazam, recognizing that he was no match for Namor, dared not retract his fireball, wary of a sudden assault. "After all that humanity has done to you, you still fight for them with all your might. You are but a pawn, lacking true significance. You have ignited my wrath. Did your people not call for a duel? I am more than prepared, and I have selected an excellent venue for our confrontation." With that, Namor plunged into the sea, leaving the aimless Shazam in a state of panic as he scanned the nearby waters. Suddenly, beside Wonder Woman, Namor surged upward, flying towards the heart of New York City without a backward glance. Realizing the impending disaster, Shazam roared in fury, extinguishing all his fireballs before hastening after Namor toward the city. Wonder Woman, having noticed the journalist Fel Shelton nearby, refrained from revealing her identity. Moreover, having lost her ability to fly, she could do nothing but watch as the arrogant Namor and Shazam exchanged barbs. Frustrated by these two, Wonder Woman was determined to keep her identity concealed. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, she glanced around, ensuring no one noticed her, and swiftly entered a nearby vehicle, changing into her black combat suit with remarkable speed. The sudden appearance of the dark-clad figure attracted little attention, and Wonder Woman felt liberated, ready to exhibit her prowess as if the world had cast off its constraints. As she navigated through the dispersing crowd, her eyes caught sight of an abandoned Harley motorcycle. Igniting a spark of recognition, she knew it was the ideal mode of transportation, utilizing her superhuman vision to track Namor's flight path. She rode the motorcycle at breakneck speed, occasionally humming a cheerful tune. Agent Carter, witnessing the live broadcast transition into chaos, discerned that the situation had deteriorated. The superhero journalist Fel Shelton shouted on air, "Namor is heading towards the city. Let us pray that Shazam can halt him. Perhaps only by capturing Namor can we pacify the sea creatures along the east and west coasts." Agent Carter dashed out, as bystanders pointed towards the sky, murmuring in speculation. Carter perceived that Namor had seemingly just soared overhead, landing not far from his position. He hailed a passing car and hastened towards the location. Despite Wonder Woman, clad in her black combat attire, riding her motorcycle at breakneck speed, she could not match the velocity of Namor and Shazam. Upon reaching Namor's landing site, Wonder Woman was astonished to discover that his destination was a chemical plant. Observing the billowing smoke and the panicked throngs fleeing the scene, she felt a foreboding sense of dread. Although she was moving against the tide of escaping civilians, her remarkable appearance deterred anyone from obstructing her path. As Harley burst into the heart of the chemical facility, she encountered towering shelves filled with an array of canisters and interconnected piping. Amongst all this, Shazam, who was being struck repeatedly, stood out conspicuously. With a loud crash, he was launched into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He spotted Wonder Woman in her black combat attire standing nearby. Unaware of the events transpiring at the manor, Shazam had yet to encounter the infamous Deadpool. He shouted, "Whoever you are, stay back. Leave this place immediately. This individual is dangerous." Even on land, Namor maintained his swift pace, unwilling to entertain Shazam's ramblings. He leapt forward, placing a foot firmly on Shazam's chest, mocking, "Where has your bravado vanished? Weren't you just eager to taunt me? Do you consider yourself amusing?" Diana hesitated, not rushing forward. While she stood in solidarity with Shazam, she believed he deserved a lesson for his previous insolence. Namor observed the bewildered Wonder Woman, mistakenly assuming her hesitation stemmed from concern. "You must be curious as to why he isn't incinerating me with his flames. I've come ashore. He should be able to roast me alive." Shazam shouted, "Don't fall for his trap. This is a highly dangerous chemical plant. If you possess superhuman abilities connected to fire or extreme heat, do not unleash them. Such an act could trigger an explosion akin to detonating a super bomb." Once Shazam finished speaking, Namor pressed down harder, immobilizing him. "You know, I quite like you, kid. Though your mouth is foul, you're not entirely unlikable. You possess a certain cleverness. The reason I initially refrained from battling here was my concern. What if you were reckless and we both perished?" Shazam acknowledged his previous missteps, I concede that I spoke in error before, but had it not been for the potential casualties among the populace, I would never have conceded to you. In the water, I might not be able to defeat you, but on land, if you refrain from such underhanded tactics, you are no match for me. Wonder Woman gazed at the Na'vi and repeatedly unfortunate Firestorm, who had clearly come to recognize his previous mistakes. Addressing the arrogant Namor, she declared, "Release him. He has received his due. You have done enough. From now on, your opponent is me." Namor glanced at the imposing Firestorm, who weighed over 300 pounds and stood nearly 6 feet tall, then shifted his gaze to the slender Wonder Woman, barely under 5 feet 9. America prides itself on being a land of freedom, yet I never anticipated that it harbored so many ignorant souls. You wish to be my adversary? Do you believe my refraining from dispatching him stems from mercy? With a powerful kick, Namor knocked Firestorm unconscious, exclaiming, "Due to my benevolence." Even the most trivial of beings feel emboldened to test their mettle. It seems I truly must relent this time. Before Namor could finish his thought, his face tilted upward in contemplation, Wonder Woman leaped into action, delivering a solid punch to his face. Why is it that once you triumph, you are so verbose? Namor fell to the ground, astonished as he regarded Wonder Woman. He had indeed underestimated her. However, he did not expect to be so easily vanquished. Wonder Woman assisted Firestorm to a seated position without waking him, ensuring he would not interfere with her battle. Observing Wonder Woman effortlessly lift the hefty Firestorm as if he were a mere doll, Namor realized that her earlier strike was no fluke. Wonder Woman flexed her fists and remarked, "To be honest, Namor, your skin is remarkably tough." Rising from the ground, Namor retorted, "Are you going to fight, or shall I wait for you to finish your idle chatter?" Previously, he had not felt pain in quite some time, and Firestorm's earlier blow had merely been a discomfort akin to a light scratch. However, Diana's strike ignited a stinging sensation across his face, prompting him to shield it, as if he were a scorned lady. As Namor charged at her, Wonder Woman instinctively crossed her arms in defense, quipping, "Perhaps it's time for a change in skincare products." Namor understood that Wonder Woman was not inferior to him. Unlike his previous encounter with Firestorm, he had exerted himself less. While his strength surpassed hers slightly, her combat skills were leagues ahead. Since departing from Themyscira, Diana had not experienced such exhilarating combat. After successfully blocking Namor's aggressive advance, she executed a sweeping kick. Unaccustomed to such techniques, being a water combatant, Namor leapt upward in haste. Diana raised her arms above her head, bending her legs, propelling herself like a spring. Though Namor could fly, he had never encountered such fluidity in combat as exhibited by Wonder Woman, who offered him no respite. She struck him with her elbows, landing a blow to his chest that rendered him breathless and sent him crashing away. Wonder Woman scratched her nose, realizing, oh no, perhaps that was a bit too forceful. Previously, Diana had restrained herself in order to maintain harmony. What Wonder Woman did not anticipate was that Namor was exceedingly resilient. Rising from the ground, Namor, accustomed to arrogance, refused to concede, proclaiming, "Who are you? If this were not land, you would have perished long ago. Just like the fireman lying over there. Had I not held back, he would have been dead." Wonder Woman showed restraint by refraining from attacking him as he landed. However, seeing Namor's obstinacy, Diana disregarded his words and leaped forward, delivering a swift kick to his side. As a member of the Atlantean race, Namor possessed delicate gills alongside his ribs, which remained closed on land. When submerged, these gills filtered nutrients from the water directly to his lungs. Struck in his most vulnerable area, Namor grimaced in pain, yet shouted defiantly, "You cannot harm me, but I can obliterate your human cities." Wonder Woman paid no heed to Namor's bluster, treating the encounter like an experiment, relentlessly striking different parts of his body to assess his resilience. This time, Diana employed a more forceful approach, delivering a precise strike to the back of Namor's head. The blow disrupted blood flow to his brain, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Staggering, Namor saw Wonder Woman seemingly smiling at him, though in his perception, it was a sneer of disdain. He bellowed, "I will tear apart all you ignorant humans. Remember, the pain you inflict upon me today will be repaid tenfold upon ordinary mortals." Determined to subdue him, Diana recognized the necessity of overpowering him today. Otherwise, Namor's vengeful nature might indeed lead to dire consequences. Seizing the moment as Namor opened his mouth to speak, she delivered a heavy punch to his cheek. Although this may not have rendered him incapable of fighting, it undeniably conveyed the disparity in their combat prowess. It served as a warning. Your skin is not invincible, nor are you immortal. If I can make you bleed, I can kill you. Should you continue your insolence, you will learn that your Atlantean lineage holds no superiority. You cannot perpetually threaten the lives of ordinary humans. Namor glared at Diana, as if his gaze alone could rend her to pieces, yet within his heart, he harbored a grudging respect for her combat ability and integrity. Wonder Woman, undeterred, matched his stare. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted to her, and in that moment, clarity struck. Yes, it was this very essence that illuminated her understanding of recent events. The scent of Namor's blood, imbued with a feral intensity, transported Diana back to the night before Captain America was created. She recalled retrieving the concentrated serum from Dr. Erskine's hidden laboratory, a moment that marked her first encounter with that enigmatic serum. Namor's earlier claims rang true. The serum bore an almost identical scent to Namor's blood, though with a different concentration. The flavor had previously manifested during the assault on the manor, when Dr. Evchenko allowed Dottie to unleash toxins in the kitchen. And it was the same scent. Apart from these two instances, there was another. Wonder Woman, her complexion pale, suddenly recalled the stamina-enhancing potions left behind by the two female warriors, which also bore a faint resemblance to this aroma. However, what was purported to be a stamina-enhancing potion was, in reality, a deceitful concoction derived from the blood of Atlanteans, designed to temporarily amplify one's combat prowess. Gazing at Namor, who was wiping his face, Wonder Woman softly implored, "Let us reconcile. I believe you do not truly desire war. If your intent was merely to vent your fury, you would have unleashed your armies of sea kings long ago. Humanity's own conflicts have already ravaged this world sufficiently. Let us remain calm and refrain from igniting further strife between our races." Namor, in a fit of rage, struck the ground with his fist, bellowing, "Is that it? A mere word of calmness, and you expect me to act as if nothing has transpired? Has the blood of my kin been shed in vain?" Wonder Woman felt a profound sorrow. Dr. Erskine's long years of research demanded an immense quantity of blood samples. Dr. Evchenko's ability to release toxins indicated he possessed numerous finished products. Hydra had been transporting the corpses of the Atlantean people by the boatload. Who could fathom how many lives had been lost? Wonder Woman could not calculate how many Atlanteans needed to perish to yield such a vast amount of blood. Gently, she crouched to signal her lack of malice, placing a comforting hand on Namor's shoulder as she urged, "Their deaths will not be in vain. We must hasten the end of this war. It serves as a lesson for us all. We must remember everything, ensuring that such conflicts never arise again." Namor, astonished, stared at Wonder Woman and suddenly exclaimed, "Good heavens, it cannot be. You are the woman from the docks." Wonder Woman furrowed her brow, perplexed as to how the Sea King had discerned her identity, especially given that her disguise was such that most could not distinguish between genders. Observing Namor's assured demeanor, she realized he spoke with conviction. Diana, unwilling to engage in unnecessary concealment, curiously inquired, "How did you deduce that?" Namor erupted into genuine laughter, proclaiming, "How wonderful! It turns out that we Atlanteans are not the solitary divine race in this world. Despite our differences, you too possess the essence of divinity. We Atlanteans are remarkably sensitive to scent. When you were at the docks, I sensed something unusual about you that drew me near. After our confrontation, the rapid flow of your blood has begun to release that unique essence. I now comprehend the reason. You are also of divine lineage. Though we may differ slightly, both our races are natural deities birthed by this world. How splendid! At last, we Atlanteans are no longer alone." Wonder Woman found it challenging to comprehend the sentiments of Aquaman Namor. On Themyscira, various deities governed distinct powers, and Diana was aware of the existence of other pantheons. Although she had never ventured into the outside world, she recognized that she was not alone. The tumultuous nature coursing through Namor's veins rendered his emotions exceedingly volatile. Diana assessed that since matters were nearly resolved, she nodded at Namor, suggesting that, given their mutual understanding, everything should conclude in peace and dialogue. Namor acknowledged Wonder Woman's identity and naturally accepted her words. Just as he was about to express his excitement, he suddenly turned toward the entrance, demanding, "Who is there? Come out at once." Wonder Woman was not taken aback. She had already discerned Agent Carter's presence at the chemical plant. She raised her hand to signal Namor, assuring him it was of no concern, and whispered, "I know this person. She is a friend from the Strategic Scientific Reserve." Namor regarded Carter with newfound respect. "I have no friends. You must teach me how to make them next time. If she is your friend, she must possess remarkable qualities." Upon reflection, Wonder Woman realized she could not pinpoint any particular merits of Carter, nor could she fathom why the two of them seemed to resonate so well together. Namor politely waved at Carter, who was bewildered by the sudden shift. Moments ago, he had been shouting at her, and she had braced herself for an aggressive confrontation. Noticing Carter's lingering fear, Namor gestured for her to approach cautiously, assuring her, "I have reconciled with humanity. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." With that, he approached Firestorm. Carter, who had promised Dr. Horton to care for Firestorm, grew anxious. What are you planning to do? Didn't you say you had reconciled? This individual, though a synthetic being, is still one of us. Namor dismissed the perturbed woman's concerns, perplexed as to how Wonder Woman could have such a seemingly fragile friend. He crouched down and gently patted Firestorm's face. Hey, kid, it's time to wake up. Slowly, Firestorm began to regain consciousness. Startled to find Namor's south face so close, despite his body feeling unresponsive and instinctively yearning to enter a combat stance. Wonder Woman quickly interjected, the battle is over. It is time to set aside our prejudices. We have achieved reconciliation. Aquaman Namor is correct. Humanity owes much to the Atlantean people, and we should apologize to Atlantis beneath the sea. I believe this is the only way we can progress further together. Namor glanced at Firestorm and then at Carter, shaking his head. You are right. I indeed agree to negotiate with humanity, but those two are not yet deserving of it. Your president has greatly disappointed me. Either he underestimates me or disregards the lives of his people. I have long stated that your president is merely a figurehead, a farce of democratic policy. Carter pressed down with both hands, addressing Namor, the king of Atlantis. I am Agent Carter, and our Strategic Scientific Reserve is specifically tasked with matters of this nature. I kindly urge you to remain calm. The individuals you are to negotiate with are not us. I have consulted with our director, and everyone is taking your arrival very seriously. The President of the United States is en route, and I believe you will see him shortly. If you have anything to convey, you may speak directly with him. Namor nodded in acknowledgement, extending his hand to Carter. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope we can become friends. Agent Carter was taken aback, quickly grasping Namor's outstretched hand. It is my honor, your majesty, or rather, sir. Namor smiled slightly, and the display of goodwill from the king of Atlantis struck Carter as somewhat charming. You may simply call me Namor. Wonder Woman, Diana, glanced toward the entrance. Having heard the approaching footsteps and hushed voices, she pointed toward the back door of the chemical plant. You should prepare yourself. Many people will be arriving shortly. It would be wise to maintain a certain dignity, lest the crowd rekindle your ire. Diana recalled that Natasha Romanoff was still in the cryo chamber, and more alarmingly, she had been administered 2 doses of strength-enhancing serum. I must take my leave. There are matters I need to attend to. If time permits, we shall meet again. Namor gestured toward the European continent. We will undoubtedly meet again. There are Hydra and other threats awaiting our attention. You wouldn't leave me hanging, would you? As the chaotic noise grew nearer, the Deadpool version of Wonder Woman waved goodbye to the three and departed without looking back. Previously knocked unconscious by Namor, Firestorm was now fully awake. Although his previous animosity had lessened, he still harbored some resentment towards Namor. So, who truly emerged victorious between the two of you? Surely, she didn't best you in combat, compelling you to agree to negotiations? Aware of the existence of other divine beings and the imminent meeting with the president, Namor was in high spirits and found Firestorm's insolence amusing. Should you find yourself unable to sleep next time, I can offer you my services to tuck you in and cover you with a blanket. Agent Carter quickly interjected, stopping Firestorm from speaking further. Dr. Horton expressed his satisfaction with your actions today. He hopes that once affairs here conclude, you will return promptly. He wishes to conduct a thorough examination. The renowned journalist, Phil Hilton, known for interviewing superheroes, observed Agent Carter entering the chemical plant and deduced that the danger must be minimal. As he walked ahead, a number of daring onlookers, noting the absence of combat sounds, gathered at the entrance, speculating that all was well. Carter was well aware of Namor's eccentric temperament, yet she could not predict what might provoke him into a frenzy. She hastily advised everyone to refrain from approaching, assuring them that the situation had stabilized. Previously, there had been some misunderstanding with this king from Atlantis, but now that misunderstanding had been resolved, and we would proceed with a series of official dialogues. Reporter Fairchild, observing the situation had calmed, was eager not to miss this headline news. He quickly captured the moment with his camera, marking the first recorded confrontation between superheroes on American soil. Everyone was keen to understand what had led to the reconciliation between these two men, who were once at odds. Upon noticing Shelton approaching, Namor shot him a glare, signaling him to maintain his distance. I have reconciled with this fiery individual. What this lady said holds considerable weight. The crux is that we trust her. My goodness. The crowd turned their gaze towards Carter. Shelton, in a tone befitting a news reporter, exclaimed, "The most astonishing aspect of this entire affair is that the discord between fire and water was ultimately mediated by this enigmatic lady. Has she managed to broker peace simply through reason, thereby averting a threat that loomed over the entire American society? What an extraordinary feat. as Shelton's flashbulbs illuminated the scene. The majority of them were directed at Agent Carter. "Madam, do you possess any extraordinary abilities? Might you introduce yourself?" Carter, not in the mood for an interview and wary of Namor's brooding expression, refrained from making any missteps. "Please, everyone, take a step back. The situation is now stable, and I wish to avoid any further incidents or misunderstandings." Just as the crowd hesitated to disperse, military personnel and soldiers began to surge into the area. Many felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing Namor, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Namor, observing the armed forces that posed a potential threat to his safety, remained unfazed in his arrogance. With his durable skin providing ample protection, ordinary firearms posed little risk to him. Furthermore, these soldiers should possess the common sense not to fire in such a location. At that moment, a tall, slender, middle-aged man entered, admonishing, "Soldiers, secure your weapons. They are meant for Hydra, and here we have only friends." The man approached Namor, offering a slight nod in greeting. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vincent, a member of the President's office." Namor regarded Vincent in silence. If it were merely an office staff member negotiating with him, he had no intention of engaging in conversation. Although he had heard that the President would personally arrive, Carter still felt a pang of anxiety until the revered President truly appeared at the entrance. The crowd clamored to shake hands with the President, who did not disappoint them, occasionally pausing to greet women, children, and representatives of the labor force. Namor observed the sprightly elder. The earlier disdain he felt towards him long since vanished. In a moment of poignant reflection, the President stood at the doorway, observing the serene atmosphere within, feeling a semblance of surprise, having previously heard of Namor's tempestuous nature. Reporter Fairchild swiftly approached, inquiring, "Mr. President, are you aware of the lady who intervened to prevent the altercation? Will her valiant actions be recognized by the government?" The President regarded Fairchild kindly, responding, "My dear young man, the contribution of this lady transcends mere commendation. If someone as remarkable as you could not approach them, surely this lady is extraordinary." Fairchild, unable to grasp the deeper implications of the President's words, could only nod instinctively. As the military police began to disperse the crowd, many voiced their discontent. Unwilling to miss such a rare, yet harmless spectacle, the President glared at the aggressive officers and addressed the onlookers. "Everyone, please quiet down and listen." With the crowd settling, he raised his palm towards Namor in a gesture of respect, stating, "This king of Atlantis has come to our nation as a guest. Despite some misunderstandings, he arrives with goodwill. You have all witnessed his presence. Now I kindly ask you to return home. It would be rather unbecoming for me, as the host, to have children pointing at our guests as if they were mere curiosities," he assured. "Later, the government will issue relevant news. I hope you will pay attention." The citizens found the President's reasoning sound, and realizing that lingering could result in forceful removal by the military police, they decided to depart. Understanding the unwelcome nature of defiance, Vincent, the President's chief of staff, noted the crowd had largely dissipated and began to usher all reporters away. The military police chief collected everyone's cameras, asserting that they would be returned after a thorough review of the photographs, while also ominously warning that any press release not submitted to the News Bureau for scrutiny would result in an invitation for tea. Thunderbolt felt somewhat bewildered. His understanding of the world stemmed from the tales of Dr. Horton and the ever-active radio broadcasts. He had not subdued Namor, and now he wondered whether the suddenly appearing government officials would confine him once more. If that were the case, should he resist? Noticing the stragglers had been cleared, Vincent leaned towards the President, murmuring, "Mr. President, we previously made a grand statement about Thunderbolt posing a threat to America. This initiative has failed. Perhaps we should reconsider." Agent Carter, not far off, could not discern Vincent's exact words, but noted the malevolence in his gaze toward Thunderbolt. He quickly interjected, "Without Thunderbolt's assistance, our predicament would be far worse." The President, without uttering a word, stepped forward and grasped Thunderbolt's hand, saying, "My child, you have performed admirably. I owe you an apology. I too harbored misunderstandings about you and made erroneous judgments." The President gazed at Vincent and his other aides. His hands were not frigid. The warmth they exuded was not merely a consequence of his moniker, Lightning, but a testament to his belonging among us, for his heart was equally warm. His soul was noble. Otherwise, he would not have set aside past grievances and risked his life to protect us. "Child," he said, at this moment, "I wish to converse with you further, yet I am aware that someone else is far more concerned for your well-being. Go home and ease Dr. Houghton's worries." Upon hearing he could return to Dr. Houghton, Lightning was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude to the President, while Agent Carter exhaled in relief nearby. Vincent led Lightning aside and earnestly cautioned him that although he could return home, His status remained restricted, and he should refrain from causing any further trouble. Vincent, please escort this lady to rest for a while. The president regarded Namor, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Namor, somewhat taken aback, hesitated but eventually nodded. Once they were alone, he asked, "Are you not afraid I might harm you? Understand that if I wished to kill you now, it would take but a second." "I have heard on my way here," the president replied, "and you speak wisely. The president is merely a title. Without it, I am just an ordinary old man. Why would you wish to kill an old man? If you do not, how many more years could he possibly live? I have heard you are the king of Atlantis. One of such esteemed status would surely prefer intellect over brute force." The president had been standing for a considerable time, and he no longer held himself upright. He began to exhibit signs of aging, appearing as an ordinary tall, thin elder, save for the spark in his eyes. Namor nodded slightly, stating, "I assure you, I will not resort to violence against you, even if you do not acquiesce to my terms." The president shifted the topic. "You have been in America for several days. What are your impressions of this country?" Namor had evidently chosen this chemical plant as a battleground after much contemplation, anticipating the events that could unfold. "Quite favorable," he replied. "On land, this is a beautiful nation. However, the people are utterly ridiculous. Regardless of their profession, age, every individual seems to possess the knowledge of governance, each one voicing their opinions incessantly. In my homeland, they are more preoccupied with their own affairs." The American president chuckled, "At times, people admire America precisely because it is a land of freedom. I aspire to lead America to become the finest nation in the world following this Second World War. I have heard that your Atlantis lineage enjoys a lifespan far exceeding that of us mortals. You will surely witness America's glory. Alas, I may not see that day." He added, "I apologize. Thoughts of mortality often evoke a sense of melancholy. Returning to the matter at hand, what would you like us to do? Or do you wish for us to collaborate on something?" As he looked at the affable American president, Namor closed his eyes, retreating to that fateful night. At that moment, he had initially ventured to Europe with the hope of averting the devastation of war upon the oceans. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that humanity's technological advancements had become quite formidable. A decade prior, he could still sway the tides of battle through sheer personal prowess. Yet now, his solitary efforts were utterly futile. On his return journey to Atlantis, he was stunned by the resounding blasts of depth charges. When he had departed, there had been no trace of war near Atlantis. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him as he hastened aboard a fishing vessel equipped with depth charges. Finding the deck soaked in the greasy blood of his kin, the scent, mingled with fish oil and blood, was painfully familiar to him. He collapsed amidst the crimson pool, his hands stained with the lifeblood of his people. Above him lay a net recently hauled in, filled with the bodies of men and women from Atlantis, crammed together as if they had been poured from a can. The merfolk, victims of the depth charges, bled from every orifice, their lifeless eyes fixed upon him, seemingly interrogating him about his tardy arrival, as if the spirits of the wronged were clamoring for retribution. Through the glass, he glimpsed the captain and first mate, extracting two mermaids from the freshly caught net. Namor was oblivious to their intentions, as the howling wind obscured his hearing. On a tempestuous night, an enigmatic figure emerged upon the deck, and the crew, armed with harpoons and axes, charged at him. Namor uttered not a word, methodically dispatching each crew member. The cacophony of the storm rendered the two in the cabin blissfully unaware. Namor gently opened the hatch, only to find the captain exhaling a post-coital smoke, lamenting, "Damn. That was utterly delightful." Their skin felt so soft, so exquisite, and every inch of their musculature was taut and firm. Heavens! I reckon even an angel would pale in comparison. Say, do you think I'll ever find interest in my wife again? The first mate, struggling to catch his breath, replied, "I cannot speak for you, but I swear I shall never touch another woman as long as I live, aside from these beauties." Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, the first mate stammered, "What if we reduced the dosage of the explosives? Could we perhaps capture one alive?" The captain, eyeing the meticulously selected mermaid corpses hanging on the wall, expressed some regret. "Alas, they perish shortly after leaving the water, even if you were to render them unconscious. What then?" He glanced down at the lifeless merfolk, wistfully thinking how he wished he could prolong his own existence a while longer. "I've heard they possess lifespans of several centuries. Could their bodies not linger for decades? What if we stored them in a freezer? What do you think?" Namor gradually extricated himself from the clutches of memory, reluctant to dwell on the gruesome dismemberment of the two. The President of the United States, unhurried, patiently awaited his response. After much deliberation, Namor finally spoke. "Originally, my foremost objective was to hold accountable the architects behind the super soldier program and to see it entirely dismantled. However, I have learned that Dr. Erskine has perished, and the entire project has since been shelved. The president nodded, acknowledging, I have heard some whispers about your situation. I express my condolences for the events that transpired in Atlantis. Your message is not incorrect. Trust me, we are devoid of any experimental materials. And the super soldier program will not be initiated. Namor scoffed, questioning whether, had you possessed any experimental apparatus, you would cease operations merely on my word. Do not jest with me. I require belief that there are others involved in this matter. As an astute politician, the American president displayed no hint of embarrassment, seamlessly deflecting blame elsewhere, suggesting that the Germans and Soviets might still hold some resources. I shall engage in earnest discussions with the Soviets, informing them that such actions are inhumane. You truly are an exceptional leader. Compared to your acumen, I feel like a mere child. Namor chuckled coldly, pondering whether in your nation, my audacity would even permit me entry into the political arena. The American president shrugged, lamenting that unfortunately, I am merely managing a nation. My smile, my every utterance, resembles an act, and the crux of any performance lies in selecting the right role without deviating from it. Namor laughed heartily, asserting that in any job, the paramount concern is to avoid being dismissed. It is indeed the most amusing aspect of leading the world's most powerful nation. Even the American president would not relish being ridiculed, as if he were a janitor on the verge of losing his position. Yet, upon reflection, is he not akin to a janitor, meticulously ensuring no flaws or oversights are discovered, perpetually cleaning up after others' messes? Mr. Namor, I believe it is time for you to articulate your demands. Namor deliberately mocked, recognizing this as merely his strategy. He could not genuinely believe that one of the illustrious triumvirate was merely an ordinary elder. The current state of warfare is grim, and you must deploy forces to Europe and Asia immediately, lest you squander the final opportunity. We must swiftly eradicate Hydra in its infancy, for their technological advancements are alarmingly rapid. I fear that in due time, even the combined might of all other forces on the planet may not suffice against them. The American president regarded Namor as one might regard a simpleton, questioning if this constituted the entirety of his demands. Namor replied earnestly, adding that all superheroes must be dispatched to confront Hydra, as their strength cannot be countered merely by deploying troops. The American president shook his head, stating frankly that Captain America and the Thunderbolt are matters of our own concern, and we have our reservations. The American president paced anxiously, asserting that Captain America is not a mere bomb to be thrown into the fray. I am not foolish enough to send him on perilous missions. Aside from his strength, he possesses little else. Should he fall into Hydra's clutches, all would be lost. You are well aware of the truth behind the super soldier serum. At that point, Hydra, equipped with technology and experimental materials, could easily fabricate countless super soldiers. Furthermore, if Thunderbolt were to merge with Hydra's advanced technology, the resultant mass production would herald the end of our world. Namor understood the American president's anxiety. His choices held the fate of the world in the balance. Had it not been for Wonder Woman, Namor would have lacked confidence. However, he now believes in her power. Do you think that if Captain America does not intervene, Hydra would refrain from dominating the world? If we choose not to act, the outcome would remain unchanged. Rather than remaining passive, it is far better to take a bold risk, unless you are still preoccupied with your own electoral prospects. I appreciate your candor. This is precisely what I have been apprehensive about. Since you are so forthright, I shall be equally direct. The President of the United States inhaled deeply, his hands trembling as they gripped the cane, and with great resolve declared, I desire more than you for America to engage in this war. Yet, I cannot disregard the voices of dissent among the populace. I require a significant impetus to sway Congress towards participation. I believe that we can collaborate on this matter. Namor gazed at him with uncertainty. Do you wish for me to persuade those members of Congress? Or shall I demonstrate the harsh realities of war to them? The president shook his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, as if still attempting to persuade himself. No. The members of Congress have long since discerned the brutalities of war. They have begun to find amusement in it, provided they themselves do not step onto the battlefield. They remain indifferent to the fate of others. Namor was increasingly perplexed. Then what do you require of me? To intimidate them with my power? Our primary strength in Atlantis lies within the ocean. We have already done our utmost to confront the Germans at sea. Otherwise, how could Dunkirk have been a success? The English Channel would have long since become Hydra's new stronghold. Furthermore, I cannot conceive of anything else I could accomplish upon the ocean. The president lowered his gaze, seemingly unable to meet Namor's eyes. On my journey here, I contemplated this matter. I believe your Atlantean beings cannot easily venture onto land. It stands to reason that even your ordinary kin cannot readily leave the water. Otherwise, you would have sought vengeance against Hydra long ago. Yet, you are correct about one thing. It is in the ocean that I require your assistance with a matter of utmost importance. Namor could not fathom what the president was so hesitant to articulate, yet he understood that it must be of great significance and perhaps not entirely honorable. The president, after a long silence, finally spoke. The Prime Minister of Britain has informed me that they intercepted a telegram from the Japanese, and their decryption efforts are progressing smoothly. They may be planning a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Namor had expected a matter of great importance, and upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Are you suggesting we enter the war directly? I apologize, but even in naval combat, we Atlanteans will not partake in such mechanized warfare. Our population is far too sparse. However, we will provide you with intelligence, absolutely accurate intelligence, that will enable you to easily defeat the Japanese. The president's voice, hoarse, replied, No. I do not require you to prevent the war. What I need is your assistance in directing the Japanese towards Pearl Harbor. Although they have meticulously devised their operational plans, they cannot successfully navigate through the stringent defenses of the American forces. Therefore, I need you to aid the Imperial Japanese Navy in executing a successful attack on Pearl Harbor. At first, Namor believed he had misheard. Upon confirming he had not, his fury ignited. You wish to hand over the lives of thousands of my compatriots to the enemy? Namor was uncertain of the ultimate toll in lives, yet he recognized the sheer madness of the plan. Was it conceived by your wretched chief of staff? That fellow is undoubtedly a despicable character. The president, having finally voiced his innermost thoughts, straightened his back once more, gesturing emphatically that this matter bore no relation to anyone else. The vile individual you speak of is none other than myself. These notions are solely mine. Namor, observing the American president boldly utter these words, found himself at a loss for words. The British Prime Minister, aware of this intelligence, recognized your lack of action and thus tacitly approved of your scheme. The president turned away, seemingly finding solace in this act, though no concrete statistics existed. The war had already claimed the lives of millions of soldiers, with the death toll in concentration camps nearing 1 million, while civilian casualties were nearly impossible to quantify. Yet here we are, detached and indifferent, reveling in merriment while tragedy unfolds. Most alarming is the sight of those who, witnessing such malevolence, remain unmoved. Their apathy towards life instills in me a profound dread. Namor coldly regarded the president's retreating figure, asserting that if those individuals were at Pearl Harbor, he would not mind the course of action. However, the harbor was filled with brave souls willing to fight for America. You intend to sacrifice thousands of valiant warriors for a rationale that even the indifferent cannot contest? The president hung his head, appearing to age several years in an instant. I shall send Captain America to the European front to offer solace. Should he wish to act, let him do so. If the brutality of war frightens the young man, I hope you do not compel him. As for Thunderbolt, he shall be granted the same rights as American citizens, with Dr. Houghton serving as his legal guardian. Should both Dr. Houghton and Thunderbolt consent, I will permit them to proceed to the European theater. Are you satisfied now? I am weary. Let us not discuss further conditions. This is the only concession I can offer. Namor sighed, conceding, for he understood he had no alternative. This matter is known only to the two of us. I wish not for this scene to be inscribed in history, not from fear of reproach, but from the dread that others might emulate such nefarious tactics. In truth, I possess a slight advantage. My time is limited, and carrying this secret to the grave will ease my burden, while you will bear it for far longer. The president found a place to sit, outlining a simple plan. The Japanese Navy would encounter numerous islanders serving as informants in the waters they traversed, with the ocean being your private garden. You will relay the movements of the American forces to them, ensuring their successful arrival at Pearl Harbor. Namor, unwilling to engage further with such a leader, departed, remarking that preparations for rescue operations on the islands and emergency repairs for vessels must be made in advance. I do not wish to see my seas littered with corpses. Namor paused to utter a few final words to the greatest American president in history. When I first set foot on this land, I beheld your people lounging in bars, casually mocking you and your government. I once experienced a moment when I felt the true greatness of democracy. However, now I would rather return to that night when despair engulfed me than remain by your side. The number of lives you have extinguished may well surpass the total that any executioner has witnessed in their lifetime. You are the true harbinger of death. In the vast lobby of a major bank, Wonder Woman sat patiently on a waiting chair, her gaze fixed upon the television suspended from the ceiling. Outside the cordoned area, reporters were restrained by military police as the audience speculated about the unfolding events within. The chemical plant stood eerily silent, prompting a switch back to the studio. The television host, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed that as time progressed, the situation within was likely proceeding smoothly. Our reporters were en route to the White House, where a formal meeting between the two national leaders was expected to take place. Next, let us hear from two esteemed professors from the university. A woman, bespectacled and speaking at a rapid pace, asserted, "We should not rush to respond directly to the underwater individual. He intruded upon the American continent without our permission, lacking a visa and customs clearance. He ought to be imprisoned for his illegal entry, rather than being a guest in the presidential office." Another professor, with prominent buck teeth, clearly disapproved of her remarks. "When you savor sushi, do you ponder whether the fish has a visa? This immensely powerful creature should be restrained and sent to a Chinese restaurant. They must possess relevant recipes." The host quickly gestured for the camera to shift away from the two, stating, "Now, let us hear the thoughts of the audience present." The interviewed spectators, filled with excitement, rose to their feet, exuberantly exclaiming, "I wonder if, upon the establishment of diplomatic relations, diplomats will need to bring oxygen tanks to work? If they possess memories as fleeting as goldfish, will they have to renegotiate every morning?" Laughter erupted in both the live broadcast and the bank lobby. Children mocked Namor's peculiar hairline, while women debated how many offspring the Atlantean mermaids could bear and whether they were conceived through external fertilization. Suddenly, the television feed returned to the scene, revealing Namor emerging from the factory, who then, without uttering a word, soared into the sky, heading towards the Pacific Ocean. Though Wonder Woman could not see his face, she surmised that Namor was not pleased. Otherwise, he would have lingered longer in America, seeking an opportunity to discuss his strategies against Hydra with her. Wonder Woman, clad in a thick mask, a baseball cap, and large black sunglasses, wore a hooded sweatshirt and flared trousers that she had casually acquired from the streets. In that era, people left their garments hanging outside, which inadvertently provided her with some convenience. Diana wished to remain incognito, uncertain of the consequences that this key might provoke. She had to swiftly address the matter concerning Howard Stark before Agent Carter noticed her absence. Due to the morning's altercation at the docks, widespread panic had gripped the populace. In this age of rampant rumors, the people could scarcely endure any fright, flocking to the bank to withdraw their funds, believing that money was safest only when secured within their homes. After a prolonged wait, it was finally Diana's turn. As she seated herself at the counter, she was met with the weary visage of the attendant, leaving Diana at a loss for words. The entire hall was filled with cacophony, prompting Diana to retrieve the key from her bag without further ado. The attendant, in a mechanical tone, inquired, "Will you be withdrawing all the funds from your account, or just a portion?" This marked Diana's inaugural visit to the bank, and she politely extended the key, saying, "Hello, I would like you to take a look at this." The bank attendant was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the key before glancing at Diana, who appeared somewhat mysterious. "I apologize, ma'am, but this is a bank, not a pawn shop," she replied. Realizing the misunderstanding, Diana gently clarified, "I believe you are mistaken. This should be the key to your bank's safe deposit box, and I wish to open it." The garment Diana had pilfered was exceedingly mundane, its fabric not even pure cotton, adorned with unsightly grease stains, revealing its owner to be rather slovenly. Despite her suspicions regarding Diana's identity, the attendant maintained her composure, stating, "I can assure you, that key does not belong to any of our safe deposit boxes." In her mind, she wished to express that keys to safe deposit boxes were far more refined and devoid of such ostentation. Feeling a twinge of guilt, but considering her imminent departure for the European front, Diana pressed on, "Please examine it closely. I am certain this key belongs to your bank." Perhaps due to the key's peculiar nature, the attendant, still patient, inquired, "Since you insist this key is for our safe deposit box, could you provide me with the box number? I will request assistance in verifying it." Diana, uncertain how to elucidate her predicament, tugged at the hood of her sweatshirt and admitted, "Honestly, I do not know which safe this key opens. I just know it must belong to your bank." The attendant, exasperated, shook her head and extended her hands in resignation, calling out loudly to the next in line, and nonchalantly tossed the key back to Diana. Observing the lengthy queue behind her, Diana, unwilling to endure another wait, implored, "This truly is the key to your bank's safe deposit box. I am soon to embark on a long journey, and I wish to see what is inside." Listening to Diana's disjointed remarks, the attendant's irritation began to surface. "I do not know where you acquired such a fine key, but there is a pawn shop down the street where it might fetch a price. However, this is a bank, and I can assure you that the keys to our vaults, safe deposit boxes, and even filing cabinets do not resemble this." With a growing crowd behind her, someone yelled, "How long are you planning to hold this up? If there's no money in your account, the bank will not accommodate you." Another voice chimed in jest, "Or perhaps the bank's funds have all been withdrawn, leaving your balance insufficient?" However, his words instilled a sense of panic among those who were bewildered, prompting a flurry of whispered speculations regarding the unfolding events. Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that a bank run was occurring? Diana, unwilling for the situation to escalate further, contemplated departing and decided to leave for another day. Just as the commotion intensified, the branch manager of the Bank of America, accompanied by several assistants, hastily descended from the second floor. Concerned that such a large influx of clients might adversely affect the operations across various branches, he had taken the initiative to personally inspect them. Upon witnessing the growing unrest, he hurriedly approached, raising his voice to calm the crowd, urging everyone to remain composed while he ascertained the situation at hand. His assistants swiftly began to pacify the gathering. Diana had already risen to depart when a counter-attendant, anxious about a potential reprimand from the manager, abruptly obstructed her path. "Manager." Everything was proceeding smoothly until this individual arrived with a mysterious key, insisting he needed to access our bank's vault. I repeatedly confirmed that his demands were unreasonable and asked him to leave, even kindly providing him with the address of a pawn shop, yet he continued to persist, which led to the disturbance. The seasoned manager furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "If that key is not for our bank's vault, why did you suggest he visit a pawn shop?" Meanwhile, Diana, wishing to remain incognito, hastened toward the bank's exit. Despite the chaos within, security attempted to prevent her departure. Yet, if Diana truly wished to leave, who could possibly hinder her? To her surprise, the branch manager, disregarding the turmoil, charged out of the bank with his assistants. Finally catching sight of her, "Sir, please wait," he called out. Diana, intrigued by the mystery of the key, paused her exit. The manager, out of breath, approached her. "I apologize, sometimes our staff are not fully aware of all bank operations. That key may belong to another branch or the main office. May I see it?" After a moment's hesitation, Diana, recognizing the sincerity etched upon the manager's face, thought that allowing him to inspect the key might provide her with some insight. The formidable Wonder Woman had no concerns about the manager absconding with the key, so she retrieved it from her bag and handed it to him. As the manager examined the key in his hand, he was momentarily taken aback, then deeply bowed to Diana. An assistant, believing his superior had lost his senses, quietly interjected, "Boss, this is indeed not a key for our bank's vault. Look closely, she is not one of our clients." Upon hearing this, Diana snatched the key back and turned to leave. The manager, pursuing her, shouted at his assistant, "Hurry, you fool. We must apprehend this individual. Is that not your job? I am aware that he is not a client of our bank, for he is a major shareholder." Diana sat in the luxurious car of JP Chase. As the bank's general manager, while waiting at a red light, awkwardly turned his corpulent body towards the back seat, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Greetings. I have yet to introduce myself. I am the head of JP Chase for the New York region, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the previous inconveniences. We have had numerous oversights." Noting that Wonder Woman remained silent, he continued, "That key you possess unlocks the highest core secrets of our headquarters vault. Please do not hold the staff accountable. Aside from a few executives at the top, no one is privy to such confidential matters." Diana was indifferent to his reassurances. Her sole desire was to access the contents of the vault expeditiously, for she would soon be departing from the United States. It was prudent to conclude these affairs promptly, as Howard Stark's family might still require the resources contained within. The JP Chase headquarters in New York is also the global headquarters of the bank. Under the guidance of the general manager, no one questioned Wonder Woman's identity, nor dared to inspect her belongings. The general manager dismissed others from the vicinity and escorted Wonder Woman to a concealed elevator. "I will need to borrow your key," he stated. Diana handed over the key, and the general manager swiped it beside the elevator, which opened gently. He allowed Diana to enter first before inserting the key into a hidden slot. Upon hearing the confirmation sound, he returned the key to her. Inside the elevator, there were no prompts, and the doors were about to close. Observing that the manager showed no intention of joining her, Diana reached out to prevent the doors from shutting. Gesturing for him to accompany her, the general manager bowed slightly and said, "You may ascend directly. Our regulations stipulate that only major shareholders of the bank are permitted to use this elevator, and no one else is qualified to accompany you." Wonder Woman, not fully grasping the significance of being a shareholder, merely appreciated the exceptional service of the bank. As the elevator doors were on the verge of closing, she suddenly recalled something and hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed as she asked, "Will the elevator stop at other floors? I fear I might lose my way." Upon seeing the manager shake his head with a smile, she inquired further, "If the elevator does stop, how will I know where to find the vault I seek?" The general manager bowed deeply and replied, "The entire floor where the elevator halts is dedicated to your vault." After bidding farewell to Wonder Woman, the general manager hurried back to his office, ensuring no one was around before quietly dialing a number. Once connected, the other party offered no greeting. The general manager spoke softly, "Your Excellency, I apologize for the intrusion." After a brief pause, the voice on the other end finally responded, "I am currently dealing with a mess in New York. This matter must be of utmost importance, or you are well aware of the consequences." The general manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "As you instructed, I have notified you immediately if anyone was to ascend to the top floor. A mysterious individual has just entered the uppermost level." The enigmatic vice president appeared somewhat taken aback. "Namor, the submariner, has made his appearance in New York, and now someone has ventured to the headquarters top floor? The timing is indeed fortuitous, but are you certain that individual is headed to the top? You lack the clearance to accompany them. How can you be so assured of their destination?" The general manager, sensing that he would not incur the other's wrath, summoned his courage and replied, "The person who has arrived today seems entirely unfamiliar with the protocols regarding the keys. To send someone so oblivious indicates either an urgent situation has arisen or that this individual unexpectedly acquired the key. As far as I am aware, the only shareholder who has experienced an incident recently is the one at the top floor. Others, even if they were to pass their keys to someone else, would never entrust them to someone who lacks understanding of the rules." The mysterious vice president pondered for a moment and then gently instructed, "Keep a close watch and report back to me once it's concluded." Before the general manager could hang up, he heard footsteps approaching and discussions about the mysterious conversation between Namor and the president. Exhausted, he slumped into his oversized chair and rubbed his neck, feeling grateful to be alive. Wonder Woman sensed that the elevator had been in motion for quite some time before it slowly opened its doors. Diana, balancing the key in her hand, stepped out into the corridor, only to be greeted by a heavy metal door prominently featuring a keyhole. She inserted the key and turned it clockwise several times. The door emitted various mechanical sounds, as though this special lock was verifying the key's authenticity through multiple methods. Finally, the key reached its limit, and the metal door produced a dull sound, indicating signs of opening. Diana casually tossed the key into her pocket, maneuvering the large mechanism that resembled a ship's wheel, gradually unlocking the heavy door. Although aware of the unusual contents likely concealed within the vault, Diana maintained an air of nonchalance. Even if the safe contained a mountain of gold or an array of remarkable inventions, she felt there was nothing to be overly concerned about. However, when she beheld the scene within, she was momentarily frozen in place. Howard Stark stood behind the open metal door, gazing intently at her. What a delightful surprise. "Doctor, when did you regain consciousness?" Wonder Woman expressed without a hint of fear, as being a member of the divine lineage rendered her quite accustomed to the extraordinary. "I truly did not expect to see you here. I am absolutely thrilled." Howard Stark chuckled softly, tapping his head. "You see, my memory has been rather foggy ever since those events transpired. I simply cannot recall who you are." Wonder Woman suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Just as Ren Jiu had vanished, Howard Stark had returned, standing right before her. Did this signify that Ren Jiu would never return? Tears welled up in Diana's eyes for Ren Jiu, yet she felt an undeniable joy for Howard Stark. Furthermore, her time-traveling escapade with Ren Jiu had led to Howard Stark's consciousness being lost, a burden of guilt weighing heavily on her heart. As she witnessed the Doctor's return, Diana removed her sunglasses, wiping away her tears and saying, "I am truly pleased to see you back. You may have forgotten, but I am merely a humble assistant to Dr. Erskine. Oh, and by the way, we have yet to be introduced. At the World Expo, you had already lost consciousness. If you don't mind, could you share any experiences during that time? Did you happen to see someone named Ren Jiu? He might appear as a rather large child, fond of telling corny jokes. Though he often claims to be handsome, I have yet to see his face." Howard Stark interrupted Wonder Woman. "I apologize, but I genuinely do not recall anything from the time I was unconscious. While I am puzzled as to why you believe I would know someone named Ren Jiu, I assure you, I have neither seen nor heard of him." Diana recognized her own navet, sighing as she buried her longing for Ren Jiu deep within. "I was unaware you had regained consciousness. I apologize for presumptuously bringing the key to unlock this." For reasons she could not quite articulate, Diana began to sense something unusual about Howard Stark, yet she was not in the mood to dwell on such matters. "Seeing you in good health brings me comfort. This key has caused me considerable pressure. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." Diana retrieved the key from her pocket, placing it on the ground, and turned to leave. Howard Stark regarded Wonder Woman and suddenly inquired, "The key was given to you by Dr. Erskine. Did he share anything with you?" Diana smiled. Having promised Dr. Erskine she would never disclose that he was alive, even to Howard Stark, at the time of his accident. He entrusted this key to me in his final moments. He only mentioned trusting my abilities and hoped I could assist in looking after young Stark. Seeing Diana turn to leave, Howard Stark hurriedly asked, "This vault contains wealth, technology, power, and even the future of the world. It can satisfy every human curiosity and bestow endless riches, status, and influence. I am profoundly grateful for your returning the key. Why not come in and take a look? I can offer you a gift or two that could transform your life." Diana smiled gently. "Doctor, since you are the custodian of these treasures, their true potential can only be realized in your hands. I wish you great success with your research projects. Together, we must continue our fight against Hydra." Diana hesitated before speaking. "I perceive that you are not in particularly good spirits. I sincerely hope you recover swiftly and do not remain confined to this place. It would be best for you to take frequent strolls outdoors." Howard Stark furrowed his brow and suggested, "Why not accompany me inside for a moment? Perhaps you will discover something that stirs your heart." Diana removed her hoodie and baseball cap, her silky hair cascading over her shoulders as she casually remarked, "I yearn for but one thing, world peace. Alas, this aspiration is far too monumental for our world, not something that can be altered by a mere few actions. By the way, Doctor, we have made arrangements with Captain America, and we might soon embark for Europe. Your technical support will be indispensable." Howard Stark observed as Diana approached the elevator button, remaining seated, almost mechanically, without offering to accompany her. Just as her finger was about to touch the button, he suddenly interjected, "Madam, please pause for a moment. I have something of great importance to convey." Diana found this peculiar, as she believed their conversation had been quite clear. "In truth, I am not Dr. Howard Stark. As you mentioned, he should still be in a state of unconsciousness." Howard Stark stepped out from behind the metallic door, calmly stating, "My identity is merely that of a guardian, tasked with safeguarding the repository left behind by Dr. Howard Stark." Wonder Woman was taken aback. "But you bear an uncanny resemblance to Howard Stark. Surely this is not a jest?" With a hint of melancholy, Howard Stark replied, "Though everything may appear exceedingly authentic, I regret to inform you that I am but an artificial being created by Dr. Howard Stark. You may refer to me as an android or a synthetic. I harbor no objection." Wonder Woman was utterly astonished, her feelings of strangeness now compounded by the revelation. The synthetic Stark bowed his head slightly in apology. "Before the implementation of the Super Soldier program, Dr. Stark instructed me to remain here on standby. He expressed his trust in his friend, Dr. Erskine. For amidst the lurking Hydra spies and the dubious intentions of high-ranking officials, only Dr. Erskine could earn his confidence." The synthetic Stark retrieved a handgun and a wireless control button from his person. "For countless days, I have awaited his return, watching the clock tick endlessly. Yet Dr. Stark has not appeared. Gradually, I began to speculate that perhaps his fate was dire. I imagined that when the door finally opened, he would be ensconced in bandages, admonishing me not to mock him. However, as the vault door's bolts slowly slid open, I realized my hopes were dashed. You did not eagerly call out to me, and there was a trace of hesitation as you opened the vault. I was profoundly disheartened, contemplating that perhaps Dr. Erskine might possess some news of my master, or perhaps a glimmer of hope. But when you emerged from beyond the door, I understood that calamity had befallen us, and my master would never return." The bionic Howard cast aside his pistol and button, cradling his head in agony. Diana observed the unnatural contortions of his skin, reminiscent of a robot masked in human guise. Realizing his indiscretion, the bionic Howard swiftly regained his composure, akin to the moment Wonder Woman first encountered him. "Dr. Erskine had met with misfortune and entrusted the key to you, a testament to his confidence in your character. However, the entity behind me embodies the culmination of my master's labor, harboring dangers that necessitate my cautious approach toward you. I acknowledge that this may seem presumptuous, yet I implore your understanding. It is a measure I must undertake." Diana gazed at the bionic Stark and remarked, "Seeing you has made me ponder. Are the rumors about the blazing fire true? Was it indeed created by Dr. Houghton in collaboration with Dr. Howard Stark?" The bionic Stark meticulously elucidated to Wonder Woman, "Fundamentally, I differ from the blazing fire. Dr. Howard Stark engineered me, designating me as a bionic being, with energy levels sustained solely for typical humanoid activities. Dr. Houghton, an old acquaintance of my master, was one of his most trusted partners. Upon witnessing my master's designs for bionics, he was inspired to create, yet his vision diverged from that of my master. He perceived bionics not as inferior tools to supplant humanity, but as advanced entities capable of feats beyond human capability. He modified the blueprints, resulting in a design where the energy levels of bionics would exceed that of humans by several folds. Such designs were well within my master's capabilities, yet, akin to many of his inventions, he hesitated, deeming such advancements perilous. Even the emergence of bionic beings raises numerous ethical dilemmas, and the creation of advanced artificial beings demands utmost caution. Despite Dr. Howard Stark's repeated counsel against it, Dr. Houghton remained resolute, leading to the birth of the blazing fire. I have heard that at the final juncture of Houghton's experiments, my master altered certain designs, ensuring that the blazing fire would diverge entirely from bionic beings and preventing Dr. Houghton from replicating such creations. Wonder Woman gradually stepped into the vault's threshold, her admiration for the bionic Stark evident as she remarked, "Dr. Howard Stark is truly a genius. Even the divine beings pale in comparison to his brilliance. I have long regarded Dr. Erskine as an extraordinary scientist, yet I never imagined Dr. Howard Stark could surpass the entire world, being a century ahead of his time." The bionic Stark, elated, responded, "I am grateful for your kind words regarding myself and my master. In truth, I was initially created because my master wished to avoid the encumbrances of social obligations that would detract from his scientific endeavors. Thus, I was designed specifically for soirees and conferences." Wonder Woman regarded him thoughtfully, the bionic Stark's clumsy jest evoking memories of Ren Jiu. "Alas, both your master and my friend are now missing. I sincerely hope they remain unharmed." The bionic Stark was somewhat perplexed, pondering whether the master was not in a state of unconsciousness. How splendid it would be if Dr. Erskine were present. His profound knowledge of human anatomy and biology might hold the key to awakening the master. Observing Diana engulfed in sorrow, the bionic Stark endeavored to shift the conversation towards the chamber behind them. The master often remarked that within the safe lay the future of technology, the future of the world. Yet, the doctor's myriad inventions had often been appropriated by others, diverging considerably from his noble vision of benefiting humanity. Thus, when he found himself at a loss regarding the application of these inventions, he preferred to let them sink into the depths of the ocean. Curiosity liberated Wonder Woman from her melancholic reverie. "Pray, show me what treasures lie within." The bionic Stark escorted Diana inside, meticulously detailing each item as if recounting family heirlooms. Most of the items existed only as blueprints, lacking physical manifestation, understood solely by the bionic Stark, who had long accompanied Howard Stark. Yet, with each revelation, Diana felt increasingly disheartened. Despite the brilliance of Howard Stark's inventions, from the blueprints of jet planes to the prototypes of advanced four-wheel drive vehicles, silent submarines to medium-range missiles, and countless ingenious concepts, none aligned with her own grand vision. "What troubles you? You appear somewhat disheartened," inquired the bionic Stark with a smile. Caught in her concealed thoughts, Wonder Woman felt a twinge of embarrassment as she admitted, "Indeed, I feel a touch of disappointment. What you describe is truly astonishing and remarkable. Any ordinary scientist would find lifelong security with just one of these inventions. They will undoubtedly alter the world to come. Yet they pale in comparison to the extraordinary gifts of Dr. Howard Stark. If I may be candid, I believe their collective worth does not equate to your significance for the future." Upon concluding the exhibition of all the items, the bionic Stark leisurely opened a concealed safe, revealing the most crucial of documents. Expecting something extraordinary, Wonder Woman's heart sank at the sight of merely a few sheets of paper. The bionic Stark, observing her disappointment, felt a sense of satisfaction. Within lies a document, a letter of authorization signed by Mr. Stark. Once you affix your signature and navigate a few procedures, it will come into effect. You shall become the largest shareholder of Stark Industries and possess complete ownership of these patents. Diana gradually grasped the significance of equity, hesitating over whether to accept it. "Why not you sign it? I truly have no desire for such mundane matters. You possess a profound understanding of Dr. Stark's vision. Should you assume his responsibilities, I believe the doctor would find everything to be in perfect order upon his awakening." The bionic Stark shook his head, passing the pen into Wonder Woman's hand. "If the doctor deems me the ideal candidate, why would he go to such lengths? He must have seen qualities in Dr. Erskine that I do not possess. The fact that Dr. Erskine entrusts you with such an important matter attests to your superior suitability. This may very well be what fate has decreed for you to bear." Diana was initially reluctant to sign, yet upon contemplating that this might be the design of destiny, she ultimately affixed her signature to the document. Once Diana completed the tedious task of signing, the synthetic Stark stood within a box measuring 1 meter on each side, nodding in satisfaction at the paperwork before handing Wonder Woman a note, instructing her to keep the address safe, as they would proceed there together shortly. but to exercise utmost caution and avoid revealing his presence. After making his statement, the synthetic Stark began to fold his body. Wonder Woman, observing him, remarked in astonishment. "Are you certain this is a feature designed by Dr. Stark?" The synthetic Stark winked at her. "This is indeed one of my primary functions." Howard Stark often employed this little trick in his youth to evade the dignitaries at banquets, allowing him to rendezvous with young ladies. He almost perfectly nestled himself within the box, but suddenly recalled something. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot to mention that my weight is nearly identical to Mr. Stark's, so you may require a handcart. It should be nearby." Wonder Woman effortlessly lifted the box, glancing at the synthetic Stark inside, finding it quite amusing. "By the way, where is this handcart you mentioned?" Due to his folded position, the synthetic Stark replied with a flat expression. "I must commend Dr. Erskine's discernment in selecting individuals. Upon closer inspection, one can truly appreciate how flawless your features and complexion are, not to mention your devilish figure and superhuman strength. Are you certain you are not a perfect synthetic being?" Listening to the synthetic Stark's flattery, Diana teased, "You little charmer. It seems you truly are the king of banquets. I can only imagine how much you've relied on that silver tongue to garner support for Stark." Even the synthetic Stark, captivated by Diana's stunning beauty, couldn't resist adding, "Finally, someone understands my plight. Many of Dr. Stark's inventions are exorbitantly costly, yet once accomplished, many are reluctant to disclose them to the public, leaving us in a rather precarious financial situation." As Wonder Woman engaged in banter with the synthetic Stark, she secured the vault. Afterward, Diana donned her disguise once more, ensuring everything was in order before pressing the elevator button. At the first floor of the JP Chase headquarters, the branch manager was wiping the sweat from his brow, anxiously waiting by the concealed elevator. He frequently glanced at his watch, meticulously calculating the time, pondering how he might extract more intelligence. Suddenly, a faint mechanical sound echoed as the elevator doors slowly opened. Clad in her thick disguise, Wonder Woman spotted the branch manager waiting at the entrance and approached him with satisfaction. Diana handed a substantial document to the branch manager, reflecting on how she had been wondering where to find him, but now it was all conveniently resolved. This legal document served as proof of Howard Stark's complete transfer of his shares in JP Chase to her, leaving the remaining matters to be handled by the legal department of the headquarters. Although the branch manager contemplated various possibilities, he never anticipated that this individual would suddenly ascend to the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The experience at the headquarters was almost unbelievable. Gazing at this document, these few sheets of paper represented the ownership of billions of dollars in assets. In that era, when the dollar had yet to undergo rampant devaluation, such a sum was an astronomical figure. The branch manager was still reeling from the shock when Diana had already stepped outside. With a multitude of questions lingering in his mind, the manager had no choice but to closely follow Diana. As he hurriedly flipped to the page with the signatures, he was eager to discover the name of this enigmatic individual. "Excuse me, could you please wait a moment?" The branch manager nearly shouted, pointing to the heir's signature line. "You haven't signed your name here." Wonder Woman, noticing the attention she was attracting, furrowed her brow at the beleaguered branch manager. "There's no need for that. Haven't I made it clear? The heir to the shares is simply the holder of this key. The documentation for these assets is exceedingly complicated. If one day I need to pass this key to someone else, I wouldn't want to go through the cumbersome process of notarizing the assets again. I believe this is a splendid way to free oneself from such tedious paperwork." "You mean," the branch manager said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, "whoever possesses this key owns Mr. Stark's estate." His lips trembled as he spoke. "If something were to happen to you." "No, I mean, if, your assets would be entirely lost." Were it not for the crowd, nearly everyone familiar with him, the branch manager might have entertained the thought of robbing this mysterious figure. Even a Wall Street elite like himself couldn't help but entertain criminal notions. Possessing that key would grant him access to wealth beyond measure. While the branch manager wrestled with his moral dilemma, Diana had casually hailed a taxi at the bank's entrance, leaving without a backward glance. It was only then that the perspiring branch manager burst through the throng. Realizing he hadn't had the chance to pose the questions he had mulled over for so long, now, he feared he lacked sufficient clues to report back. He rushed upstairs, barely pausing to check if anyone was nearby. Striving to steady his trembling hands, he dialed the phone. "Vice President, that individual has already departed." On the other end, the calm vice president responded nonchalantly, "Oh, do you have any idea why they left so swiftly?" According to the patent office, Stark possessed a multitude of undisclosed patented inventions, and we are certain that his blueprints and manuscript notes are not housed in his laboratory. It is highly likely that these invaluable creations reside in the vault on the top floor. The mysterious individual holding the key would require considerable time. Even for a cursory glance, and could not have left so quickly. Could this person be Dr. Howard Stark's assistant or research partner? The branch manager conjectured wildly. Refrain from indulging in baseless speculation. I only require you to provide what you observed and what you can conceive. We have already considered everything, since Howard Stark lost consciousness. All his associates and friends have been under our surveillance. All of our informants have reported back. No one has appeared on Wall Street, nor has anyone gone missing. I need you to convey your impressions from the scene immediately, rather than directing operations. The patience of the vice president has reached its limits. He now stands on the precipice of fury. The bank manager, realizing his indiscretion, hastily remarked, "Vice President, speaking of impressions, I cannot shake the feeling that the enigmatic figure might indeed be a woman. My endurance has been stretched thin. You are nothing short of a fool. You have yet to mention that this mysterious individual departed with a box. Had it not been for my personnel reporting some of the circumstances at the scene, you would have nearly overlooked such a vital piece of information. However, my people were positioned at a distance, unaware of the specifics regarding the box, while you were nearby. I demand your most genuine assessment. Did you not sense anything unusual about the box?" The vice president, maintaining his composure, added, "Did you not feel a peculiar energy emanating from within?" "There was absolutely nothing amiss, Your Excellency," the bank manager asserted with unwavering certainty. "I am convinced it was merely an ordinary cardboard box." His attention had been wholly consumed by the signature. How could he have noticed if the box bore any oddities? Yet now, even if he were to lie, he must assert with complete conviction, otherwise he might not witness the dawn of another day. "The mysterious figure also entrusted me with a document." The bank manager diverted his focus, assuming the vice president would be more intrigued by it. This document pertained to the share transfer of Dr. Howard Stark, curiously devoid of the woman's name, merely indicating that ownership belonged to the one possessing the key. Let us not dwell on the document. My sole concern is the box, the vice president, now on the verge of collapse, retorted. "Furthermore, I mentioned that the mysterious figure is not a woman, you imbecile." The vehicle's departure was notably sluggish, implying that its load exceeded that of 2 individuals. The box contained something exceedingly heavy, akin to stuffing a living person inside. Yet, you remained oblivious to these anomalies and even suggested that the enigmatic figure might be a woman? The vice president scoffed. "If you can identify a woman capable of lifting such a weight, I would gladly recommend you for true membership in the Freemasons. Your involvement here is concluded. Your performance has genuinely disappointed me." Upon hearing the beeping sound from the phone, the bank manager slumped to the ground. Following the instructions of the biotic Stark, Diana switched between several modes of transport before finally arriving at the address provided. Were it not for the biotic Stark's guidance, Diana would never have imagined such an expansive area existed in the heart of New York, just as she marveled at the exorbitant cost of land in this city. A tall, lanky man suddenly emerged, appearing to have been in a state of despair for quite some time. He approached cautiously, wary that the seemingly mysterious Diana might be concealing a weapon. "This is private property. Please leave at once." Faced with this disheveled figure, Wonder Woman found herself at a loss. The man, perceiving Diana's reluctance to depart, mustered the courage to obstruct her path. "Hello, I must reiterate, this is private property. If you do not vacate immediately, I shall be forced to take action." He observed Diana with a sense of curiosity as she boldly issued a warning, attempting to adopt a fierce expression as he declared, "Otherwise, I possess the authority to employ force against you. Furthermore, I am not alone. The security department is currently patrolling. If those fellows catch sight of you, you shall be in dire straits." Diana found his bravado somewhat amusing and replied to the tall, slender man, "Greetings. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have indeed acquired a letter of authorization." She handed over the document, adding, "Please take a moment to examine this. I wish to proceed inside, and beyond that, your presence is not required." "I'm afraid I cannot permit you entry," the man responded, studying the authorization with an expression of disbelief. "I do not recognize you. Although your document may be genuine or counterfeit, I have made it clear that I do not know you. Please, expedite her entry." "Jarvis," chimed a voice from the box, belonging to the synthetic Stark. "If it weren't for my current need for discretion, I would relish observing your expression." Jarvis, momentarily pleased by the voice of an old friend, suddenly recalled something and replied coldly, "The master is unconscious. Why are you not diligently guarding the vault at the bank? What brings you here? Do you not recall the master's explicit instructions on maintaining secrecy?" He continued, "And your identity? Why are you being so careless? Have you been drinking again?" Diana opened the box slightly, and the synthetic Stark chuckled. "It's simply because this individual possesses the key. My affairs have concluded on my end. You should hand over the responsibilities here. Once that is done, you will have no further obligations and can return home with peace of mind." Jarvis showed no leniency toward his old friend, stating, "I must formally remind you that your actions do not align with the Master's established protocols. The key holder may access your vault first, but must wait until the timing is more opportune before bringing him here. Consider what you have done. Sharing all secrets with one person on the same day. Do you truly believe the timing is ripe within just 10 minutes? The synthetic Stark sighed, "Jarvis, look at how you have changed. Go home and spend time with your wife. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ms. Diana. She is certainly a trustworthy individual. I have faith in her. She possesses an absolutely kind heart and is the finest person I have ever encountered, even surpassing the Master." He added, "Moreover, she is more than capable of managing these inventions. Her abilities and character far exceed those of our Master. If that is not sufficient, I cannot fathom who else in this world would qualify." Jarvis scrutinized Diana skeptically. "I do not believe this tightly guarded individual possesses any abilities that surpass those of the Master." Diana felt a sense of being observed. Her attention diverted from their conversation as she scanned the surroundings for any hidden watchers. The synthetic Stark laughed. "Have you not noticed that she is effortlessly supporting the box with one hand? Do you not think that is sufficient ability?" Jarvis observed Wonder Woman easily cradling the box with one hand, opening his mouth, but ultimately swallowing his words, instead making a gesture of invitation. Wonder Woman gazed upon the vast expanse of land with great curiosity and exclaimed, "Goodness, Howard Stark is wealthier than I had imagined. Such a considerable piece of land must have cost a fortune. Previously, your friend mentioned that Howard Stark was facing financial constraints and needed to attend various galas to raise funds. I never anticipated he would possess such affluence. Moreover, I assumed Howard Stark typically spent his time in the laboratory. How could he entertain the notion of investing in real estate?" Jarvis, perhaps somewhat intimidated by the enigmatic Wonder Woman, cautiously introduced the property, stating that Dr. Howard Stark's inventions are unparalleled in the world, and his wealth represents merely a fraction of his true potential. The shares of J.P. Morgan Chase and this valuable land were acquired by Dr. Stark under duress, exchanged reluctantly for a plethora of patents that he did not truly desire. Wonder Woman clicked her tongue in disbelief. "Your words make it sound effortless. Yet you must realize that with just these two assets, Howard Stark would be among the wealthiest individuals in America." Jarvis shook his head, explaining that this land, designated as Stark Industrial Property, was forcefully bestowed upon Mr. Stark by the military and government, who sought to seize a substantial number of his patents. Wonder Woman chuckled, surprised to learn that Howard Stark was, in fact, an angelic figure who refused to utilize his inventions against Hydra. Yet, he ultimately sold them, profiting from the military's demands. Jarvis, somewhat vexed by the description of his master, retorted that had all these patents been sold to the government, Mr. Stark would have been exceedingly generous. He does not seek wealth, merely the funding necessary for his research endeavors. Finding amusement in Jarvis's reaction, Wonder Woman teased, "Indeed, you are right. Howard Stark is truly remarkable, requiring no riches, merely acquiring land and shares." At that moment, the synthetic Stark interjected, "Enough, Diana, do not torment Jarvis. He is merely a clumsy fellow. The truth, as I have heard from my master, is this: the upper echelons of the government have long been controlled by a mysterious organization. They have infiltrated my master's circle, familiarizing themselves with many of his inventions. They abruptly demanded that he sell all his patents, and more egregiously, these patents had to be sold to designated arms dealers, who would then supply the government and military." Wonder Woman was utterly astonished, realizing how they had been siphoning the nation's resources. It had always perplexed her that, despite America not being fully engaged in war, Captain America was nearly compelled to raise bonds nationwide. Now it became clear that there were unseen hands orchestrating it all. When it comes to this matter, Jarvis's expression darkens. For those individuals, war merely serves as an opportunity. They are impervious to the adverse effects that conflict brings. What they covet is simply to clutch wealth tightly in their hands. They incite citizens to exchange their gold, silver, and all tangible assets for war bonds, intending that once the war concludes, they can effortlessly print a few banknotes to distribute to them. At this moment, Wonder Woman furrows her brow and inquires, "Are they not afraid of the possibility of defeat? If Hydra truly advances, where will they flee?" Jarvis sighs. Perhaps they believe that they are destined to prevail in war. After all, America boasts many righteous individuals, such as Captain America, the Falcon, and I have heard rumors of a newly emerged Deadpool. These valiant souls on the front lines may sacrifice everything, shedding their blood and flesh to protect the populace, yet they also shield those unscrupulous characters. Wonder Woman gazes upon the land, expressing, "Your words evoke a sudden hope for Hydra's victory." Jarvis chuckles softly, remarking, "Your sentiment echoes that of the Master." His fervor to combat Hydra has waned considerably due to this issue. Ultimately, he was compelled to sell his patents to the prominent families behind J.P. Morgan. These families assured him that he would become a major shareholder in J.P. Morgan without exploiting the American financial system for profit. Subsequently, he approached the government for this territory, proclaiming that he would establish an organization called the United Nations, ensuring that nations worldwide cannot act with impunity. He intends to create the first international territory on this land, hosting the headquarters of the United Nations here, free from any constraints. Wonder Woman reflects on the notorious rumors surrounding Howard Stark, which suggest that half of New York's beautiful women possess his contact information. It is said that Howard Stark is a debonair playboy, yet I have always considered him a scientific prodigy in this world. Today, however, it appears I have misjudged. He is, in truth, a person of remarkable vision and profound foresight. Simultaneously, both Jarvis and the synthetic Stark interject. The rumors are indeed accurate. Wonder Woman gazes at the azure sky, contemplating, yet Howard Stark remains overly cynical, as does Dr. Erskine. Upon witnessing the world's darker facets, they feel compelled to retreat, unable to resist, only yielding to the circumstances. I, too, experience despondency and fleeting unhappiness. However, I firmly believe that ultimately, this world belongs to justice. Jarvis quietly remarks, if the Master had encountered a companion like you sooner, perhaps many things would have unfolded differently. He might never have sought solace in intoxication or inspiration in the embrace of others. Had he devoted himself entirely to combating that dark force, I believe the outcome would surely have been distinct. The synthetic Stark scoffs, you are correct. Had the Master met Diana earlier, he would not have sought inspiration from other women. Jarvis, realizing something profound, surveys Diana with scrutiny. Both the Master and I are well versed in the ways of the world, scoring a solid 60 or 70. At this moment, Diana felt the sensation of being watched dissipate. She remarked that someone had been observing them from a distance, but it appeared they had temporarily relinquished their surveillance. If there is something you wish to show me, we should expedite our actions, she urged. Jarvis glanced at some markings on the ground and replied, you are entirely correct. We have indeed been under scrutiny. Yet, how can you ascertain that no one is watching us now? The synthetic Stark clamored from within the box. Enough, Jarvis. There are still numerous unforeseen matters at hand. First, liberate me from this confinement. Diana released the synthetic Stark from the box, who elucidated that clandestine organization has not ceased its monitoring since Mr. Stark acquired this land. I am certain they have tracked our movements, yet I had to feign ignorance while you switched modes of transportation multiple times. Their surveillance equipment's reach only extends this far. We must act swiftly, for they are likely aware that circumstances are deteriorating and may resort to drastic measures. Adjacent to Stark Industries, a vehicle screeched to a halt by a public telephone booth. The driver leaped from the driver's seat, yanking the person still on the phone from the booth, abruptly disconnecting the call to redial. The young man, who had been yanked from the booth, was infuriated and was about to open the booth door to confront the individual inside, only to be interrupted by a trench-coated figure with a hat, who ominously brandished a firearm. Are you certain that individual entered Stark Industries? The vice president insisted on reconfirming the report from the ground operatives. The captain of the action team felt anxious, uncertain of whom he was addressing, fearful of misstepping. I am certain the individual matches the prior descriptions perfectly, and he is indeed holding that box, which corresponds precisely in size. Howard Stark's assistant allowed him entry. I require a full report of all details. The vice president inquired patiently. After listening to the captain's report, he hung up the phone and addressed those in the room, stating, Howard Stark must have tampered with that land, gentlemen. The chairman waved his hand dismissively. These are mere trifles. What is paramount is to ascertain whether that stone resides with Howard Stark. If we confirm its presence, we must procure it at all costs, even if it means overturning the entire area. I demand precise intelligence. A senior elder at the conference table countered, I believe that with our current capabilities, we need not focus all our attention on that stone. Even if we acquire it, what then? Are we certain we can retrieve the legendary leader? We already possess a plethora of world-shaping technologies. What we need is to integrate these resources effectively. We can become a unique organization in this world. And we no longer require an ancient leader. Many renowned individuals immediately expressed their agreement with his proposal. We are currently thriving and need not perceive the world through the lens of centuries past. We possess the capability to forge a new leader. Why expend such effort to resurrect the old? After all these centuries, who can ascertain that a leader thrives in that realm? What if all we retrieve is but a lifeless corpse? We already have Captain America, and soon, we might have a multitude of controllable super soldiers. In such a scenario, Neither Hydra nor any ancient leader would pose a challenge. The elder who initially proposed the idea observed that everyone had largely converged in thought and slowly remarked, "Chairman, what everyone has stated holds merit. I propose we temporarily alter the objectives of the entire Freemason order and set aside the mission regarding the monolith." Wonder Woman watched as the bioengineered Stark reverted to his normal form, marveling at the astonishing spectacle. Jarvis led the two along a series of specific markers, conscious of the need to protect their secrets. Since discovering the hidden truths of this place, Jarvis had refrained from returning, instead revisiting the memories in his mind. However, the long-abandoned land rendered some markers scarcely visible. After considerable effort, the trio finally paused in an open area, with Jarvis anxiously surveying the surroundings and the distance. Wonder Woman, observing the desolate expanse, inquired curiously, "Why have we come here? There is nothing present." Jarvis repeatedly confirmed that the area was devoid of life, then addressed her, "Miss Diana, has your mysterious intuition not assured you of safety?" Noticing Diana nod in affirmation, Jarvis suddenly stomped forcefully upon the ground, relentlessly pounding his feet. Wonder Woman was utterly astonished. Jarvis seemed to have entered a frenzied state, his slender arms and legs exerting all their might, yet yielding little force. Out of reverence for science, Diana questioned, could this be the legendary password possessing a unique rhythm? The bioengineered Stark, observing Wonder Woman's puzzled expression, waved his hand dismissively, "Pay no mind to that. When our master brought us here long ago, he did the same. It's merely a heavy manhole cover. It was sealed tightly back then, and one needed to exert considerable effort to open it." Jarvis, his heart racing, felt no loosening beneath his feet. He stepped aside and gestured to the bioengineered Stark, "Hurry. It's your turn now." Perhaps due to recent rains, the entire cover might have rusted shut. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of being discovered. I should have brought a crowbar. As the two debated how to lift the cover, Diana placed a single foot upon it. Without exerting any apparent effort, the opposing side of the cover began to rise. Perhaps finding it a bit unclean, Diana pinched the edge of the cover between two fingers and tossed it aside. Inhaling the damp, moldy, and pungent odor emanating from within, Diana felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. This was akin to a hellish experience for her acute sense of smell. Had she not remembered the instructions from Dr. Erskine and Dr. Stark, she would have been utterly unwilling to descend. Jarvis guided the two individuals into the subterranean system of Stark Industries, holding a pocket map concealed within the knob of his watch, painstakingly discerning their direction. The bioengineered Stark produced a small electric baton, casting a faint glow that exuded an almost imperceptible air of dread. The intricate design of the underground system proved to be exceedingly convoluted, even with the map in hand. Jarvis found himself lost several times. Had it not been for Wonder Woman's remarkable memory of their path, Jarvis might have become hopelessly ensnared in this labyrinth. Amidst the monotonous array of pipes, Jarvis eventually stumbled upon a hidden door. With trembling hands, he cautiously opened his watch, his nervousness eliciting a frown from Diana. Growing impatient, Wonder Woman took it upon herself to insert the hour, minute, and second hands of the watch into three corresponding mechanisms. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a ladder leading further into the depths below. Wonder Woman harbored little interest in playing a treasure hunt in such an environment. Her inclination was to leap down and discern the truth. However, the quivering gaze of Jarvis, filled with desperation and reliance, made her reconsider. Observing his shaking legs, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and jump down together. After an indeterminate period of climbing down the ladder, the trio finally reached a relatively spacious chamber. Jarvis wiped the sweat from his brow. This ordeal was evidently no trifling matter for him. Noticing Wonder Woman's bewilderment, he explained, "This is our first descent. Previously, we only knew of the existence of a secret base. Dr. Stark entrusted us with the map and the key, but good heavens, he truly understands me. Had he brought me here before, I would have never consented to remain." A rusted door marked the apparent end of this mysterious passage. Wonder Woman placed the key into the hands of the bioengineered Stark, preferring not to struggle futilely with the door herself. The bioengineered Stark reluctantly approached with the electric baton and, after some effort, managed to unlock it. Jarvis, having departed from the solitary light source, leaned heavily against Wonder Woman. As Diana stepped into the enigmatic room, she experienced a momentary disorientation, as though transported back to her arrival in this world. In the center of the room stood a colossal device. The familiar railings and the myriad knobs and buttons on the control panel hinted at its complexity, while several subtly undulating waveforms seemed to convey to Wonder Woman that the machine lay dormant, not to be disturbed lightly. Suspended in midair, an object resembling a glass donut remained motionless, save for the occasional flicker of electricity within its glass enclosure. Surrounding it were several immense pine cone-shaped transformers, suggesting the formidable power of this gigantic donut. Is this not the power system that supplied energy to the entire world-'s fair? Wonder Woman exclaimed in astonishment. Jarvis surveyed the room, illuminated as if it were daylight, gradually recovering from his shock. He began to mock Diana for her lack of insight. What nonsense are you spouting? Allow me to introduce you to one of Mr. Howard Stark's most esteemed creations, the magnificent arc reactor. However, the anticipated gasp of Wonder Woman did not come, prompting Jarvis to continue. The reason Mr. Stark has concealed it here is that, with a slight modification, this device could swiftly transform into a weapon capable of annihilating millions. In terms of peaceful applications, it harnesses the energy released from nuclear fission to provide humanity with an inexhaustible source of clean energy. I have witnessed it at the Tomorrowland Expo, I am certain of it. How could Wonder Woman forget the marvels she first encountered upon arriving in this world? Bionic Stark interjected, preventing any further argument from Jarvis. She speaks the truth. The arc reactor indeed made an appearance at the Tomorrowland Expo, albeit not this very model. The one presented there was modified, differing in both power and size. Dr. Howard Stark deliberately constructed the entire apparatus to be particularly colossal, yet its output was merely a fraction of this version. He intended to convey that it was a flawed concept. Wonder Woman recalled certain details. This machine was indeed distinct from the one showcased at the Tomorrowland Expo, which explained why, despite the plethora of equipment, there had never been a blackout. While Captain America's life beam could plunge half of Manhattan into darkness, suddenly, Jarvis grasped a crucial point. Are you suggesting that the arc reactor performed exceptionally at the Tomorrowland Expo, contrary to the Doctor's expectations, and that no one deemed it a failed project? He looked at Bionic Stark, his expression one of resignation. Bionic Stark offered an awkward smile and winked at Jarvis. The Doctor is not new to such antics. When the life beam was first invented, he referred to it as a spectrum therapy device, showcasing it as if it were mere scrap. It was precisely through this approach that he met Dr. Erskine, and they found a kindred spirit in each other. Before Bionic Stark could finish his jest, Wonder Woman, having shed her disguise, suddenly noticed a machine beside her. The more she observed it, the more exhilarated she became, approaching to gently touch the buttons. I recognize this. Isn't this the life beam used during Captain America's experiments? Upon closer inspection, however, she noted some discrepancies. It seemed akin to the arc reactor, both being half-finished prototypes displayed by Dr. Howard Stark, with the true machines left behind. Jarvis felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this time the Doctor did not create any chaos, as the device he had showcased was sufficiently flawed. Bionic Stark glanced at Jarvis, acknowledging the rare instance of the Doctor's reliability. They both nodded knowingly. At that moment, Jarvis became acutely aware of Wonder Woman's breathtaking beauty, rendered completely speechless. He mused to himself that perhaps all the girls Stark had ever known combined could not compare to her singular magnificence. Perhaps, missing this girl is Stark's greatest regret in losing consciousness. The synthetic Stark delightedly observed Jarvis's astonished expression. Wonder Woman touched this machine, filled with memories of times when Dr. Erskine and Agent Carter were still present, and it was indeed this device that bestowed new life upon Captain America. Suddenly, it seemed she inadvertently activated something. Howard Stark's voice resonated throughout the room. I hope I did not startle you. This is a little mechanism I set up on the Life Ray device. I had anticipated that Dr. Erskine would inadvertently trigger it upon his arrival, and he would surely cry while caressing the Life Ray, only to be taken aback by my little surprise. Haha, I was completely right, wasn't I? Wonder Woman gazed blankly at the synthetic Stark and Jarvis. Diana was not well acquainted with Dr. Howard Stark. They had never exchanged a single word, and she had never imagined the Doctor possessed such a playful side. Jarvis shook his head, attempting to find words to defend the Doctor's jest. The synthetic Stark, with an impassive expression, remarked, I know you are surprised, but indeed, Howard Stark is just that kind of person. The synthetic Jarvis, with twinkling eyes, added, annoying yet all the more endearing. The synthetic Stark nodded in agreement, affirming his statement was utterly accurate. In an era devoid of artificial intelligence, even the extraordinary Howard Stark could not propel humanity forward in every field. His pre-recorded voice mechanically continued, Dr. Erskine, I am truly pleased to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Although your time in America was brief, it was your creative intellect that inspired me to invent this, my most cherished creation. I apologize for withholding information regarding the Life Ray machine. The device you see before you is indeed the prototype I have meticulously developed. You are aware that our situation is precarious. We had reached a consensus to keep our advanced technologies as confidential as possible. Wonder Woman regarded Jarvis and the synthetic Stark, stating, "I have no desire to impersonate Dr. Erskine and accept any special mission. It would be best if you resolve the forthcoming matters yourselves." Hearing Howard Stark praise Dr. Erskine, Diana felt unworthy. Jarvis and the synthetic Stark quickly clarified, "This matter has been entrusted to us by our master. Anyone Dr. Erskine acknowledges is undoubtedly qualified." Howard Stark, brimming with pride, declared, "The machine designed for Steve Rogers' experiments is merely a semi-finished product. No, rather, it is worlds apart from this machine. I had long ago designed it to absorb half the energy of Manhattan, and the excess energy would trigger a self-destruct mode in the machine. Thus, as we envisioned, a mass-produced machine for creating superheroes must not be casually entrusted to others. How could we, as responsible and diligent young individuals, not be endearing? Haha, the young women of New York must be clamoring to appear at my funeral. The thought of that scene evokes a sense of contentment in my demise. I recall when I married Maria, many excited girls sought to intervene. Wonder Woman gazed at Jarvis with inquisitive eyes, to which Jarvis could not help but remark, "The master speaks the truth. It is indeed not uncommon for young ladies to attempt to sneak into the infirmary." The biotic Stark nodded in agreement, candidly stating, "They likely wish to land a few punches on the doctor." Jarvis, seeing biotic Stark expose the doctor's vulnerabilities, intended to defend Howard Stark, yet found himself at a loss for words. Biotic Stark continued, "If Dr. Howard Stark were to see you now, he might very well be restless in his eternal slumber." Jarvis nodded vigorously. Wonder Woman's beauty was indeed more compelling than Newton's laws of motion. Perhaps the opening jokes had run their course. For Howard Stark's voice took on a somber tone. "Ah, this feeling is truly disheartening. It seems that inscribing one's will at the pinnacle of life carries such a weight. What should I say next? My old friends, Jarvis and the Biotic, I hope you are present. I truly cannot bear the thought of parting from you. I was born in an era gone awry. How splendid it would be if the world were more peaceful. I long to dwell beside you on the beaches of Hawaii, watching the tides ebb and flow, the sun rise and set each day." Biotic Stark nodded, interpreting the Doctor's sentiment as a preference for the sight of bikini-clad women over the ravages of war. Howard Stark, unable to hear the Biotic's words, continued, "If anything were to befall you, Dr. Erskine would certainly not grace this place. This is indeed comforting. Knowing you are all safe brings me great joy. Everything in this room embodies my utmost dedication. I wish to bequeath my most cherished possessions to those I trust most deeply." Jarvis, having hesitated for some time, suddenly stood, arms outstretched, shielding Wonder Woman and Biotic Stark, exclaiming, "We cannot proceed. The master is merely in a coma. He shall awaken. How can we heed the will of a living man and then divide all he holds dear?" Biotic Stark embraced the already weakened, tear-streaked Jarvis. "Old friend, perhaps we should consider a different perspective. There may be a way to save our master hidden within his words. No one has declared the great Howard Stark to be deceased. Those young women who intruded upon the infirmary merely wished to catch another glimpse of Dr. Howard." Jarvis, rekindled with hope, sat upon the ground. "Biotic, perhaps for once you are right. We must listen. We ought to be strong like our master. Of course, excluding the matter of those young women, we all know many intended to enter armed." Howard Stark appeared amused by Jarvis's demeanor, his tone softening as he said, "Jarvis, my dearest friend, you are my one and only. It is my fortune to have you by my side throughout this life, albeit limited to all the gentlemen. You possess the contact numbers of numerous young women, yet harbor no ulterior motives. You have escorted countless inebriated girls home without ever compromising your dignity. This alone attests to the fact that you will forever remain my most trusted friend. Your character is beyond reproach. Should Dr. Erskine require a research assistant, you may assist him. If you find it necessary to extend an apology to any young lady, Dr. Erskine, I assure you that Jarvis is even more dependable than I. However, now that I have departed, I implore you, Jarvis, to steer clear of any nefarious dealings. You possess a cherished family of your own. Do not allow such matters to mire you in darkness. Live on with my heartfelt wishes and blessings. You are akin to family, and I shall bequeath a quarter of my assets to you." Jarvis exclaimed, "Doctor, I am already living a life of happiness. The wealth you have bestowed upon me is more than sufficient. I desire nothing. I only hope for your return. Should you come back, I would willingly spend a lifetime apologizing to every young lady in New York." One wonders if Howard Stark would find such a declaration amusing, should he awaken to hear Jarvis's words. Howard Stark continued, "Android, I am grateful for your unwavering support. Without you, my research endeavors would have faltered, or I might have succumbed to the pressures of those around me. I have long wished to commend your exceptional performance. You are my finest partner. I merely created a rudimentary version of you. It is you who have imbued your existence with meaning. You are the most gratifying invention to my mind. At some point, you have become akin to a twin brother to me. Your presence enriches my life, and little Stark is the future of our lineage. Though he is yet to be born, I hope to name him Tony. From this day forth, I wish for you to hold your head high. When you emerge from this place, you shall embody the true Howard Stark. I am uncertain whether my family is aware of my demise. If they remain oblivious, it may simplify matters. You may enjoy a robust martini and then return home. If they are already informed, my astute Jarvis, I beseech you for one final favor. Keep my last secret and find a way to resolve the matter of your identity as an android. Afterward, android. You may occasionally retrieve a patent or two from the vault of J.P. Morgan Chase, ensuring that no one raises suspicions. Of course, as I mentioned, you are now an independent being. You and I differ in many respects. I advise you to spend as much time as possible in the laboratory, lest the astute Maria Stark, wife of Howard Stark and mother of Tony Stark, uncover inconsistencies over time. Speaking of his wife, Howard Stark's voice grew somber. And you must guide young Tony, my and Maria's child. My desire for you to assume my role rather than live freely under a different identity is, in truth, a selfish wish. Forgive me. I do not wish for Maria to be overly sorrowful, nor do I want the unborn Tony to grow up without knowing his father. War has wrought numerous orphans upon this world. The mere thought of my Tony, retreating to the corners of his room, weeping for the absence of his father, renders me sleepless. I am but a somewhat feeble scientist, in need of companionship and spirits to quell the tumult in my mind. Tony is undoubtedly endowed with remarkable intelligence. Yet I wish for him to forge a path distinct from my own. Science can unveil many truths and enable one to accomplish great feats. Yet it cannot fortify the spirit or the heart. You must nurture him into a valiant and resilient warrior, a scientist capable of safeguarding himself. Only by entrusting Tony to your care can I find solace, my dear companions. I am confident in your abilities. As Howard Stark spoke of his son, emotion choked his voice, making it difficult for him to maintain composure. His words faltered for a moment, revealing the depths of his anguish. The synthetic Stark and Jarvis were both rendered speechless, their systems seemingly on the verge of collapse, even if the synthetic Stark lacked tear ducts. Wonder Woman was reminded of her mother and kin on Paradise Island, perhaps desperately searching for her. Diana pondered how her mother might cope, aware that her sorrow could rival Stark's own. Diana pressed her hand firmly against her mouth. As a princess of the Amazon, she understood that sorrow and tears would not ameliorate the situation. She endeavored to suppress her tears, yet the weight of her grief proved insurmountable. After several minutes, Howard Stark managed to regain his composure, speaking with difficulty. I realize I may be somewhat verbose, and my emotions have never been so unrestrained. There is much I wish to convey, but alas, my time is limited. I must ask you, dear friends, to excuse yourselves from this room and grant Dr. Erskine and me a moment of privacy.